Chapter 447. This Lord Civet was extremely fast. Even if they tried their best, they could not catch up with him. This time it was the same. The 7 of them ran as fast as they could, trying their best to keep up with the white shadow in front of them. Finally, they reached their destination. The team leader used his divine sense to explore the area. Then he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. A wave of extreme coldness rose from the other side in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. After a few sounds of weapons colliding, there was a sudden silence. A chill quietly spread out. Everyone looked at each other. It was over again. Why was there a need to say, again? It was like this every time. Everyone was used to it. This courtyard house built on the outskirts of the city had almost turned into an ice sculpture. Then a white shadow flashed. Zhuxiaoyan's figure appeared on the roof calmly. As she stepped on the roof, white frost spread. In an instant, it became a world of ice and snow. At this time, the 7 team members had just calmed down the instability of their vital energy caused by running with all their might. Clean up, Zhuxiaoyan said lightly. Then the white shadow flashed and flew away. She did not stay any longer. The 7 of them said in unison. It was this job again. They ran so fast that they were out of breath. However, they still could not make it in time to take action. They could only clean up the mess. When they went in to take a look. Yes, it was really to clean up the mess. There were only ice sculptures everywhere. 2 of them were holding broken swords in their hands. They were already decapitated. However, their wounds were in a completely frozen state. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. The whole scene was clean. There was no smell of blood. Let's get to work. One of the team members sighed. He began to verify the identity of the target. After confirming that there was no mistake, he called back to the headquarters. Then he began to clean up all the valuable things in this ice sculpture world. Following this team leader, the contribution points for completing missions every day are like falling from the sky. As long as we follow behind and run, we will have everything. One of the team members was speechless. It's easy, but it's so easy that it makes me feel uneasy. Another team member said as he worked, be content with what you have. It's better than those few teams who are riddled with injuries every day. But there has to be a chance to show off. Sigh, I haven't used my sword in the past month except for the daily sparring. Back in the day, I was also a genius. You think you're a genius? Now do you know what it means to be thrown away when you compare goods and die when you compare people? It's true that I can't compete. Once I do, I'll lose all my confidence. But if I can't compete, do you think you can? Or perhaps, who dares to say that they can compete? It's fine if you get used to it. My self-esteem is being trampled on every day. If it weren't for the fact that I'm used to it, my mentality would have collapsed long ago. I've already accepted the fact that I'm a good for nothing. Me too. But this is pretty good too. Contribution points fall from the sky every day, and most importantly, there's no risk at all. Not to mention, the captain is a peerless beauty. Looking at a beauty every day, at least it's pleasing to the eye. Looking at beautiful women? A candy? That's a nice way to put it, but let me ask you. Did you really watch it? Do you dare to look? Cough cough. I really don't dare. That face is as beautiful as the sky. But this coldness really froze my heart. On such a hot day, when I look at her, my heart feels like it's frozen. A candy or something, it's a slip of the tongue. Me too. Our captain is no longer an iceberg. She's directly a glacier. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. After so long, I only know that the captain is very beautiful, but I really can't tell what she looks like. I don't dare to look. Once I look, my whole body shivers. That's right. It's said that the day before yesterday, a senior of the nascent soul realm was also frozen. He almost died. Who asked him to be a toad who wants to eat swan meat? He deserves it. But speaking of which, Civet seems to be about to advance, right? Once she advances, she can no longer be our captain. During this period of time, it's better for everyone to work hard. If we can advance together with Civet and be in the same group, it'll be really cool. I think it'll take a while. With her cultivation, she could have advanced long ago. It's just that she has been suppressing it. Now, no one knows how many times she has suppressed it. Anyway, it's definitely not just once or twice. She actually has to suppress it when advancing from the inner core realm to the nascent soul realm? And she can even suppress it multiple times? One of them was shocked when he heard this. Of course, if you want to go far in the future, you have to use suppressive means in every realm. However, the suffering is really more and more difficult with each realm. It's not something that anyone can endure. Captain's expression hasn't changed at all. Sigh, this kind of tenacity is already something that we can't compare to. That's true. The thorny road back then was really painful for me. I don't want to experience it again in this life. Good luck. Are you done cleaning up? Be more careful. If we complete the task without putting in any effort, if we miss anything when cleaning up the mess, we'll really be useless. Okay. Hey, did you guys notice? Someone suddenly stopped cleaning up and said thoughtfully, "Our civet, did you guys notice that her luck is especially good?" When he said that, everyone began to ponder. That's right. Civet's luck can't be cured. A few days ago, the four of us went on a mission together. We were the last to arrive. Logically speaking, we shouldn't have had a chance. In the end, that guy risked his life to break out of the encirclement. He was so lucky that he ran into Civet and became an ice sculpture. That's nothing. Another person said disdainfully, 10 days ago we went on a mission outside the city together. On that small mountain, Civet was walking by the side of the road. She used her hand to support a rock beside her. As a result, a rock fell down. Behind the rock was a blood spirit flower. Can you believe this? I remember now. That place was not remote at all. It was almost in the village. However, such a thin piece of rock had not been touched for so many years. When Civet arrived, she just casually supported it. It was actually the blood spirit flower, which is extremely rare in the whole continent. That's nothing. The most amazing thing is that the blood spirit flower is actually 7,000 years old. That's rare and priceless. That blood spirit flower can expand the meridians and eliminate all hidden dangers in the body. Moreover, it can increase one's understanding of the heavenly way. She rushed into the cave to catch the criminal and turned him into an ice sculpture during the battle. However, the rock wall froze and cracked, and a few boxes of hidden treasures appeared. Have you forgotten? That's amazing. Such luck. This kind of thing is so common. But how many days has Civet been here? Before she came, this kind of thing didn't happen a few times. It should be said, did it happen before? Is she the legendary person favored by the heavens? This sentence made everyone ponder for a while. Then all of them seemed to be deep in thought. However, he continued to work even more diligently and diligently. At this moment, Zhuxiaoyan was already in her own independent residence in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. It looked like a small room, but as soon as one entered, they would discover that it was a huge space that was a few thousand square meters in size. Not only was there a bedroom, washroom, toilet, training room, office, living room, tea room, and all sorts of other facilities, there was also a small isolated warehouse. It only took Zhuxiaoyan a month to go from a small bedroom of 30 square meters to such a top-notch living condition. The door slammed shut. Bone-chilling frost immediately overflowed from the crack of the door. Gusts of cold air flowed out through the crack of the door, clearly showing an attitude, "Don't disturb me." Outside there were people coming and going from time to time. However, when they passed by this door, they would feel the bone-piercing coldness and couldn't help but soften their movements. And tiptoe past the door. So I really gave this lady the wrong code name. What civet? I think it's better to call her World of Ice and Snow. Shut up. Aren't you afraid of becoming a popsicle? Oh. When Zhuxiaoyan first came to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she shocked everyone on the first day. On the second day, everyone knew that a peerless beauty had come to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Moreover, it was the kind of beauty that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. On the third day, she directly froze all the covetous gazes. Zhuxiaoyan even left behind a legend, "Catch a cold at first sight." A son of a high-ranking official heard about Zhuxiaoyan's beauty, so he waited outside the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In the end, he only saw her once, and it was directly in front of him. The moment he saw her, he froze and was diagnosed with a cold. Others asked him how he felt. "Beautiful, so beautiful. But I don't dare to look anymore. I'm a living person, I'm afraid of the cold." Zhuxiaoduo hung up the phone but didn't go down. She stayed in the room and concentrated on cultivating. It wasn't that she deliberately didn't want to bring Li Chenglong along. On the one hand, Li Chenglong was studying the things on the internet. On the other hand, in this round of cultivation, Zhuxiaoduo decided to use the dragon blood flying dagger as the main auxiliary force. The dagger's energy storage was full, so naturally it should be used. After all, Fang Yinhua had also started to prepare for the manner. He believed that there would be a place to store energy for the dragon blood flying dagger soon, so there was no need to save it. After all, this thing was still a little strange. It was better not to let Li Chenglong know about it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhuxiaoduo absorbed the spiritual energy to the point of bursting at a faster speed than before. Just as she was about to start suppressing it when Xingtian came. "Come with me." Zhuxiaoduo grinned. My energy storage is full, so I can't leave. Suppress it a little first. When I come back, I'll officially compress the vital energy. Wen Xingtian said, it's very important. Okay. Zhuo Duo tidied up and stood up. It was not difficult for the current Zhuo Duo to suppress it a little. After calling Li Chenglong, Wen Xingtian led the two of them out slowly. Teacher Wen, why did I hear that the principal needs the best quality jade of astral souls to treat his injuries? Can you tell me the details? Zhuo Duo asked curiously. Chapter 448. The Headmaster's Injuries. When Xingtian sighed softly and said, during a battle many years ago, the headmaster's heart was injured by his opponent. His opponent's heavenly pulse palm was very powerful, and the damage it caused was also very different from ordinary injuries. Ordinary healing methods were completely ineffective. After repeated attempts, we discovered that only the supreme grade jade of astral souls could temporarily suppress the injury. However, it could only temporarily suppress it and could not completely heal it. Then what is needed to cure the root of the problem? Zhuo Duo asked. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Zhuo Duo asked in confusion. When Xingtian said, let's put it this way. Although the jade of astral souls is a special energy crystal that fell from the sky, there are actually jade of astral souls veins in our continent of astral souls. Ordinary veins can only produce low-grade and middle-grade jade. However, there is a chance that high-grade jade of astral souls can be found in the core of the veins. On the other hand, in the core of a middle-grade vein, there is a chance that 1 or 2 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls can be found. Does that mean that the core of a large-scale vein is likely to produce jade of astral souls from the geocentric core? Zhuo Duo blurted out. When Xingtian shook his head and said, it's not that easy. You may be able to find a considerable amount of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in the core of a large-scale vein, but it is still very rare for a jade of astral souls from the geocentric core to appear. According to the ancient records, only in the legendary super-large-scale veins where there are more than 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls can there be a qualitative change. Under special circumstances, the mutated product of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls can only be found in the core of the vein. That is, the higher-grade jade of astral souls or the geocentric astral souls. The geocentric astral souls are truly legendary items. Sigh, but only that can cure the headmaster's heart disease. It can even completely dissolve the power of the heavenly pulse palm and transform it into the headmaster's own strength, allowing his cultivation to improve greatly. But where can we find such a peerless treasure? Not to mention the geocentric star soul, even the peak-grade star soul jade has become increasingly difficult to obtain these few years. The headmaster's illness is not a secret. Many people don't even dare to come to Fenghai City because they want to curb the power of the hidden dragon martial school. Even if 1 or 2 pieces appear, they will immediately be sold at a sky-high price. The abnormal fluctuations in the price of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls in Fenghai City these years are all due to the hidden dragon martial school. But they don't know that there is someone else behind the scenes. And it's someone who is specifically targeting the hidden dragon martial school. In the past, I didn't believe that wealth can do anything. But now I have no choice but to believe it. When Xingtian sneered and said, if the price of a supreme-grade jade of astral souls is calculated in star dollars, the market price would be between 100 million and 300 million. Of course there is a price but no supply. But last year, a supreme-grade jade of astral souls appeared in the Fenghai auction house, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 1.2 billion. The hidden dragon martial school had already offered a high price of 800 million, but the other party directly threw out 1.2 billion, causing us to suffer a crushing defeat. When Xingtian sneered and said, the ambition of the wolf is as clear as day. Zhuo Duo sighed. It seemed that he really had to bleed. He couldn't save it. The principal should still have a lot of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in reserve, right? Zhuo Duo asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. A lot. When Xingtian snorted and said, if he still has a lot, why would he need to worry? The principal should not have more than 10 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls in his possession now. If he doesn't receive any more, there might be a break. And when the suppression of the supreme-grade jade of astral souls is broken, the dormant heavenly pulse hand will immediately counterattack. Once that happens, the principal can only hold on for another 3 years at most. 3 years. Zhuo face was filled with heartache. What about after 3 years? Seeing Zhuo's heartache, Wen Xingtian couldn't help but feel a little comforted. This kid actually knows how to feel for the principal. Sigh, the principal's painstaking efforts were not in vain. After 3 years, the principal's heart meridian will be completely broken. Even the gods can't save him. Wen Xingtian said lightly, now, even if the Hidden Dragon Martial School makes a move, the principal will try his best not to do anything. Once he does, it will consume too much of his vitality, and he will be unable to suppress the counterattack of the Heavenly Pulse Hand. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, I'm so pitiful. Wen Xingtian almost doubted his ears. He was talking about the principal. What was he pitiful for? Is it difficult to find supreme-grade jade of astral souls in the entire continent? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. He said, if you want supreme-grade jade of astral souls to suppress the injury, how much is the best price? Wen Xingtian smiled bitterly and said, how much? Even 1 piece of supreme-grade jade of astral souls is hard to find. If we have 1,000 pieces now, we can stabilize the principal's condition for 20 years. After 20 years we can think of a way. But now, I'm afraid that even if we search the entire continent, we won't be able to find so many jade of astral souls. This kind of supreme-grade jade of astral souls, this kind of super-large mineral vein, is basically located in the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. In the astral souls area, it has been a long time since we found one. Wen Xingtian sighed. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. Scratched his head again. Scratched his head again. He deeply felt that the speed at which he made money was far slower than the speed at which he spent it. If that was the case, if 1 piece was worth 2 billion, then 1,000 pieces would be equivalent to 2 billion. 2 billion. As soon as this number appeared in his mind, Zhou Xiaoduo's head tilted to one side and he fainted with a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Did your primordial qi go astray, or was there a mistake in the temporary suppression just now? Wen Xingtian was shocked and hurriedly supported him. Why did he faint while talking? Was he not too concerned about the principal? He did not expect this mischievous child to have such a pure heart. I'm fine. Zhou Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He muttered, I just feel that the principal is too pitiful. Good child. Wen Xingtian sighed and was deeply gratified. The principal will be very happy that you have such a heart. Zhou Xiaoduo was grief-stricken. Li Chenglong stood beside him, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. However, when he heard Teacher Wen speak and how gratified he was, Li Chenglong had an indescribable urge to laugh. He really wanted to say, Teacher Wen, you misunderstood. Zhou was not heartbroken for the principal at all. He was heartbroken for his own jade of astral souls. However, if he said this, he felt that he would be beaten to death by Zhou Xiaoduo on the spot. The most important thing was that he also had a piece of jade of astral souls. If he spoke rashly with Zhou Xiaoduo's personality, he would definitely ask him to contribute as well. As far as Li Chenglong was concerned, although he would not be reluctant to part with it, with Zhou around, there was no need for him to stand out. That hidden dragon's secret room. Zhou Xiaoduo had just entered and was immediately shocked. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Lu in a wheelchair, and Vice Principal Cheng wearing a mask. The most powerful people of Hidden Dragon High School were gathered together. Lastly, his homeroom teacher Wen Xingtian was also present. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that Teacher Wen's status was very low, that he could not help but give him a sideways glance. Wen Xingtian immediately understood the meaning behind his gaze. He was so angry that he slapped the brat and scolded, Brat, what's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Xiaoduo was slapped on the back of his head with a crisp sound. He grimaced in pain as he was slapped to the middle of the secret room. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, followed him in quietly. He did not dare to fool around. He was well-behaved and meticulous. I only need to watch Zhou continue to court death and get beaten up. I'm very happy. Yi Changqing could not help but laugh. This slap is really crisp. Xiang Quangren grinned. It's like eating a cucumber. Crunchy. Vice Principal Lu and Vice Principal Cheng also smiled. The 4 of them were all experienced people. How could they not see that this kid was a little monkey? He was the kind of kid who would tear down the roof if he was not beaten for 3 days. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, sit down. Yi Changqing's expression was very gentle. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo touched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. I'll just stand. I'll be prepared if I stand. I won't hit you anymore. I called you here for serious business. Wen Xingtian snorted. Sit down. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in fright and sat down. Li Chenglong could only sit down. Ahem ahem. Yi Changqing coughed and said, I called you here today because I might need your help with a few things. Please tell us, Principal. We'll do our best and go through fire and water. Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully. When Xingtian raised his hand again. Ahem, don't hit him first. Hit him later. Yi Changqing dissuaded when Xingtian. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Two pairs of eyes rolled up at once. What do you mean? Are you waiting for me to finish my work before you hit me? Isn't this a typical case of not wanting to be a monk after you're done with your vegetarian diet? You're too arrogant to advise me like this. Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best? You're too magnanimous. Do you know that if I'm just a little more ruthless, your old life might end in 3 years? Sigh, I'm still too soft-hearted. Just give me your orders, Principal. I'll do my best. Zhou Xiaoduo cursed in his heart, but his face was full of loyalty. He had an expression that said, I sincerely respect you and love you very much. Even his voice sounded so sincere. The first thing is about your manifestation technique. I need to understand it on a deeper level. Yi Changqing said, I have 2 people here that I can show you. You can tell them according to their appearances and give them pointers. This is Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Cheng. Yi Changqing introduced, Of course I'll also look at Vice Principal Xiang and your teacher Wen. You can look at them all you want. Zhou Xiaoduo said cautiously, Principal, please tell me more about my future. What's the specific direction? Yi Changqing said, First, you can check Vice Principal Liu's recovery progress. Can you confirm when he'll recover fully? Also, you need to know the direction of his enemy. Vice Principal Cheng wants to find Snake King. Which direction should we start looking for him? And Vice Principal Xiang's enemy. Yi Changqing coughed and couldn't continue. Zhou Xiaoduo stared at him with his eyes wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 449. These things? Everything that you want to tell just by looking at his face? Zhou Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva and was a little speechless. This seemed to be a bit too much. Although theoretically I can tell all these, but who are you all? What cultivation level are you all at? Don't you have any self-awareness in your hearts? I'll do my best. But there's one thing I have to say. Principal, your cultivation level is too high. I may not be able to tell anything. Facing this group of big shots in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo did not dare to make any guarantees. He could only make it clear in advance and leave himself a way out. Just do your best. Yi Changqing said gently, Take a look at Vice Principal Liu first and see if there's any hope for him to recover. If there is, what's the key to recovery? Vice Principal Liu's hair and beard were already white. He sat peacefully in his wheelchair and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a warm face. This old man who used to be all-powerful now exuded a feeling that he had seen through the world and was at ease. There was no trace of the domineering aura he used to have. He only had a kind face. As Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him with a frown, he threw out a luck point to boost his manifestation technique. Among all of them, Vice Principal Liu was the one Zhou Xiaoduo had the most confidence in. After all, Vice Principal Liu had lost all of his cultivation. Even though he still had his foundation, he wouldn't be able to suppress them with absolute strength. With the help of luck points, Zhou Xiaoduo could still see a lot of things. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him for a while. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, There's no hope for him to recover in a short time. As for a long time, there's a faint purple light above Vice Principal Liu's head. There's great hope for him to recover. However, we still have to see when the light comes. Yi Changqing's spirit was lifted. He said, Can you give an approximate time? Zhou Xiaoduo's answer was already a surprise. Vice Principal Liu had been crippled for so many years. Was there still hope for him to recover? Just now, he included him in the list of questions because he had a slim chance. He did not expect there to be hope. Yes, Vice Principal Liu, please write something. Zhou Xiaoduo said. All right. Vice Principal Liu smiled faintly and casually wrote the word Yun. Clouds. Vice Principal Liu's magnanimity is something this student admires from the bottom of my heart. This character is written in a light and carefree manner, as if nothing will affect it. It truly shows that it has seen through the world of mortals, and has no complaints or grievances. Zhou Xiaoduo said, This kind of peaceful state of mind is the most beneficial for longevity. Yun Tongyun, it's true that the sky is now covered by dark rain. There's no sun in the dark sky. However, once the heavenly wind blew and the dark rain dissipated, it would be time to recover. Or perhaps there will be times when the winds and clouds meet. Master, a great opportunity will arrive unexpectedly and good fortune will follow. The wind and rain will not always exist. There will be a time when it will dissipate. The only hindrance is the 4 points before the word yun. Vice Principal Lu, there are 4 great enemies suppressing and watching you. When Zhou Xiaoduo mentioned the 4 words 4 great enemies, Vice Principal Cheng, who had been non-committal, suddenly straightened his back. His eyes were shining as he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. His aura suddenly increased and he felt like a completely different person from before. 4 great enemies. Vice Principal Lu glanced at Vice Principal Cheng and said with a smile, "Where do they come from?" The rain is above the clouds, above the head. They come from above. If it's a specific location, their location is higher than yours and their place is bigger than ours. There's only one place that can completely suppress us, and that's Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo said cautiously, "So." "Yes." Vice Principal Lu smiled. "That's right." He actually interrupted Zhou Xiaoduo's words. "How long will the recovery process take?" Yi Changqing asked expectantly. Vice Principal, the clouds follow the dragon and the wind follows the tiger. When the hidden dragon soars to the 9th heaven, this cloud can overturn the rain above and soar with it. Vice Principal Lu's injury can be easily solved, and it's not impossible for him to recover in one day. Zhou Xiaoduo said it very confidently, as if it would definitely come true. Now the wind and clouds are rising. Vice Principal Lu, if you want to recover, you can start to prepare the conditions you need. Otherwise, when the wind and clouds meet, we will not be prepared. That will be a pity and it will be too late to regret. The opportunity will not come again. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Then he turned his head and said, "Old Lu, you heard it. Whatever you need, you must tell me and your family. You have to start preparing now." Vice Principal Lu smiled and returned to his previous state. He said indifferently, "Okay. Look at you, you don't seem to care. I can't count on you." Yi Changqing said unhappily, "I will tell my sister-in-law in person tomorrow. She will be more concerned than you." Xiang Quangren said, "When will Vice Principal Yi recover from his injury?" Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said, "He will recover very soon." "When is very soon?" Xiang Quangren suddenly became spirited. "It depends on the situation." Cough cough. Zhou Xiaoduo said vaguely. Xiang Quangren and the others frowned. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be unwilling to say. What was going on? What was going on? Was this also a manifestation technique? Yi Changqing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo thoughtfully and said, "Let's take a look at Vice Principal Lu." Vice Principal Cheng had been sitting quietly at the side. At this moment he seemed to hesitate. Then he turned his head and looked at Yi Changqing with cold eyes. Yi Changqing nodded slowly. His eyes were full of seriousness and certainty. Vice Principal Cheng sighed softly and slowly took off his mask. The moment the veil was taken off, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Lu, and the others all gasped at the sight. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing turned their heads. Obviously they could not bear to look. There was a hideous scar on Vice Principal Cheng's face. It went from the outside of his left eyebrow to his neck under his right chin. It went straight down and his flesh was torn. This scar directly divided his nose into 2 halves. In addition, from the middle of his nose, there was another scar that went straight down, separating his upper and lower lips. It went all the way to his throat. These 2 wounds were strangely grayish-white. There was also a faint, strange yellow light that was faintly flickering. This yellow light gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Such a hideous and cruel wound was grand and majestic? His originally elegant face was cut into a hideous and terrifying appearance by these 2 wounds. Even his facial features were distorted. The Sword of King Path. Xiang Quangren's lips trembled. He murmured, "This is the Sword of King Path?" Vice Principal Cheng smiled faintly and said self-mockingly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, even if your physiognomy is heaven-defying, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to see anything from my face, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, "Having a missing face is indeed a taboo for the physiognomy art. But Vice Principal Cheng, the sword wound on your face is too obvious. It's impossible for people not to notice it." Vice Principal Cheng said faintly, "That's why I cover my face all year round." Xiang Quangren took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It has something to do with the prince's mansion of the Central Plains?" Vice Principal Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "It does have something to do with it, but it's not necessarily the fault of the other party. At the beginning of the incident, I almost caught a suspect. At that time, I don't know whether that person was panicking or not, but he just rushed into the mansion. Naturally, I was reluctant to let him go and followed him in. The people in the mansion suspected that I was an assassin. At that time, I was too anxious to catch the suspect and wanted to explain after I caught him. Unexpectedly, the Prince of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked me with 2 consecutive swords. He smiled bitterly. It was those 2 swords that almost killed me on the spot. He pointed at the wound on his face and said, "After those 2 swords I knew I couldn't do anything, so I turned and ran." The Prince of the Central Plains didn't chase after me. I don't know if he recognized me or for some other reason, but he just stayed where he was and didn't move. Yi Changqing sighed softly. The Prince of the Central Plains sword of King Path is fierce and domineering, grand and majestic. Once the sword is out, it dominates the 4 seas. Those who are hit by the sword will feel like they have been hit by the killing intent of the heavens. They will never be pardoned and will be a fugitive forever. It's already commendable that you can eliminate half of the killing intent. Wen Xingtian also said, "It's hard to hold anyone responsible for this. Of course, we believe in Vice Principal Cheng, but no matter how we look at it, we can't blame the Prince of the Central Plains for interfering. His actions are reasonable and irreproachable. After all, we barged into the mansion without permission first." Vice Principal Cheng was silent for a moment and said, "I should pay for my reckless actions. However, the Prince of the Central Plains sword of King Path is really sharp. His cultivation is also very high. Even Boss Yi." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Even if it's Boss Yi, it's best not to go against him. When I faced those 2 swords, it was like an ordinary person suddenly facing an emperor who ruled the world. I couldn't even find the heart to fight back. In a moment of mental imbalance, I was defeated and devastated." Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian's expressions changed at the same time. They were all sensible people and even more so high-level cultivators. There were some meanings that didn't need to be said too clearly. Zhou Xiaoduo had been studying Vice Principal Cheng's face. His aura. The only thing that could be seen was a trace of resentment. It was a resentment that rose to the sky and couldn't be erased in 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xiaoduo could imagine how deep the hatred in Vice Principal Cheng's heart was. It was a kind of revenge that he wouldn't regret even if he died 9 times, or an obsession. Vice Principal Cheng's hatred soars to the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Vice Principal Cheng's face and sighed. He said, "Vice Principal Cheng, write a word for me to see." It was almost impossible to shake the enemy just by looking at his face. The only thing that could be done now was to take 1 step at a time and see if the accumulation of momentum and karma could be reversed under the general trend. Vice Principal Cheng thought about it seriously and wrote a word, hatred. Chapter 450. Enmity. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned. "Alright, each and every one of you either have enmity, hatred, killing, or grievance. This word." Zhou Xiaoduo wrote the word enmity himself, but he could write it clearly. It was a person, and a 9. 9 is the extreme number. The enmity of one person will last for 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at it carefully, and suddenly his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Yi Changqing sensitively noticed the change in Zhou Xiaoduo's expression. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the word seriously and sighed softly. "Vice President Cheng, your family's enmity involves too much." Vice President Cheng frowned. "Why?" Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and looked at the word again. He looked at Vice President Cheng's face again and hesitated for a long time. Yi Changqing said, "Just say it boldly. Today's conversation can only exist in this room." Wen Xingtian also nodded heavily. "Xiaoduo, don't have any scruples." Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, "I do have some scruples because Vice President Cheng's family's enmity. I'm afraid that the royal family will be involved. If I may ask, is it convenient for you to reveal the marriage contract of the girl in your family?" As soon as he said this, Vice President Cheng suddenly trembled and was dumbfounded. Wen Xingtian's expression changed. He said, "Xiaoduo, be careful with your words." Yi Changqing also looked at him curiously. "Xiaoduo, how did you come up with the word royal?" 9 is the extreme number, and the extreme number is also the most noble. It is related to people, and it is the world. And the most honorable person in the world is the 9 and 5. 9 is only half of the 9 and 5. In other words, it hasn't reached the position of the 9 and 5. So, although the person involved can't be the emperor, it must be related to the imperial family, or related to the imperial family's affairs. Zhou Xiaoduo said faintly, "This is not nonsense." 1 against 9. It may mean that he has many enemies, but it could also be because of one person. He went up against a big shot, which led to this disaster. I have always believed that there must be a cause and effect. There must be a reason for what happened back then. That's why I asked, is the boy in your family related to the royal family? Or is it a girl in the family who is related to the descendants of the royal family? This is an inevitable direction. In addition, the sword of King Path on Vice Principal Cheng's face contains the majestic aura of an emperor. At the same time, it also gathers the resentment of the heavens. This is also a type of declaration. Zhuxiaoduo's face was cold as he said, I call myself number 1 in Aspect Dharma. Aspect Dharma is the foundation of my life. I will never underestimate it, nor will I speak nonsense. Alas. There was a long sigh. Yi Changqing turned his head and saw an indescribable bitterness on Vice President Cheng's ferocious face, as if Yi Changqing had hit the nail on the head. So, is it really like this? Xiang Quangren said in surprise, Old Cheng Yu? Vice Principal Cheng slowly sat down, his face completely ashen. He murmured, when Xiao was born, she was beautiful and had the best aptitude in the world. At that time I named her Qing Fingxiu. I still remember that at that time, Chief Nan also came to drink a cup of wine because he happened to be there. And when Chief Nan was drinking, he happened to have a phone call with Commander Dongfang. He accidentally mentioned this matter, so Commander Dongfang sent Chief Nan a gift. After that, when Commander Dongfang knew Xiaoer's name, he told me through Chief Nan that the name Qing Fingxiu was too big. He was afraid that the little girl couldn't bear it, so he suggested that she change her name. I can only blame myself for being overjoyed at that time. I didn't take Commander Dongfang's golden words to heart at all. In my opinion, it's too normal for a girl to be named Xiao, Feng, Wanli, Bing, and so on. There's no such thing as whether she could bear it or not. The child grew up year by year. I had already forgotten all the advice I gave when I was drunk. Until today, if it weren't for Zhuxiaoduo, I wouldn't have remembered it at all. Alas. Until Xiao was 18 years old, she was successfully promoted to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. She was outstanding among all the students and was known as the number 1 genius. Then she went to the capital with a sword and challenged the 2 high martial arts school. She suppressed the students of the same level with just a sword. She suppressed the 2 high martial arts school students of the same level and made them unable to breathe. It was also at that time that she caught the eye of the Crown Prince. Speaking of which, Xiao didn't know that the other party was the Crown Prince. After some contact, they both fell in love with each other and exchanged tokens. It was already 7 months later when Xiao found out that the person she liked was the Crown Prince. After that, the Crown Prince came to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School and brought His Majesty's verbal order. At that time, everyone in my family only felt that great joy had arrived and that your presence brought light to our humble dwelling. Vice Principal Cheng's face was haggard and his heart was dead. He said, but we didn't expect that. A month later there would be a drastic change and a series of tragedies. The 5 children of the Cheng family all turned into vengeful spirits with grievances overnight. Xiao and her sisters were even more. Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were wide open. For so many years I always knew that some forces at that time were messing with my brothers, but I never thought that. The root of it was this. Until today. Vice Principal Cheng looked at Zhuxiaoduo and asked in a low voice, May I ask Master Zhua, why can't our Cheng family and Xiao accept this name? Zhuxiaoduo sighed, but without any hesitation he wrote the words Qing Fingxiu on the ground. He paused and said, Vice Principal Cheng, these 3 words are indeed unbearable for ordinary girls. If it's a top family it's fine. If it's an ordinary family at the bottom of the social ladder, it's still acceptable. But your Qing family can't accept it. Qing, it's a product of the same sound. Xiao is the best in the world, but it doesn't mean that it can't be. The Emperor's selection. Zhuxiaoduo said lightly, rising with the wind, showing off in the 9 heavens. How far can one show off depends on how strong the wind is. If the wind isn't strong, one can show off one's journey, one's city, or even one's Cheng. Zhuxiaoduo wrote one after another on the ground. One's Cheng, one's city, one's journey. It was clear at a glance. However, if the wind is strong enough, it can directly rise to the 9 heavens and become the emperor. However, if one wants to reach that level, how many difficulties and obstacles will there be? Vice Principal Cheng, do you think your family can handle it? Is the Crown Prince's east wind strong? Can even be said that. This wind is even stronger than His Majesty's selection. Because this is the east wind that could become the mother of the country. On the contrary, His Majesty's selection is weaker, because His Majesty's favorite concubines have reached the peak. It's difficult to go any further than that. With Vice Principal Cheng's family background, how can he withstand the suppression of the top forces? How many people are coveting this position? Many old families in Shangjing have been in business for generations, but they don't dare to try. Once they make a move, they must have full confidence. Otherwise, they'd rather not make a move. You're a hidden dragon clan genius who came out of nowhere and suppressed the geniuses of the present age. That's fine because you're just a brave man. But now, you want to soar to the 9 heavens and become the emperor's side? If you're not unlucky, who will be? If you're a top family or have the strength to contend with them, there's no problem. Because you have the qualifications and confidence to form a marriage alliance with the royal family. On the other hand, if you're just a bottom family, even if you have this layer of fortune, you'll at most be a concubine of the crown prince. It'll be difficult for you to become the crown prince's side, but it won't be too much of an eyesore. Instead, there will be people who will work hard to raise your family and use this to gain the favor of the crown prince. Anyway, you're from the grassroots and won't be able to stir up any waves. It's not a big deal. However, you are not a top family, nor are you a bottom family. Your position just happens to be in the middle class, which is not awkward at all. This isn't the worst. The worst is that you have another identity, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School. One of the 3 high schools, the daughter of the vice principal of one of the 3 cradles of talents of the empire. From this position, you can almost see the empire's attitude towards the talents of the world. If you obstruct and use various methods to make Miss Cheng become the crown prince's concubine, you may be able to avoid trouble for a while, but there will be public opinion. That's inevitable. Because the daughter of the vice principals of the 3 famous schools is a peerless talent who can suppress the talents of the same level in the world. In the future, she will be an expert who can hold her own. Why is it that she can only occupy the status of a concubine in the imperial family, which is equivalent to a plaything? Even if the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, she'll still be an ordinary concubine, right? What does the imperial family think of the heroes of the world? But if you promote your daughter to the crown prince, which of the old families in the empire will be convinced? Which one of them will be willing? Under such circumstances, once this news spreads, what else can you do? How can those families who already have plans just stand by and watch? They definitely won't allow your daughter to have any chance of survival. Even if she's disfigured, it's still hard to be at ease. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were very cold and direct, but they were also very unpleasant to hear. However, Vice Principal Cheng lost all his energy in an instant. His entire person seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. Originally, his heart was filled with hatred and he vowed to take revenge. But now, he was told that he was involved in such a heaven-reaching matter. He actually hesitated all of a sudden. The storm inside was so big that even if the entire Hidden Dragon High School was involved, the splashing waves would be insignificant, and the waves would be difficult to stir up. The grudges of the imperial family have always been difficult to be clear. This time is most likely no exception. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I even suspect that this matter. Vice Principal Cheng, although you've been working hard to track down the culprit, I guess. The higher-ups have already settled many people's affairs in secret. Vice Principal Cheng, this revenge is difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Seeking monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 451. After hearing that, Vice President Cheng's face was full of disappointment, and he looked even older. Looking at Yi Changqing, his lips and body trembled. 2 lines of tears flowed out of his eyes, but he did not say anything for a long time. Beside him, Xiang Quangren asked suspiciously, Why does it sound so mysterious to me? It's just a name and so many things have happened. Does that mean that if she was born with a different name she could avoid all of this? Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, If I'm not wrong, Commander Dongfang should have given some suggestions at that time, right? Vice President Cheng nodded gently, tears flowing down his face. If I'm not wrong, it should be solo beauty or no beauty. Dance with the same voice or dance beauty is also possible. I wonder which one Commander Dongfang suggested? Vice Principal Cheng closed his eyes and felt endless regret rising in his heart. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, solo beauty. Solo beauty. There's no need for wind to come, no need for clouds to hold her up. She'll be a lone flower admiring herself. Maybe she'll be lonely for the rest of her life, but the Qing family can avoid this disaster. Well, solo beauty in this world, Miss Xiu'er may have the hope of reaching the top of this world. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. Commander Dongfang is really an extraordinary person. I'm sorry that I didn't meet him in person. In the room, the 6 people nodded at the same time. But then when Xingtian glared at Zhou Xiaoduo. This time, with the help of the 3 captured alive, we've followed the clues to the Dao League. After interrogation, we've confirmed that the clues are basically on the surface. But they're getting more and more obscure. Although the southern chief has said that he'll take over the follow-up. Yi Changqing said, but what can we do here? In our opinion, it's like a mouse pulling a turtle. We have no clue and we have no target at all. The southern chief said he'll take over the follow-up? Who's this person? Is he trustworthy? Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. Nan Jingqian, the southern chief of the Ministry of Finance, will personally take over this matter. There's no doubt that he's trustworthy. Yi Changqing's face was full of respect. Difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said, just by looking at the surname, I'm afraid it's useless to take over. Although Nan Jingqian's name is unique and grand, it's too straightforward. Once he encounters indirect attacks and twists and turns, he's unable to do as he wishes. He's already having a hard time. It's hard for him to make a living, and he actually became the Minister of Finance. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. If it's so difficult for a Minister of Finance to make money, wouldn't it be? Shut up. When Xingtian shouted angrily, you think you can comment on this? How could this brat be so careless with his mouth? He actually dared to speak such nonsense without restraint, judging the name of Southern Chief. He really didn't know what was good for him. Even though the name, Chief Nan of the South, had become a meme that everyone in the world knew, you still couldn't say it out loud like that. Department Head Nan has already given you the Flaming Sun scripture, and you still say that. When Xingtian scolded angrily. What he meant was that Zhou Xiaoduo had the right to say that. He had connections. That was because he had a close relationship with Chief Nan of the South. Of course, this was said for Vice Principal Cheng and Vice Principal Lu. As for Xiang Quangren and Yi Changqing, when Xingtian was absolutely assured. Vice Principal Lu smiled faintly. Vice Principal Cheng didn't think about this at all. He was just lost in his own thoughts. How could he take revenge in such a huge maelstrom? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Department Head Nan is Uncle Nan? But then he immediately changed the topic. This topic seemed to be very unfavorable for him. Vice Principal Cheng, it's not necessarily impossible for you to take revenge. Zhou Xiaoduo said, the word enmity you wrote. You're not the only one who will remember this enmity. There are many people who are also thinking about it, and are also waiting for the moment of revenge. This sentence really couldn't be said more deeply. If it was said more, it would really be too deep and the matter would be too big. Vice Principal Cheng sighed deeply. Sigh. With our current strength, we can't touch or capture the real mastermind behind the scenes. We can't completely destroy them, but it's not impossible to wound them. As long as we gradually cut off their wings and disintegrate them inch by inch, it's not impossible for us to move a mountain. It won't hinder us. We'll start the investigation now and look for evidence. When the time comes, we'll settle the score. Zhou Xiaoduo said, at the very least, we can still find the executors and the people who did it back then and kill them first. Everything won't hinder us. Our communication today has at least pointed out the final direction. As long as there's a target, the rest is just a process. It all depends on human effort. Vice Principal Cheng's lifeless eyes slowly brightened up. Yi Changqing and the others were also refreshed. Yes, when it came to the extreme, there would be big shots coming out to clean up the mess. What they needed to do now and what they could do, was to do their best to find evidence. Otherwise they would be empty-handed when they needed it in the future. Vice Principal Cheng put on his mask again, trembling as he bowed to Yi Changqing and the others. I'm sorry, big brother. The matter between Xiu Heir and the Crown Prince. I've been keeping it a secret. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's really too big. But I kept it a secret in the end. Vice Principal Cheng said each word with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, brothers. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. That's what you should do. Old Six, if it were me, I would also keep it a secret. This is a great honor, but it's also a crisis. There's nothing to apologize for. You're too serious. Vice Principal Cheng sighed, feeling his heart getting heavier and heavier. For a moment, the atmosphere became unusually heavy and oppressive. Principal, you said you wanted us to help you with a few things. I wonder what else? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. The atmosphere was too oppressive, so oppressive that Zhuxiao's heart felt heavy. He had to break the deadlock. What's left is to interrogate the higher-ups of the Tao League. At the end of the day, these people are just executors. They're far from the core. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. We've defeated the Tao League. However, among the malicious forces targeting the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, they're only the outermost organization. There's nothing worth paying attention to in all the confessions they gave. We don't have any clue about the next step for the time being. At this time, your teacher once suggested that you two interrogate them, or look at their confessions to see if you can find anything. Originally, Yi Changqing and the others didn't agree with Wen Xingtian's suggestion. However, after experiencing Zhuxiao's divination, they were suddenly filled with hope. Perhaps this strange young man would really be able to see something. About this, I think Li Chenglong can do it himself. Zhuxiao smiled bitterly. As for the interrogation, I won't be involved. At least, I'm very ordinary in terms of torture. If you can't get anything out of the interrogation, we won't be able to do anything either. Yi Changqing and the others also nodded helplessly. They carried a monstrous hatred with them. It could be said that they had exhausted all means to interrogate them. If these people could still hide something, it would be impossible for them to be interrogated by anyone again. To put it bluntly, this group of people even confessed to their mother's adultery when they were young. If Zhuxiao could interrogate them and find something new, it would be purely wishful thinking. Zhuxiao said. I think it's enough to let Li Chenglong look at their confessions and summarize the information. Let Li Chenglong take a look? Is that necessary? Yi Changqing had some doubts. Li Chenglong is knowledgeable and has a photographic memory. He can summarize and restore all the files he has read in a short time. He can be called a genius in intelligence. Zhuxiao said, and after summarizing all the interrogation records, we can find the suspicious points that you didn't notice. That's the right way to do it. I see. Everyone finally understood why Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing insisted on letting Zhuxiao and Li Chenglong take a look. It turned out that these two little guys really did have extraordinary abilities that ordinary people did not have. Where are the files? I'll go get them. Zhuxiao coughed and said, Swollen, your job is here. Then he quickly hid to the side. Don't make me do it. This kind of job gives me a headache just by looking at it. Everyone could see that Zhuxiao was avoiding them like they were snakes and scorpions. However, when they looked at Li Chenglong, it was a completely different reaction. Li Chenglong's face was filled with eagerness and impatience. It was as if he was a glutton who had been waiting for a long time and finally had a sumptuous meal. When Xingtian carried the 1-foot-thick 5 stacks of testimonies into the room, Li Chenglong excused himself and sat down cross-legged naturally. He took 10 stacks of testimonies and arranged them in a semicircle around himself. He opened them all. He read very quickly as if he was reading 10 lines at a glance. After he finished reading, he immediately threw them out and replaced them with new ones. When Xingtian wanted to help but was rejected. I'll do it myself. When Xingtian stopped. He had wanted to help Zhang Xian flip through the books, but to think that Zhang Xian wouldn't allow it, that seeing that Li Chenglong still had to wait for a while, when Xingtian simply took out a tea set from his ring. He even moved a tea table to another corner and began to make tea. The few of them drank tea while waiting. Yi Changqing was still able to keep his cool. Vice Principal Lu was also very calm and drank tea peacefully. Xiang Quangren, on the other hand, kept looking back as if he was supervising Li Chenglong's progress. Vice Principal Cheng, on the other hand, looked like he could not eat to his heart's content. He poured cup after cup of tea into his mouth and probably did not even taste it. At this moment, his mind was filled with what Zhuxiao had deduced. The emperor. The royal family. After pouring a cup of hot tea into his mouth, he lowered his head and 2 streams of tears streamed down his face. It was just as Zhuxiao said. What kind of family did he have? How could his family have an empress? Although Zhuxiao didn't say it clearly, the meaning behind his words was no more than this. At this moment, when he thought about it, Vice President Cheng almost wanted to slap himself to death. That's right. How could his family have an empress and rise to the top in a single bound? You must be crazy. You killed all the children. After investigating for so many years, you still did not find anything. You did not even know who did this to your family. Until today, if it were not for Zhuxiao's reminder, he would still be in a dream. With your IQ, how could your family have an empress? As he drank cup after cup of hot tea, lines of tears dripped down his face. Back then Marshal Dongfang had clearly reminded him that such an inside story of the royal family, not to mention himself, even the marshals would never dare to get involved. As for himself, in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Li Chenglong, who was reading the file attentively, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Was there a Golden Snake Gang in Fenghai City back then?" Golden Snake Gang? This sudden question made them all stunned for a moment. Li Chenglong hurriedly added, "About 20 years ago? It's about that time, not a few years apart." Chapter 452. Xiang Quangren nodded and said, "You're talking about 20 years ago? At that time there was indeed a Golden Snake Gang." Li Chenglong asked, "What was the name of their leader?" The leader seemed to be called. Xiang Quangren pondered for a moment and said, "Sky-turning Python Shiyu." Shiyu? Hearing these 2 words, Vice Principal Cheng raised his head at once. An elder of the Dao League and Hall Master Zhu were both from the Golden Snake Gang. "Vice Principal Xiang, do you remember how big the Golden Snake Gang was back then? How was its foundation?" Li Chenglong asked. The Golden Snake Gang back then had about 10,000 people. It was the second to none underground force in Fenghai City. The leader of the gang, Sky-turning Python Shiyu, was also an extraordinary master. The 5-colored snake army under his command controlled the entire underground world of Fenghai City. Of course, it was only relative to the underground world of ordinary people. When Xingtian said word by word, his enunciation was clear. He knew that since Li Chenglong asked this question, he must have his reasons. 20 years ago, Li Chenglong didn't seem to exist, right? Since the Golden Snake Gang was the second to none underground force at that time, why did it disappear? Li Chenglong asked. It was said that they offended a big shot. They were uprooted overnight. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. More than 3,000 people died in one night. The higher-ups were all killed and scattered. The other low-level sect members either fled in all directions or were recruited by other sections. Their territories were also divided up in a very short period of time. The elder of the Dao League and Hall Master Zhu that Li Chenglong mentioned just now joined the Dao League at that time. First, they joined the League, and second, they sought refuge. When Xingtian said, "Oh, then where did the leader, Snake King, and the 5 snake venerables under him go?" It is said that they were killed on the spot. But we don't know the details. Because of that operation, our Hidden Dragon High Martial School only knew about it the next day. When Xingtian said, "How long has it been since the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang and the incident at Vice Principal Cheng's house?" Li Chenglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng said, "The tragedy happened on the 13th of July. Yes, Golden Snake Gang was destroyed on June 19th. Li Chenglong waved the file in his hand. "May I ask, Vice President Cheng, did you have a distinguished guest before June 19th? Li Chenglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng closed his eyes in pain. "The guest came in May. Then basically all of them are connected." Li Chenglong put away all the files, closed his eyes, and quietly thought for 10 minutes. "It should be in this order. At that time, Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu's family matters had already changed. Yes, something has already happened. As for the misfortune in Vice President Cheng's family, it could be said that there was a long time between the misfortune of the previous presidents?" "Yes." Li Chenglong said, "If that's the case, I'll make a bold assumption. That is, the people who went against Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu are not in the same gang as those who went against Vice President Cheng's family. They don't belong to the same force. If they were in the same group before, then they were in another group after that. These are 2 different things and they can't be compared. They should be mixed together. However, after the previous people dealt with the principals, the group who went against Vice President Cheng shifted the blame of them targeting the Cheng family to the previous people because of the series of misfortune. It made you think that this was a coherent operation aimed at shaking the Hidden Dragon martial arts. But it wasn't." Li Chenglong said firmly, "Absolutely not. Although the group of people in front of us deserved to die, they were the scapegoats of the Vice Principal's family. The Hall Master Zhu I noticed was only the leader of the Golden Snake Gang at that time. In his confession, there's a sentence that I'm particularly concerned about. That year the gang leader and the venerables went missing overnight. When they went missing, everyone subconsciously thought that they were dead. Because the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed overnight, how could they, as the highest level, be spared? This was a matter of course. Even Hall Master Zhu himself knew this. But in my opinion, this sentence could also mean that they escaped, or they didn't see the corpses and were captured, or they were done something else." Li Chenglong said, The reason why I have a different opinion. Let's take a look at the time and ask about the Tao League being controlled. It happened a year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. At that time, the gang leader and the vice gang leader had already taken the Spring of 7 years. A year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed, Miss Qing hadn't gone to the capital yet. It wasn't to the extent that she attracted the attention of various forces. So, at this point in time, the reason to deal with the Qing family wasn't valid. A year ago, someone else was setting up the Tao League. At that time, the real strength of the Tao League was far from enough. They could only control it and wait for an opportunity. After that, the Tao League was still not qualified to take part in the affairs of the other principals. Naturally, they didn't participate in it. At least that's what it seemed like. And the clues were cut off here. Li Qinglong said confidently, in summary, before this, although the Tao League was controlled, it didn't do anything in the incident that year. If we investigate from this direction, of course, we won't be able to find anything. After the Tao League took in new blood, it didn't pull them down during the Spring of 7 years. This shows that the person behind the scenes attached great importance to the control of the Tao League. He should be keeping it for future use. Then we can put the Tao League aside for the time being. That's because this organization was taken down before it could be used. Li Qinglong pointed to the other side and said, what we should be concerned about now is the Golden Snake Gang. The biggest problem with the Golden Snake Gang is what kind of grudge caused it to collapse overnight? I really don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors at that time. But this matter has nothing to do with us. We only heard rumors. Let's forget about it. Sigh. Li Qinglong sighed and said, it was less than a month after the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. The Qing family was attacked by 2 groups of people. Judging from various clues, it should be between 4 to 6 people. Li Qinglong was very reserved. But everyone understood the tragedy at that time. This number is basically consistent with the 6 high-ranking members of the Golden Snake Gang who went missing. Li Qinglong said this after careful consideration. Also, in the confession, Hall Chief Zhu said something that I'm quite concerned about. The Qing family tragedy at that time seems to be the work of Snake King, right? If I'm not wrong, Vice Principal Cheng is in a hurry to leave because he wants to find Snake King, right? Vice Principal Cheng said, that's right. Then are you sure it's Snake King? Or Xiu? Li Qinglong blurted out. Vice Principal Cheng was stunned. He did not speak for a long time. Snake King? Xiu? Now that we've peeled off layer by layer, I think I can make a bold assertion. Li Qinglong pondered for a moment and carefully went through his thoughts again. He thought carefully and confirmed that he did not miss anything. Moreover, his argument was valid. He said, the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang at that time should be just a cover. Overall, the Golden Snake Gang might have been really messed up, scattered, and destroyed. However, the important people in the upper echelons did not die. This is especially true for the few people below the gang leader. They simply used this opportunity to disappear and become some people's black gloves and murderous knives. They specialize in dealing with some dirty matters that they would not be able to deal with under normal circumstances. From the fact that this Hall Master Zhu went to the Dao-Seeking Alliance and then controlled the Dao-Seeking Alliance, I even suspect that the important members of the Golden Snake Gang actually didn't die. They merely used their deaths as an excuse to change their names and enter other gangs. As long as we investigate these gangs carefully, we should be able to find traces of them. Of course, this is another aspect of the matter. Right now, the main topic is to discuss the whole story of the tragedy at Vice Principal Cheng's house. I'm certain that this Shiyu and the 5 snake venerables under her are related. If Vice Principal Cheng wants to vent his anger, you can start from this direction. You should be able to gain something. Li Qinglong said, but this Shiyu, the former gang leader of the Golden Snake Gang. Although he is no longer a gang leader, there is no doubt that he has sought refuge with the nobles. Therefore, in these years, the progress of his cultivation must be calculated by leaps and bounds. It cannot be judged by normal standards. If he is still alive, he must be a master of his generation. After all, he was already a gang leader more than 20 years ago. Moreover, his cultivation is at least above the cloud transformation realm. Li Qinglong said, with Vice Principal Cheng's strength alone. Even if we find the murderer, the situation may not be optimistic. Li Qinglong's analysis really gave everyone a fright. No one expected that a gang that was confirmed to be destroyed more than 20 years ago, which no one had paid attention to, would be found out by Li Qinglong just by appearing in the dossier. He even used this as a dividing point to draw 2 lines. However, the Dao League's methods this time are exactly the same as what happened back then. What do you say? Xiang Kuang said. Vice Principal Xiang, you are wrong. Moreover, you are wrong about 2 key points. First, this matter is not about the mastermind of the Dao League. It is about the people behind it. However, the other party is too cunning. It is difficult to find clues. Second, the people sent this time are only in the inner core realm. They are far less powerful than the people sent last time. Last time they were thunderous. This time, at most, they are just trying to get lucky. Furthermore, there is a third reason. The operation this time was arranged on the spur of the moment, so it could not be considered very strict. Furthermore, they were thinking that if they succeeded, they would let the other party, that is, the power behind Shiyu and her gang, and let them take the blame for them. I'm not bragging about this chapter, but those who haven't read the recent updates carefully won't be able to understand this chapter. I need to go back and take a look. There are more updates. This is not the end of today. Chapter 453. So, let's assume that these 2 groups or a few groups of people are fighting for personal vendettas. Li Chenglong said, then they know who each other is. But if there's no personal vendettas and they're just making use of each other, it's still acceptable. Imitating others may not be useless. So, this game is really complicated. We've caught so many people, but we still can't find the big fish. The other party's cautiousness has reached an outrageous level. Li Chenglong said, that's why I agree with Boss Sua. Although the Southern Patriarch of the South is taking action in Shangjing and directly intervening in this matter, I'm afraid this matter will end without any result. Xiang Kuangren was a little impatient. He said, if so, what should we do? This won't work, that won't work, do we have to just let it go? Forgive me for being blunt. Li Chenglong was now fully immersed in his role. He said, principles for now, it seems that it's just a few principles entanglement. At least on the surface, it can only be like this. But it's always involved in the game of position, interests, politics, and speaking rights. The matter of Principal Yi, Principal Shi, Vice Principal Xiang, and Vice Principal Liu of Hidden Dragon High School is very likely a game between the higher-ups, a process of competition and compromise. And the current situation is the result of the game. What is a game? Even if they use underhanded means to achieve their goals, it's still a game. Li Chenglong said calmly, politics doesn't care about the means. Everything is the process, it's not important. The only important thing is the result. But the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family involved the royal family. It's different from before. Any change that involves the royal family will only be more complicated. Is it the big families who want the position of crown princess to consolidate their future faction? Or is it the other princes who are waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters? Or is it the abandoned pawn after His Majesty directly revealed it? Or is it the internal strife of the crown prince's faction? For now, it's better to put these aside. We can't investigate, we don't dare to investigate. The implications are too great. Once we find the right direction, it could lead to a disaster. If you go in the wrong direction and act rashly, you will be seeking your own death. Therefore, there are only a few things that we need to do right now. First of all, principal and vice principals, don't worry about these things for now. The most important thing was to nurse his body back to health. He didn't need to care about anything else. The most important thing is to recuperate your body and recover your cultivation or even advance further. Otherwise, when the real target appears, it would be a joke if a hidden dragon martial artist was unable to fight against him. As for the second matter, Li Chenglong said confidently, you guys keep saying that you don't have a goal. In fact, how could he not have a goal? The target has been staying here all this time, okay? Is the target obvious? Yi Changqing immediately stood up and looked at Li Chenglong with burning eyes. Li Chenglong also looked back and said strangely, the target. Isn't it obvious? When Xingtian and Xiang Kuangren were also a little confused. Is it obvious? Of course it's obvious. Li Chenglong said strangely, when Vice Principal Xiang and the others got into trouble, those newly appointed vice principals were all targets. Aren't these ready-made targets obvious enough? You're talking about these targets. Yi Changqing suddenly deflated and sighed. How can these people be so easily touched? Besides, there's no reason to touch them. Li Chenglong said strangely, what are you talking about, Principal Yi? What reason do you need to touch them? Do they need a reason to touch you? Do they have a good reason to kill you? Do they rely on a good reason to chase you away to make room for you? I've said it seriously just now. Whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, it's also a process. It's not important. Only the result is important. Li Chenglong said, "You should care about clearing your grievances and taking revenge. Why are you still so worried? The situation now is obvious. As long as you chase one away, the power behind this will show you who's behind this. If you don't get rid of the puppet on the surface, the mastermind behind this will never be exposed. You can only passively take a beating until you're killed, beaten to death." Li Chenglong said helplessly, "This is such an obvious target. It's right in front of your eyes. Why are you still trying to reason with it?" Sigh. Subconsciously, he and Wuxia duo looked at each other. Both of them felt a little speechless. They had already been bullied to this extent. Why were they still trying to reason with it? As long as they had doubts, it was enough. Worrying about this and that would only make them passive. They would be passive to the end and even passive to death. Well, I only asked you to chase them away, not to kill them. The Martial Hidden Dragon High School has been messed up by these people. Chase them away and let the Martial Hidden Dragon High School regain its clarity. Isn't this reason enough? Li Chenglong said until here. When he saw Wen Xingtian give him a look, he immediately stopped talking. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Lu, Vice Principal Cheng, and the others were all frowning and deep in thought. Xiang Quangren was exultant and eager to try. However, Yi Changqing, Vice Principal Cheng, and Vice Principal Lu were all deep in thought. This matter. Let's discuss it again. Yi Changqing sighed softly and said, "It's not because you reminded us today that we thought of it. Such an obvious target, of course we know. But there are things that a gentleman should do and not do. Once these people are taken action, the internal strife in the school will never be peaceful for a long time. Then is it still a school? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it's a good thing and very refreshing. But if we do that, what's the difference between us and them?" Yi Changqing sighed softly, "But this is the Martial Hidden Dragon High School. This is a place to cultivate talents for the whole continent. It's not the martial world, nor is it a vanity fair. Maybe others can, but we can't. At least we can't do too much. Even if we really want to deal with them, we can't use methods that are too dark." Yi Changqing waved his hand and stopped Xiang Quangren, who wanted to speak. He said, "Our core mission is to let the children become talents. We are not politicians who would resort to any means to get what they want. They can only look at the results and ignore the process, but we can't. The children are watching our every word and action. They are even imitating our words and actions. They are all learning from us. Our way of doing things, our character, our spirit, and our perseverance. Once we make a mistake, we may lead thousands of geniuses to make the same mistake. Once we are unscrupulous, we may bring out a group of unscrupulous students." Yi Changqing sighed softly, "I'm not pedantic, and it's not that I can't see the enemy, but I really can't." Vice Principal Cheng sneered and said, "Yi Changqing, let me ask you. Even if Yi Changqing dies because of this and your family is destroyed because of this, you still can't?" Yi Changqing closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then he said seriously and cautiously, "Yes, I can't. Because I'm a teacher, not a politician. What they think is unimportant, to me is more important than a mountain." Yi Changqing said word by word. Vice Principal Cheng looked at Yi Changqing with a complicated expression. He was sad for his misfortune, angry for his failure to fight, but also sincerely admired him. "I'm a teacher, not a politician." These words made people tremble in fear, but they also felt endless bitterness. Ever since the Hidden Dragon High School came into existence, the students who graduated from the Hidden Dragon High School had always been on the battlefield and in various fields. Every year, countless people were killed on the battlefield. Every year, countless people achieved great things. However, it was extremely rare for a black sheep to appear. There are only Hidden Dragon students who die in battle, there are no Hidden Dragon graduates. Upright and upright, dignified and dignified, mighty and domineering, indomitable spirit. Perhaps it was this spirit that supported this school. It was also the reason why the Hidden Dragon High School could always be ranked among the 3 great high schools. It was the true soul of the Hidden Dragon High School. However, in today's materialistic world, in an environment where people were fighting for power and profit, this kind of perseverance was laughable and disadvantageous. But this was a spirit. It could not be loosened. Once this perseverance was lost, the Hidden Dragon High School might not be the Hidden Dragon High School anymore. But if this continued for a long time, they would gradually be pushed aside, dealt with, and suppressed. Would the Hidden Dragon High School still be the original Hidden Dragon High School? Setting an example, lingering at death's door and delaying death, was it really more important than an extreme counterattack and overturning the world? Vice Principal Cheng could not figure this out. Big Brother Yi. Vice Principal Cheng bowed respectfully, stood up straight and said, "You have your perseverance, but I also have my hatred. I'll take my leave now. I admire your perseverance and I respect it. But I can't forget my hatred and I can't let it go." Vice Principal Cheng chuckled, "Goodbye." His body flashed and disappeared from the secret room like a ghost. He actually did not give Yi Changqing a chance to speak again. Old 6. Yi Changqing had just called out, but Vice Principal Cheng had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Quangren was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Big brother, your perseverance now. Is it still useful? That's lingering at death's door, a slow suicide, dragging everyone to commit suicide and be buried with you." Vice Principal Liu sat in the wheelchair and said calmly, "Brother Quangren, there are some things that must be done by someone. If we all go and take revenge. What about the students? What about the hidden dragon?" Vice Principal Liu's white hair fluttered, but he smiled calmly and said, "This perseverance is the foundation of the hidden dragon, and this is the soul of the hidden dragon. I've always believed that we won't do it in vain. Such underhanded means are destined to not last long. There will be a day when the sun rises. It's just that we need to wait. But this perseverance is necessary. We can teach unscrupulous students and we can also teach upright students. But what we teach is not students but the future of this continent. What we preserve is not our pedantry, but the righteousness of this world. It must be passed down." Xiang Quangren smiled bitterly. "In today's society, does anyone still understand us? Does anyone still acknowledge us? If no one understands, then we'll do nothing?" Vice Principal Liu said faintly, "If no one understands, then we must be like those people and abandon our principles? To seek personal gain, to scheme against others, to achieve their goals by any means necessary? If even we do that, then how much strength of character can be preserved in this world? How much righteousness can be left?" Vice Principal Liu smiled calmly, "I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. But I'll always support Big Brother Yi. Set a heart for the world, set a life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages." These words may be a little exaggerated, but we're doing it. This is the only way. Big Brother Yi is right, we're teachers, not politicians. This is the profession of a teacher in my heart. Writing the 4th update will be released soon. Chapter 454. Until Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the villa, they were still shocked to the core. From the bottom of their hearts, the two of them did not agree with Principal Ye's persistence. However, it did not affect their deep respect and respect for this kind of persistence. To put themselves in their shoes, the two of them were students. If they saw their own teachers scheming against each other, fighting for power and profit, doing whatever it took to achieve their goals, putting aside the question of whether they would imitate their actions as a student, would they respect such a teacher? Perhaps some teachers were very pedantic. They knew nothing other than teaching students. They had no other skills other than making their students successful. They would be bullied everywhere in life. However, would you despise such a teacher? In that case, what kind of teacher was the one who touched your soul and left behind a monument in your life? Perhaps sometimes you would not agree. You might even feel that it was too stupid and not worth it. However, this would not affect the fact that he left a shining mark in your heart. It would not affect the fact that when you encountered something in your life in the future, when the word teacher was mentioned, you would say, "I once had such a teacher." Whenever you mentioned him, even if you were saying that he was stupid, it would not affect the pride in your tone. It was pride. It was approval. The two of them did not speak for the whole night. They both felt that their hearts were touched, but they clearly did not agree. This kind of contradictory respect had always existed. "I don't want to think about it anymore." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, "Anyway, I am destined not to be such a righteous person in my life." Li Chenglong said leisurely, "Me too. However, I still respect Principal Yi and the rest." "Me too. However, this does not prevent me from scolding them for being pedantic and infuriating," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "Me too." Li Chenglong sighed. "However, what we said today may not be useless. Since we put the target in front of them again and again, even if they disdain to scheme, but the invisible contempt is also a kind of rejection. Principal Yi only said that we can't use the same despicable methods, but he didn't say that we won't deal with them at all. Of course, a gentleman can be deceived, but even a Buddha can be enraged. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. I just hope it works. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he could intervene in some of the school's higher-ups' affairs, but he couldn't influence Principal Yi and the others too much. Moreover, with his current strength, intervening too much would only cost him his life. Zhou Xiaoduo was aware of his own limitations. Even if they wanted to help out a little, they would have to make sure that it was safe again and again before they dared to do anything. It's swollen. What we need to do now is to grow slowly. Don't be too reckless. It's good that you're the sect leader. You're popular, but you won't attract the attention of those higher-ups. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. You were a little reckless tonight. Those inferences. Thousands of clues, you just made them. Reckless? Is really reckless? Li Chenglong chuckled. You said it as if you weren't reckless when you dragged the royal family into it. You were reckless. I was just following your words. How dare you criticize me? As they spoke, the two looked at each other and sighed in unison. There was a faint sense of regret in their hearts. The limelight was too great. We must be cautious in the future. Let's not be reckless. Let's remind each other. Let's stop each other. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. Determined, determined. Our lives are more important. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them high-fived and made an oath, setting a long-term strategic plan for development. Let's concentrate on training. In the future, there should be nothing for us to do, Li Chenglong said in a relaxed manner. Shut up. Zhou Xiaoduo roared angrily. Don't say such things. This is a flag. Li Chenglong covered his mouth. Xiang Quangren, Principal Lu, and Vice Principal Cheng had all left. Only Wen Xingtian remained in the secret chamber, leaning against the corner of the wall. Under the illumination of the light, his face was half lit and half dark. Principal, did you mean what you said just now? Wen Xingtian finally spoke when he saw that everyone else had left. You're not even calling me boss anymore? Yi Changqing frowned. You're just a teacher. I'm also a teacher. I'm asking this from the standpoint of a teacher. Wen Xingtian said indifferently, even if we take a step back to actually start a gang in the school and act like a boss, that's not what a teacher should do. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. Then let's use the way teachers communicate with each other. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Think about it, if we use the same methods to retaliate. No matter what the result of the conflict is, Hidden Dragon Academy will definitely be destroyed in our hands. It's not that we can't deal with them, but we can't use despicable methods to deal with them. Xingtian. Hidden Dragon Academy is the holy land of martial arts in the entire continent. Countless seniors have sacrificed everything to build it. We didn't come here to destroy it. Xingtian, if such a place is really destroyed in our hands, we'll be sinners for all eternity. Our sins are even greater than those people's. Yi Changqing sighed softly. When Xingtian's eyes suddenly shone with an unusual light. This light seemed to illuminate this long night, sweeping away all the haze. But he didn't say anything, only nodded. He casually threw out a Zhao spatial ring and said, This is a gift from Zhou Xiaoduo. As the principal, it's not too much for you to accept a little bit of a student's goodwill. I'm going back to sleep. When Xingtian turned his head and left. If someone saw, they would definitely feel that when Xingtian's footsteps were unusually relaxed, as if he had let go of something, but also as if he had made up his mind about something. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and murmured, If it was someone else who gave it to me, there's a 99% chance that I wouldn't accept it. But if it's from that little monkey, I'll accept anything. This principal has accepted a bribe today, so what? As he spoke, he picked up the spatial ring and sent his divine sense into it. With one look, with a poof, Principal Yi sat down on the chair, his image completely gone. His face instantly flushed red and even his body began to tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely agitated and couldn't control himself. I was too careless just now. I spoke too confidently. This gift is really too valuable. I don't dare to accept it, I don't dare to accept it. Yi Changqing looked at the items in the spatial ring, speechless for a long time. Inside, there were 2,000 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls neatly stacked. Along with the divine sense, the rich spiritual energy gushed out. Yi Changqing only took a breath, and he felt that the symptoms of his heart pulse were alleviated by a lot. So many supreme-grade jade of astral souls, priceless is not enough to describe it. Yi Changqing grabbed the spatial ring and chased out, intending to find Wen Xingtian and ask him what had happened. The gift was too valuable. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he saw a piece of paper pasted on the opposite wall. It was Wen Xingtian's handwriting. Don't be pretentious. Only these 3 words were written in a flamboyant style. Yi Changqing could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This fellow really saw through me. If I send it back, the other side will definitely reject it. This gift is indeed what my body needs the most. In the end, I still have to accept it. Just like what Xingtian said, I'm being pretentious. Sigh. Yi Changqing, oh Yi Changqing, the children are sincere to you and have given you such a huge amount of wealth. If you still slack off and can't teach these students well, how can you face the world? How can you face your own spiritual interrogation? Yi Changqing returned to his own villa in a flash. Since he had the resources, his body and cultivation could return to its peak state. Some things would also give him confidence. In the end, this world was still a world where martial arts were respected. As long as your martial arts had reached a certain level, you would have the right to speak. The next morning, when the entire class walked into the classroom with heavy hearts, they were surprised to see 2 people sitting in their respective seats. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing. Seeing that the 2 of them had returned unscathed, there was a sudden burst of cheers. All the students rushed over while screaming. A few girls were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. You're fine. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others were so excited that their faces were red. That's great. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing obviously did not expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Naturally, they were touched. They spoke one by one as if they were reuniting after a long time. They felt the waves of affection in their hearts churning endlessly. In the midst of the hubbub, Zhuoxiaoduo walked into the classroom with a sullen face. He looked around and walked to the podium with a sullen face. He picked up the pointer and hit the whiteboard a few times. Pa. Silence. Zhuoxiaoduo was still sullen as he scolded in a deep voice. Class monitor Zhua. Xiang Chang's face was full of excitement. What are you shouting for? Everyone sit down. Go back to your positions. On the podium, Zhuoxiaoduo was full of vigor as he spoke sternly. All of you have made a mess in the classroom. What do you think you are doing? Are you high school students? Or are you idle people in society? Hooligans. Zhuoxiaoduo said sternly, all of you sit properly. Don't you understand human language? In the face of such pressure, all the students in the class went back to their positions, not daring to make a sound. After this round of training, the students who were shocked by Zhuoxiaoduo's explosive gains had a deeper respect for class monitor Zhua. In a sense, they were more afraid of Zhuoxiaoduo than of Wen Xingtian. Everyone watched as Zhuoxiaoduo walked back and forth on the podium with a sullen face like the weather before a storm. His face was full of righteousness, looking for monthly votes, looking for subscriptions, looking for recommendation votes. Finish today's update. Chapter 455. Bam. A pointer was slammed onto the table, breaking into pieces. What are you doing? Are you all excited? What are you so excited about? Did you take medicine or not? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? Zhuoxiaoduo's face darkened. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Look at what you're saying. Nothing happened to you. That's great. You're still alive. That's great. Hee. What's so great about it? With your qualities, even if nothing happened today, something will definitely happen in the future. With your calmness? With your experience? Saying that your flowers in a greenhouse is like slaughtering ducks at the southern heavenly gate. You're all overpaid. Zhuoxiaoduo sneered. You've learned martial arts and practiced martial arts, but you're just pigs to be slaughtered by others. Don't be unconvinced. Report it one by one. Who has killed before? Who has walked the streets? Who has wandered the Jianghu? How many times have you been robbed? How many badger games have you been schemed against? Do you think that you're practicing martial arts just because you're practicing martial arts here and sparring with your classmates? Let me tell you, this is called bullshit training. What you're practicing is not martial arts. It's all for the enemy to gain merit. Each and every one of you knows nothing about your temperament, state of mind, experience, society, the Jianghu, the battlefield, killing. You're all idiots who can't tell the difference. You're shameless enough to call yourselves geniuses after a competition and enter the higher martial arts. I don't even have to say that. Zhuoxiaoduo said disdainfully, let's not talk about other things. Just look at you now. Let's not talk about me. If I put all 34 of you together in a big mountain with Li Chenglong, both sides will fight to the death. In the end, Li Chenglong will definitely drag all 34 of your corpses out. What's the point of being so arrogant? When we go out for training we give you credits. Is that just giving credits? All of you are just happily snatching credits? Have you thought of anything else? Looking at how busy you are, I can tell you responsibly that you haven't. You never thought about it? What happened to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? They didn't die or stink this time. What did they rely on? Was luck. If there's a next time, let's see if you'll die or not. Zhou Xiaoduo clasped his hands behind his back, looking gloomy and imposing. Pai Yibao asked from behind, Class Monitor Zhou, if we were with the Vice-Class Monitor he could pull out 34 corpses. What if you were with him? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said, I can drag out 35 Li Chenglong. Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Li Chenglong shouted from below, the Class Monitor is right. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Originally she felt heavy, depressed, angry and ashamed, but after Li Chenglong's words, why did she feel strange? She couldn't get angry anymore and she couldn't laugh even if she wanted to. When Xingtian, who had been standing outside the door for a while, also smiled. The two of them, one with a white face and one with a red face, cooperated well. One of them was able to suppress people's emotions to the breaking point, while the other was able to liven up the atmosphere at the right time, sharing some of the pressure, but making the pressure last forever. He coughed and walked in. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Xiaoduo returned to his seat dejectedly. His gloomy face turned bright and sunny. When he returned to his seat he said loudly, also if you did as I said and benefited from the fortune-telling, hurry up and hand over the fortune-telling fee. Everyone in the class was speechless. You scolded us so badly that we were worthless, and then you turned around and said that you did a good job and even asked for money? Did you mean that we were nothing? If you didn't tell us our fortunes we would have been crippled? More than 30 pairs of eyes rolled at once. Class Monitor Zhou is right. There's nothing wrong with what he said. When Xingtian didn't waste any time and said, so, in the next period of time, we will start a new system. The class will be divided into two groups. Except for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, the other 34 people must live on campus. Each group of 17 people will attack at random times every night. You can use any means as long as it doesn't harm people's lives. It can be sleeping gas poison. Or hidden weapons. When Xingtian said indifferently, this group can attack the other group or the other group can attack this group. Of course there's a third group. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong will be an independent group. They can attack any one of you at any time or even both of you. Now that the credits will be given out soon, everyone can be considered rich. The loser has to give a credit to the winner. Well, after each attack there will be a credit transaction. Either you give it to others or others give it to you. If you lose 5 credits in a row, you will take the initiative to accept the punishment. Except for the female students who won't let you do it. The rest of the students' underwear and socks will be washed by you for 5 consecutive days. The washing time will be limited to every meal in the canteen. Take it to the faucet downstairs to wash it. This will make it easier for everyone to admire. When Xingtian's words caused a wave of grief. Don't think that it's a group punishment. Even if you're in a group, it's still an individual reward and punishment. When Xingtian said indifferently, think about how to divide it. Also, everyone needs to have a good rest. If anyone feels tired or listless during a battle in class, just think about what to do. Next, all of you get out of here and fight. For the next few days, the school administration office was still counting the number of rewards gained from this experience. On the other hand, they were preparing for the commendation ceremony. In just a few days, the students of the first class were already suffering. Every night, they were attacked more than once. How the hell were they going to have a good rest? The next day, they still had to practice martial arts and be energetic. They witnessed the two groups tormenting each other with their own eyes. All kinds of sneaky methods emerged one after another. When Xingtian let him be, completely ignoring him. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong weren't allowed to interfere in the first week. Before everyone got used to this kind of living environment, the two of them would be considered as bullying and wouldn't be able to achieve the effective training. Of course, Li Chenglong would still practice with Xiang Bing during the day. He would beat her until her face was swollen beyond recognition. On this day, Xiang Bing came to Zhou Xiaoduo with a swollen face. She said angrily, "Class Monitor Zhou, why didn't you think of leaving one for me?" It turned out that this abnormally insensitive girl finally found the white tiger that Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yena carried every day. She was instantly infatuated. When she heard that it was bought from Zhuo Duo, she immediately came to question him. Leave it for you? Why would I leave it for you? Why should I leave it for you? Give me a reason first. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. You were already being dragged away to make bacon at that time, and you're still thinking about this? Get out of here. Do you think Li Chenglong is the only one who doesn't know how to be gentle with girls? Xiang Bing was embarrassed by the scolding. She covered her face and left. However, she turned her embarrassment into a strong motivation and started to practice even more desperately. When I'm strong enough, I'll beat this guy to death with his nasty words. In the past few days, Zhuo Duo went to Grandma Shi's house for dinner twice. He did not know if it was an illusion or something, but Zhuo Duo felt that Grandma Shi's attitude seemed to have changed. Her face was still as haggard as before, but Zhuo Duo could clearly feel that Grandma Shi was more lively than before. Speaking of lunch, he had only eaten 2 lunches in the school during this period of time. However, both times he was met with people fighting over his table. First, the second grade class 6 sent out a representative to take revenge, but he was easily defeated by Zhuo Duo. Then, the class monitor of the 6th grade went out to fight, but he was still sent flying by Zhuo Duo with a kick. As such, if the flames of war were not extinguished, it would continue to spread to the 2nd grade class 5. Zhuo Duo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School also rose along with the tide, and became more and more famous. Originally calling him Sword King was just a joke. However, now when Zhuo Duo walked in the school and met other students of the same grade, they would call him Class Monitor Zhuo, or Sword King. There was a lot of respect in their voices. The strong should be respected. Moreover, he would be respected more and more in the future. As long as he could continue to remain undefeated, and maintain this record of constant victories. Every student who had advanced to the high martial school was once a genius. Their minds were bright and their eyes bright. No matter where they went in the future, they would be seniors and leaders. Once they encountered any danger or difficulty, all the students would be the ones to look out for and help each other. However, if the soul of the school spoke, it would definitely be more effective than 100 words from other students. Who would be so stupid as to deliberately provoke the strong? Wasn't that just asking for trouble and seeking death? Perhaps it was because of this understanding, more and more of the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families began to come to Zhuo Duo to ease their relationship and make friends. Everyone's attitude became more relaxed and more sincere. After all, the family had already made the decision to no longer be enemies with Zhuo Duo. They couldn't go against the family's decision, right? Since they were no longer enemies, who wouldn't know how to make friends? Wasn't it just showing sincerity and kindness? More friends meant more options. As for that dead Wu Yuntian, even when he was alive, he wasn't very likable. Now that he was dead, who would still remember him? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a direct descendant of the family head, they wouldn't even want to mention his name. And during this period of time, another clan began to gradually surface. The Li family. That was the family that teacher Li Qingqiu came from. This family was finally dug out. It turned out that Li Qingqiu's family belonged to a branch of the Li family in Fenghai City. However, for some unknown reason, after Li Qingqiu became disabled, he and his brother's branch actually returned to the Li family. This also meant that the Li family had also taken responsibility for this matter. There is no right or wrong in the life and death arena. This matter is over. The Li family spokesperson's attitude was very firm. However, when the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families heard this, they almost exploded in anger. The Li family said it so easily. There was no right or wrong. Was there no reason? Chapter 456. In the hearts of the Wu and Gao family's youngsters, they were of course thinking about a different matter. If they were to trace it back to the source, it was because of Li Qingqiu that the life and death arena happened. If it wasn't for the Li family's lack of morals, how could things have developed to this point? Now, with just one sentence you actually want to just let it go. Fuck. Where did you get your face from? No matter if it was the Wu family's youngsters who usually didn't get along with Wu Yuntian, they all acted as if they had eaten gunpowder. As long as they saw the Li family in school, they would begin to mock and ridicule them. Then the Gao family also followed suit. The current situation of these 3 families was very strange. Today the Wu and Gao families were fighting the Li family. Tomorrow the Li and Wu families were fighting the Gao family. The day after, the Gao and Li families were fighting the Wu family. The 3 sides were fighting in a chaotic manner, causing the entire Hidden Dragon High School to be in a foul mood. It seemed that the 3 families were very stupid. The teachers didn't have any opinions about this and completely ignored it. They were happy to see it happen. No matter who was fighting who, in the end it would be a real fight. The improvement of the students was obvious. Moreover, this should be a tacit strategy of the three families. They were using the energetic and easily provoked characteristics of the younger generation to create some conflict and hatred. Let's fight in school. In any case, no one would die. Moreover, they would all fight for real. Like this, one by one, they would naturally become experts in actual combat. This was the best way to train soldiers. As for those who suspected the Li family of being irresponsible and offending the other two families with a casual sentence that those people didn't have brains. These kinds of brainless people didn't understand anything. If they died, they deserved it. There was no need to pay attention to them. As the three families fought, more and more people from the second, third, and fourth years were involved. At the same time, the teachers in charge of each class began to encourage their own students to snatch the tables of other classes. Last year, the class I was in charge of had its table snatched by teacher Xiang Tianxiao's students. I didn't manage to snatch it back. I'm so sorry, so sorry. There was no need to say anything more. With just this sentence, the students went up. Compared to previous years, this year's Hidden Dragon High School entered a chaotic world ahead of time. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were monitoring the phone calls and were busy with the internet company. That rank 1 Firmament Realm manager is a talent. If this person is used well, he will have a great effect. Li Chenglong reminded Zhou Xiaoduo more than once. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could do nothing about it. How could I not know that he was a talent? Do I need you to remind me? But the problem now is that he is doing well in Heaven's first grade. How am I supposed to poach him? More importantly, he has the authority of a rank 1 in the Firmament Realm. He can give out a few 100 million star coins just like that. He can even give out a few 100,000 high-grade Astral Souls Jades without even blinking. What better conditions can I give him? I really can't give you anything. Looking at the situation now, at least he can't continue in Heaven's first grade, or he is kicked out. Only then can we have a chance to poach him. Zhou Xiaoduo looked melancholy. I remember reading a book called Water Margin. There is a person called Song Jiang in the book. He is really good at poaching people. He caused your family to be ruined and you have no choice but to fight with him. The most amazing thing is that he tricked the officials into rebelling with him. In the end, he turned his butt and became an official himself. What book is this? The logic in this book is too amazing. Let me see, I must see it. Li Chenglong was excited. There is actually such a despicable person in this world. If I can't see it, it will be my life's regret. Zhou Xiaoduo realized that he said something wrong. He remembered, but such a long book. Write it down from memory? How can I have the time to do that? It was just that there was no good way to poach Manager Kai. Only then did he remember that the leader was here. What I meant was that there is no good way. Can we cause Manager Kai's family to be ruined and he has no choice? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong was horrified. That definitely won't do. That's why we have to wait for another opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking Fang Yinhua. Could she handle this matter? Fang Yinhua's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was too big. If she was found out, it would be a disaster. As for Fenghai City, there were too many experts. Any random stranger that popped out could be an expert that he couldn't handle. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time but still couldn't make up his mind. On the other hand, Li Chenglong had already bought a stake in an internet company. He directly used his money to become the first shareholder. Then he announced the successful acquisition online and changed the name of the company that night. Li Chenglong named the new company Zhuoshui Film and Television Entertainment Company Limited. As for why he chose this name, he was asked almost immediately. Li Chenglong followed Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation and said, "A very handsome person with the surnames was set up this company." After the whole company heard this answer, they were all pessimistic. We are a film and television company. The main reason why we were acquired was that we had filmed a few lousy dramas and lost all our capital. Now we finally have a rich and generous investor. Rich and overbearing here could only be regarded as an inappropriate metaphor, because this patron was simply too rich to the extreme. In addition to buying 90% of the company's shares at a premium, he also offered a salary that was twice as high as before and kept all the employees. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight, the new boss announced a new strategic goal. Our company's goal is very simple and crude. We are determined to become the #1 troll on the internet. Listen to this. Is this what a normal person is saying? This is nonsense, isn't it? We used to be a legitimate company. How could we do something so despicable? This is wrong. This is not a joke. Our company's goal in the future is to eliminate trolls on the internet. The most direct way to achieve this goal is to be a troll ourselves, the strongest and sharpest troll. Now, for all the trolling subsidiaries, buy all those that can be bought and get rid of all those that can't be bought. Get rid of all the individual trolls. I will give you a budget of 100 million yuan. There are no other requirements, just one. Within a month, we have to become the #1 troll company on the internet. No matter what the topic is, we have to go in whichever direction we want to go. The original boss was called Wuxia. He smiled bitterly. Boss, 100 million yuan is not enough to achieve that. Don't you understand? 100 million yuan, the first budget is only used to build the framework. It's not like I'm asking you to reach the top in one step. Li Chenglong was rich and overbearing. He directly said, but if you can't even build the framework in a month, all of you can get lost. I understand. Guqi's heart was filled with sorrow. I was recognized as a genius in the Film and Television Academy. I was also very ambitious back then. Who would have thought that I would become the spokesperson of a trolling subsidiary today? However, I don't have money on me and I can't speak tough. A family still needs to eat. Especially when the new boss said, during the recruitment process, if you meet any troublemakers or people who take the money but don't do anything, give me a list of names and addresses. I guarantee that you won't stay overnight. The deterrence of this sentence was unprecedented. It was horrifying and sent chills down everyone's spine. For this group of ordinary people who were powerless, it felt like they had entered the underworld. No, the underworld might not have such a frightening deterrent force. This was a real investment from a high-ranking martial artist. Mommy. This is clearly cutting off our path of betrayal. After the meeting, Wuxia was confused. He looked at the technical director, then at his old buddies, and realized that everyone was dumbfounded. The budget of 100 million had already been transferred to his account. However, is this money worth spending? After spending this money, we have to work hard. Otherwise. Fuck, I don't dare to think about it anymore. Can you find the address? The address is very clear. It's from the Dao League Mainland Sanqing Hall. The technical director coughed. Even an ordinary person would know what kind of place the Dao League Mainland Sanqing Hall was. What the fuck? These few words directly shattered all of Guqi's other thoughts. This address was definitely fake. There was no doubt about it. However, could it be an ordinary person who dared to use this address as a cover? The other party's methods are very advanced. At least they're at the top of the world. We can't track them at all. Then, are we still going to do this? Yes or no? Wuxia smiled bitterly. Can we not do it? Let's quickly change the name and start work tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards we'll be a group of trolls. Professional trolls, the most professional trolls. Sigh. Wuxia sighed sadly. On the second day everything was settled. What made Wuxia and the others feel strange was that no one had registered the name, Shuai. The registration was completed in the blink of an eye. It was so smooth that he could not believe it. Every time he came up with a name for the company, he had to prepare more than 10 names. It was either this name or that name was taken. However, he did not know that the name, Shuai, was immediately sent out to a rather special channel after the registration was completed. Even the person in charge of registration did not know about this. That morning, Jianghu received a call. Then, for the first time, he called his son. Hey, you haven't been doing anything these days, right? Your mom said that she dreamed of you yesterday. Xiaoduo said respectfully, I didn't do anything. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine here. I'm obedient like a cute bay rabbit. Zhuanglu's first reaction was to smash the phone. You're as obedient as a bay rabbit? I want to beat you to death, you cute bay rabbit. Chapter 457. Zhuanglu spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. His longing for his son, whom he had not seen for a long time, was blown away by this sentence. Just stay outside and don't come back. That little bastard. Nobody knew him better than his father. Zhuanglu would feel that it was a miracle if this kid could behave for even an hour. How could he be such an adorable bay bunny? You lied to me, don't you know who I am? Well, it's good that you're fine. Remember to practice martial arts well. Don't worry about your family. Your mother and I have moved to King Chi's tomb. Remember to call us when you come back, or you won't be able to find us, Zhuanglu said kindly. Got it, Dad. Okay, it's okay. A lot of people have been scolding us on the internet these days. We thought you got into some trouble. Scolding you? Damn, who's so bold? Zhuo Duo was furious. Dad, tell me what's their ID and what they're saying. I just started a company that specializes in this. I'll scold them to death. Zhuanglu's face twitched as he said, it's just a small matter. Look at how anxious you are. How many times have I told you to be steady and calm? You're too weak in terms of mental cultivation. Zhuo Duo did not let it go. I can't stand people scolding my dad. It's so rebellious. Zhuanglu comforted him and then hung up the phone. He pinched his eyebrows and made another call. Hey, it's because of the little doggy. Oh, well done, haha. It's okay. Wu Yuding's outstretched hand fell. She looked at Zhuanglu angrily. I reached out my hand for a long time just to talk to my son and you hung up the phone? Zhuanglu was dumbfounded. He did not see it just now. Wu Yuding was not beside him when he called. You didn't even pick up the phone when you asked me to. You didn't even mention me when you called your son. Wu Yuding's eyes were red. Zhuanglu, I can't live with you anymore. Zhuanglu, . What do you mean? Wu Yuding said aggressively. Xiao Duo clearly wanted to talk to me. Zhuanglu finally found an excuse and hurriedly explained, Xiao Duo didn't even ask about you on the phone. When did he want to talk to you? That's why I didn't think. Wu Yuding almost choked to death. She looked at Zhuanglu angrily and said, sleep on the sofa tonight. He turned around and left. Zhuanglu was dumbfounded. What about me? What's wrong with me? The matter of Zhuang's company came to an end. Then Gucci and the others realized that everything related to Zhuang Film and Entertainment Media Limited was unbelievably smooth. It was as if God was helping them. They went through all the procedures as fast as lightning. Although they were all normal procedures, the basic process still needed some time. There was a rhythm to it. Other people might not even get a number after waiting for 7 or 8 days. However, when they went there, they often met people who were in a good mood. Hey you. What's up? Oh, okay, I'm in a good mood today. Come, I'll do it for you. Hey you. Aren't you that person? Why are you today? Oh, it's just a matter of saying one sentence. Come. Hey you. Why are you here? Oh, I thought it was fate that I met you yesterday. Today you came to my base camp. Okay, I'll do it together. Such coincidences made Gucci feel that the world was full of love. It turned out that the reason why his company was not successful was probably because he did not choose a good name. Things were going very smoothly. Even the company's recruitment was going very smoothly. He did not know why, but it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There were many talented students who were exceptionally suited for the position, and they came from all over the place to recommend themselves. Originally, most of the company had gone bankrupt and left. Now there were only about 10 people left. This time, after the recruitment notice was posted, it was filled with people in just one morning. Moreover, all of the people who came were awesome and were really capable. After Gucci told them about the company's new idea, everyone fell into a temporary state of silence. Of course, he could not tell them about the company's trolls. Boss, what you mean is to control the direction of public opinion on the internet. I can't say this too clearly, but I can only point it out vaguely. Then, in the afternoon, more than half of the people resigned. Gucci nodded to himself. That's more like it. So many capable people are trapped here. I feel bad about it too. What am I thinking? They left, but I'm actually happy. This is despicable. What kind of mentality am I in? Then, before Gucci could adjust his state of mind, another large group of people rushed in. And these people were all professionals. Each and every one of them was an experienced troll. Any one of them was a famous and ruthless character in the trolling industry. They had been in the industry for many years, experienced hundreds of battles, and each of them had their own team. At this time they swarmed in. And each of them spoke eloquently and with reason. It's too tiring to fight on our own. It's too easy to break a chopstick. Why don't we form a team to keep each other warm? If there's anything, we can work together and remind each other not to step on the line. 1 day and 1 night. Take note, it was only 1 day and 1 night. The number of people working in Zhuang Film and Entertainment Media Limited had already exceeded 500. And they were all elites in the industry. Many of them were experienced trolls who were well known but had never met before. They were the kind of people who could make people like Gucci change their expressions when they heard about them. At this moment, there were many talents gathered under their command. It was humble to say that it was a gathering of heroes. It was basically a gathering of heroes. Who could compete with them? Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong woke up after a day of school. After returning home, they asked tentatively, "How's it going?" The response they received made Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's jaws drop. In one night, the company was strong and powerful. A company with strong capabilities and would fight wherever they wanted was established in such a swift and decisive manner. Moreover, it was an individual's company. Moreover, there were countless companies, individuals, and VIPs associated with it. Everyone was preparing their troops and their morale was high. They were just waiting for the new boss to give the order. Fuck. Zhou Xiaoduo could not figure it out. Could it be that being a troll now is so attractive? Will the 3 mountains and 5 peaks unify the Jianghu in an instant? Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue in wonder. The economic situation now is not good. Maybe everyone is having a hard time. Our company has nothing but funds. Li Chenglong sighed and said, "The only thing I'm worried about now is that if we start this, we'll have to spend money like water. We'll have to keep throwing money into it. Isn't the point of earning money to throw it away?" Zhou Xiaoduo did not care. Isn't it just spending money? What's the point of having money? I'm a rich man now. Even if I don't have enough money, I still have Fang Yinua. It's enough to support me for quite a while. Let's try issuing an order first. Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Let's test the strength of these people." What should we issue then? Let's find out about the most respected teachers in the history of Hidden Dragon High School. Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Let's use this as a topic and let them do it. I'd like to see how far they can go." Okay. Li Chenglong's fingers flew and immediately sent the order. The boss handed over the task. Gu Qi's face immediately became serious. Everyone knew that the new boss wanted to test the quality of the team. Whether they could be valued by the boss or not, the future of the company would depend on this one deal. Inform all the department heads for a meeting immediately. Our first task is here. The first high-level meeting of Zhuoshuai Entertainment Company, Limited was very solemn. General Manager Gu Qi directly projected the basic requirements of the boss on the wall and let everyone express their opinions. Obviously, the boss wants to praise the Hidden Dragon High School. Someone said. Is he really bragging or just bragging? He definitely can't brag blindly. He has to brag with reason and evidence. Of course, he has to create a huge response. Manager, this is a big job. In recent years, the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is not that good. There were many knowledgeable people, and they quickly pointed out a common line of thought. We can start boasting from the glorious days of the past. Even if the situation in the past few years isn't too stable, the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School are all top-notch talents. Just the performance a few days ago is enough to boast for a long time. Since the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School, he has bragged all the way. What kind of glorious people came from Hidden Dragon High School? What kind of people came from which teacher? How many of them came from Hidden Dragon High School in the same year? Well, how many of them have achieved something? How many died in battle? Why did they die in battle? How did they die? How did they die as heroes? What contribution did they make? These are all explosive points. This is definitely a huge project, but the specific operation is traceable. It's not too difficult. Looks like everyone has a direction to work on. Let's start now. Gu Qi took a deep breath and said, "The first action is to give a brief introduction of Hidden Dragon High School, starting from the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School." The first article will be titled, "From Here On, I will slowly and comprehensively bring you to understand Hidden Dragon High School." It must be noted that this is just the beginning of the legend, the beginning of the epic. The first group will take this job. I will give you 3 hours to prepare and plan. That should be enough, right? After that, the other groups can start to look for their own targets and communicate with each other in the work group. Do not repeat and waste manpower. Gu Qi made the final decision. If there are no more questions, let's start working. Everyone let the bosses see our ability. Boss, don't worry. Chapter 458. Gu Qi realized that this group of new subordinates was actually more enthusiastic than him, the general manager. Moreover, it was not just a little bit more. It was almost several times more enthusiastic. Each of them was more enthusiastic than the other, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as he gave the order, they immediately began to work. All the keyboards in the entire office area were activated at the same time. It was as if hail was falling. It was lively. Everyone was focused and serious. They were so serious that it made people feel ashamed. They were indeed the elites of the industry. Gucci had no idea what kind of people he was leading now. He also had no idea why all of this was happening. All along the internet had been a mess. Netizens were fighting for themselves. They said whatever they wanted without taking responsibility. There was no future trouble. The government might have mouthpieces, but it was difficult to form a huge force. When it came to guiding people's hearts in the direction of the wind, the more authoritative the organization was, the more difficult it was to do so. Because the more the government's mouthpiece was, the more it made people feel inexplicably resistant. Because there was a feeling. As if they were being preached. This feeling. Therefore, some well-known bloggers, VIPs, celebrities, and so on fought for themselves and earned their own money. Instead, it really affected many people. To guide the direction, one needed to write articles and attract people's attention. Then, with skillful and reasonable writing, one would completely lead people astray and lead them to the direction that the author had set. As long as the technique was used well, even black could be washed white. It would be spotless. White could also be dyed black. It could not be washed clean with water. It was not that the government did not want to control it, but it really could not. However, Wuxia's company now made people see an opportunity, or rather, a direction. This was just a personal company, but it could do many things that many big forces and even the government could not do. Even if something happened, it would not affect the national level. However, this company could be used to do many things that the national power could not and was inconvenient to do. Using the power of society to guide the people, the government could do what the government wanted without showing up at all. Moreover, the people of the country could be happy, thinking that the higher-ups had seen the voices of the netizens. That the most important thing was that this company had a very good foundation. With such a strong background, no one could find out, and it was difficult to shake. Therefore, with the help of a small show from the top, a behemoth quietly rose from the ground. Gucci was not the only one who did not know about this. None of the people below him knew about this either. Even Li Chenglong, who set up this company, was in the clouds. As for the initiator of all this, Zhuo Duo, he could only be confused. He would not have even dreamed of it. How could he have known that he would be immediately used for a long time after jumping on a whim? And this was not the main point. He would be kept in the dark for a very, very long. And he had to play the role of a sucker who was willing to spend money. It was not easy for Master Zhuo to be so willing to be a sucker. But this time, Zhuo Duo didn't know why, but he did it willingly, excitedly, and joyfully. This was the first time such a strange thing had happened in the real world. The person in charge of initiating it was dumbfounded. The person in charge was confused. The person in charge of the company was confused. As for the real power, he did not expect it at all before it was launched. Everything was so coincidental. It was a lucky hit, and the strange thing was completed. Then, in a short period of time, it snowballed and expanded rapidly on the internet. It was almost too much for the eye to take in, and it turned into a torrent on the internet. From all directions, from all angles, and from all industries, people were involved. It formed the most barbaric and completely unreasonable rampage. In just one night, the popularity of martial arts hidden dragon soared on the internet. It was so red that it was purple, and so purple that it was black. Martial arts hidden dragon. Why is it martial arts hidden dragon? Do you know what a martial arts hidden dragon is? Martial arts hidden dragon. Why is it called martial arts hidden dragon? The martial arts hidden dragon of the past. More than a dozen broken houses, one of the 3 future martial arts masters, martial arts hidden dragon. How did the seniors do it? When you were enjoying the glory, who knew the sorrow of martial arts hidden dragon? I would rather turn my body into powder in exchange for the bright sun of martial arts hidden dragon. Remember the first old principal who founded martial arts hidden dragon. This is a hero. Remember the 10 gentlemen of martial arts hidden dragon. Who still remembers him? The teacher who died of exhaustion in his teaching post. 3,000 years of martial arts hidden dragon. The number of students who died in battle is terrifying. You can't imagine. Burning my jade blood loyal heart, in exchange for the spring of peach blossoms. Originally, Hidden Dragon High martial artist was quite famous, but now he was extremely popular. And the popularity of martial arts hidden dragon was the kind of popularity that made people admire it more the more they read. The related things that were circulating on the internet for thousands of years were all true, and all of them were traceable. No matter which one it was, there was irrefutable evidence, and all of them were real people with flesh and blood. There were countless evidence, material evidence, and even witnesses. Countless reporters under Wuxia's company went to all parts of the country, to all parts of the mainland, to Sun Moon Pass, to all borders. To interview. An even bigger wave was brewing. And a brand new internet giant was quietly formed just like that. The two instigators, Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong, were still muddle-headed and had inexplicably succeeded. They could be said to be the fastest to succeed in history, the most awesome and the most muddle-headed two big bosses. And these two muddle-headed bosses happened to be the smartest and the most talented two people. It could even be said that in thousands of years, they were the only two people with the best brains. The twists and turns, the endless coincidences, and the pushing of the boat with the current, were really hard to explain in a few words. At this moment, these two muddle-headed bugs were walking on the road to school. And they were beaming with joy, happy and carefree just like two cute white rabbits. Just last night, Li Chenglong successfully suppressed the third thorny road. Similarly, Zuoxiaoduo's 12th thorny road was also successful. That night's mournful howls almost caused Yi Changqing, who was nearby, to go berserk. If the tables are snatched again today, the ones who come will be second grade class 5, right? Li Chenglong said. Zuoxiaoduo sighed. According to the rules, the one who took action yesterday was the chief of class 6. After that, it can only be someone stronger than the chief. These rules are really fucking rotten eggs. It's just like poking a hornet's nest. Obviously, it's just snatching a table from class 7, but now it's developing into a trend of challenging the entire grade. This matter really makes me regret it. Fighting every day, I'm clearly a civilized person, polite, gentle, and honest. Haha. Li Chenglong chuckled. This guy really has the face to say this. Even if others don't know you, how can I not know you? I don't admire you for anything else, but I admire the thickness of your skin. Today is the trial commendation conference and also the day to give out credits. Zuoxiaoduo had a look of longing. I don't know how many credits I'll have, but it should be enough for a while. Li Chenglong also had a look of longing. I'm ranked second, so I should have a lot of credits. Zuoxiaoduo was smug. Don't worry, we definitely won't be short, but 2 people probably won't be enough. Li Chenglong laughed gloatingly. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing definitely won't be enough. Yi Bingdanner is really unlucky. He gets beaten up every day and doesn't have enough credits. He owes money everywhere and embarrasses himself every day. Wahaha. In a happy mood, he actually composed a short poem which actually rhymed quite well. Zuoxiaoduo tilted his head and looked at the leader of the Iron God sect with a strange expression. For the first time, he felt that Li Chenglong's position as the leader wasn't a fluke. This was definitely hard power. At school, they were also having a meeting. Regarding the issue of freshmen's credits, there's a big problem. The dean of the academic affairs office smiled bitterly. In previous years, the first place basically only got 6,000 credits, and at most they only got 7,000 to 8,000 credits for astral beasts, which should be enough. But this year, the second place Li Chenglong got more than 9,000 astral beasts, and the first place Zuoxiaoduo got more than 45,000 credits. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This amount of credits is quite terrifying. According to our credit calculation, Zuoxiaoduo can get more than 400,000 credits this time, and that's from a lower point. Isn't this a little too much? The dean of the academic affairs office really had a toothache. This number was too terrifying. After having it, one could almost do whatever one wanted in school. How could there be so many credits in previous years? Basically, each person would have thousands or tens of thousands of credits, but the most would not exceed 100,000 credits, which would be gone in a short time. But this year's freak. It was hard to describe in words. Not only did he earn a huge amount of credits, but he also plundered all the high-grade astral souls jade from the 9 big families that there was no one else who could do this kind of business. There's one more thing. The dean of the academic affairs office had a toothache. Many of the astral beasts handed in this time are in a state of malnutrition. I don't know what's going on. After we counted them individually, we found that these malnourished astral beasts. He coughed and said somewhat incredulously, the total number is exactly 45,678. That's the number of astral beasts handed in by the champions Zuoxiaoduo. All the school's higher-ups looked at each other for a while, speechless for a long time. Although I don't know the reason, but why do these astral beasts, as long as they are in his hands, become malnourished and have congenital deficiencies? The dean of the academic affairs office was puzzled. Chapter 459. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing spoke at the same time. Ahem, let's skip this matter. All right. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other, speechless. Others might not know, but they were well aware of it. It was no longer a secret that Zhuo Duo possessed the Flaming Sun Sutra. Then, the reason why these 40,000 star beasts were malnourished and in poor condition was obvious. It was said that there was a very evil dagger in the south. Could it be that that thing had been passed to Zhuo Duo? But not many people knew about this. Yi Changqing said, deal with these malnourished ones and get rid of them in the same batch. As for those in poor condition, sell them at half price. What's the big deal? Just deal with them as soon as possible. Alright. As for Zhuo Duo's credits. Zhuo Duo and Li Qinglong. How many credits should the third place get? As for the third place, Meng Zhongjun, he also has 9,100 star beasts, but most of them are of the embryonic breathing realm. Although he also has some inner core realm star beasts, they are very few in number. In the end he can get 21,000 credits. Then let's do it this way. Li Qinglong as the second place will get 22,000 credits. Then what about Zhuo Duo? The academic affairs director could tell that they were not going to calculate according to the established standard. Instead, they were going to use a symbolic number. Although he did not know the reason, since the principal had said so, he had to give them this much. Zhuo Duo as the first place likes a straight number so much that he even sent us 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 star beasts. We can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's give him 22,222 credits and return him a leopard. Everyone will be happy together. All the higher-ups were speechless for a while. How was this calculated? The other party's student had sent over 45,678 star beasts and should have given over 400,000 credits. In the end, the principal had directly sent over a leopard, which was worth 22,222 credits. Didn't this mean that the other students were all idiots? More importantly, his score was not even enough to get a fraction of what he was supposed to get. The number of star beasts offered by the other party was undoubtedly huge. Even if there were some flaws in the quality of the star beasts, after a 50% discount, it would still be more than 200,000 star beasts. Wasn't it a little too much to offer a little over 20,000 star beasts? But why? Could it be that Principal Yi was targeting him? But that's even more wrong. When Xingtian was also puzzled. He frowned and looked over. It settled then. Yi Changqing made the final decision and did not explain further. When Xingtian suddenly stood up. Zhuo Duo and Li Qinglong's credits. As the teacher in charge, how could Wen Xingtian agree when he saw his own students suffer such a huge grievance? He had to fight for it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing this later. Yi Changqing sighed and transmitted his voice. When the two of them were alone, Yi Changqing looked at Wen Xingtian and frowned. The various actions of these two fellows really make me speechless. The nutrient solution in the nutrition cabin. These two fellows don't even find it disgusting. They just drink it after entering. They drink it every time. You still don't know about this, right? When Xingtian was horrified. Drink nutrient solution? There was such a thing? Fuck, there was actually such a thing, such people? But in retrospect, the teacher in charge of looking after the nutrition cabin would always mutter strangely that there would always be two machines that would inexplicably lose a lot of nutrient solution. Could it be? It's fine if these two fellows just drink it, but there's no trace of it, yet they still poured it out. Yi Changqing thought of what he had seen in the past 2 days and was furious. He was both angry and amused at the same time. They poured out so much of it and usually drank it like water at home. Can you blame me for settling the score with them? These two fellows don't even drink water at home, they only drink nutrient solution. Yi Changqing had a headache. When Xingtian, on the other hand, had a Spartan look on his face. He really didn't have the face to argue for it. Yi Changqing snorted. What's the point of having so many credits? It's not like they're all used up. I'm already magnanimous enough to reserve the champion's position for him. Those star beasts of his don't count at all. Let him continue to earn. If he does, I'll continue to deduct. If he drinks more nutrient solution, deduct more. 100 times more. All right. When Zhuo Duo and Li Qinglong arrived at the school, they were called into Wen Xingtian's office. Wen Xingtian was speechless. Teacher Wen, what's the matter? Isn't today the commendation ceremony? Zhuo Duo said excitedly. Commendation ceremony. Haha. When Xingtian looked at the two fellows who had a longing look on their faces and said sarcastically, the two of you still want to be commended? Zhuo Duo immediately sensed that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat and he said, Teacher Wen, did Li Qinglong get into trouble again? Li Qinglong was speechless. How did I get into trouble again? You still have the cheek to say that. When Xingtian's face darkened. The two of you did it. The two of them were confused. Teacher Wen. Zhuo smiled cautiously in an ingratiating manner. Ever since Swollen and I entered the school, we've always been humble, kind and honest, respectful to our teachers, united with our classmates, fought for justice and fought against injustice. We're diligent, conscientious and conscientious. We've never made any mistakes, nor did we break any laws. Shut up. Wen Xingtian snorted and suddenly asked, "Is the nutrient solution good? Is it enough?" "It's okay. I don't dare to drink too much of that stuff," Zhuo said casually, then immediately covered his mouth. Wen Xingtian stood up. "Stand properly." Then he pointed at them one by one. "Drink it secretly. Drink it secretly. I'll let the two of you drink it secretly." One finger Zhuo staggered. One finger Li Chenglong staggered. "Not only do you drink it secretly but you also drink it and take it out. According to an insider, the two of you don't even drink water at home. You only drink this. You still want to be praised. What is there to praise the two of you for?" When Xingtian pointed his finger at Zhuo and Li Chenglong, causing him to sway left and right. Both of them looked as if they had lost their souls. They regretted their past actions and were extremely dejected. Sure enough, something happened. But how did they find out? "I didn't drink it when Teacher Wen was here. What's with the insider's news? Now what else do you have to say?" When Xingtian's eyes widened. Looking at these two fellows who were so close to each other, he almost couldn't hold back the strange laughter in his heart. "Actually, we only drank a little," Zhuo argued weakly. "Yes, it really wasn't much," Li Chenglong whispered. "Is that something for you to drink?" When Xingtian roared. "Cough. I thought it was quite clean at that time. I couldn't help it." Zhuo continued to resist stubbornly. "Yes, it was really tempting. I won't do it again." Li Chenglong hung his head dejectedly. "It was indeed quite delicious, but it tasted good." "Tasted good? Are you addicted to it?" Li Chenglong. Wen Xingtian was furious. After that, Zhuo didn't drink it much, but you, Li Chenglong, went in every day. You went in several times a day and it was all turbid. But you always drank less every time. How much can you drink? Isn't it disgusting?" Li Chenglong blinked his eyes and was speechless. "Say it. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Wen Xingtian pulled Li Chenglong's ear. "I don't have any special thoughts," Swollen confessed dejectedly. "I just feel that since I'm already so disgusted to drink, if I don't drink more I'll be disgusted for nothing. It's already so dirty, why should I be afraid of one more turbid?" When Xingtian almost cursed out loud. What a strange way of thinking. There was such a saying? Since it was already disgusting, why not drink more? What the hell was one more turbid? Go back. Immediately. When Xingtian said angrily, "This is too bad. Because of this, although I won't cancel your first and second place titles, I definitely won't give you too many credits. If there's a next time, I'll give you all 0 credits. Go away." Zhuo and Li Chenglong came out of Wen Xingtian's office with their faces covered in dirt. They looked at each other and sighed. Walking at night too often will always bump into ghosts. Zhuo walked a little further away and muttered in a low voice, "This is really a ghost. But how did we get exposed? Who is the informant?" Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. "I can't figure it out either. Every time Teacher Wen went, we hid pretty well. There were so many people using it at the same time. It's impossible that it was only us." "That's true. We must have been betrayed. But who betrayed us? There's a traitor among us." "Yes. Oh right, Teacher Wen just said that he didn't drink water at home." Zhuo snorted. "This means that we were exposed at home. Did the informant come to our house?" Both of them were quick-witted. They deduced almost everything in an instant. Zhuo gritted his teeth. "That old bastard. I gave him so many high-quality jade of astral souls, but he turned around and sold me out. He even deducted my credits. All my good stuff was fed to the dogs." Li Chenglong coughed. "That's the headmaster. He's heartless anyway." The more Zhuo thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a loss. No, there must be a premeditated reason for deducting our credits. The so-called drinking of the energy fluid was just an excuse. Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, "Even if this didn't happen, we still wouldn't be able to get so many credits. We can find any excuse. This group of old foxes, none of them are good." Yes, they're too insidious. Both of them discussed in low voices as they walked, gnashing their teeth. A person walked towards them. When he saw them he was stunned. "Hello, headmaster." Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were dumbfounded. They almost peed on the spot. They turned around in a daze. Behind them, 2 meters away and 2 meters in the air, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood there quietly. Their 4 eyes were staring at them indifferently. Looking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Tomorrow is the first day of September. Looking for guaranteed monthly tickets. Chapter 460. Zhou Xiaoduo felt terrible on the spot. Obviously, these 2 old fellows had been following behind the 2 of them all this time. They had no idea how long they had been following them. However, what was certain was that the 2 of them did not miss a single word of what they had just said. Everything was clearly heard by the 2 of them. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt that his prostate was getting out of control. It was about to erupt. He was really scared to the point of pissing his pants. When did these 2 people follow them? Why didn't they notice? Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. "You tricked me." Li Chenglong wanted to cry but had no tears. "I'm suspecting that you tricked me. Why didn't you notice with your sharp spiritual sense?" Both of them were grief-stricken. With Wen Xingtian's and Yi Changqing's cultivation, it was too easy for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong not to notice. Even if they were following them closely behind, they would never notice. But the 2 of them felt that. The sky had turned dark. There was no sun in the dark. Yi Changqing revealed an amiable smile and said, "Just now the 2 of you scolded me. I remember it clearly." Wen Xingtian bared his teeth. "Well, this old man is really too sinister. I actually eavesdropped on the students' conversation." Zhou Xiaoduo's legs trembled. He stammered, "Principal teacher Wen, this is actually an illusion. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Yi Changqing walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind his laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. You have 4 years to explain this misunderstanding to me." When Xingtian walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind a string of laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. It's been a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were in complete despair. They looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they could see their own 4 years of dark days. Sigh, it's over, it's completely over. It's over. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. For a moment, all the teachers and students in the school focused their attention on the 2 champions of the freshman trial. Everyone felt a little strange. It was because the 2 of them looked as if they had lost their parents. They were like walking corpses as they accepted the commendation with lifeless eyes. They were supposed to be elated and high-spirited, but they didn't have the slightest bit of it. They were just like 2 empty shells. As the reward for being the champion and runner-up, the rewards of pills and whatnot were not deducted at all. Everything that should be given was given. But when it came to the final credit benefits. As the champion, Zhou Xiaoduo received 22,222 credits, while Li Chenglong received 22,000 credits and Meng Zhongjun received 21,000 credits for 3rd place. The difference was actually so minuscule. This time they didn't announce the exact number of star beasts they obtained. They only announced the academic credits. Many people who didn't know the truth were secretly discussing it. In this year's competition, the top 10 were almost evenly matched. Although the results of the top 3 were far better than their peers, it wasn't too outrageous. The headmaster personally presided over the ceremony. After that, he congratulated the top 10 students, especially the top 3, and gave out credits to all the freshmen. And the class with the most outstanding performance this time was Class 1. Out of the 36 people, 26 had entered the top 30. Of course, if the top 36 were to be ranked, 32 people from Class 1 had entered the top 30. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, who withdrew midway, fell below the 90s. Everyone was jubilant. Then everyone had the same doubts. What was wrong with the champion and runner-up today? Why didn't they have the high-spirited spirit that the champion and runner-up should have? They were like 2 withered radishes. Or rather, they were like frightened quails. When they received the award, they smiled at the principal in a flattering manner and wagged their tails to please him. They were simply flattering and annoying. The ceremony ended. The storm that Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong expected did not come. It was as if all the karma had been cleared. The 2 of them held the award and scratched their heads. They felt that their brains were not enough. It's over just like that? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. Yeah, it's over just like that? Li Qinglong also felt incredulous. He couldn't understand. They had clearly raised the big board. Why did it not fall when it was waved at them? Swollen, something's not right. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered. I keep feeling that we've been cheated. Li Qinglong blinked his eyes. I have a similar feeling too. The two of them stood still and stared at each other for a long time. Finally, we must have been cheated. Zhou Xiaoduo paced around for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and cursed. These two old foxes. They're just toying with us. What do you mean? It must be because of the credits. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. It's not a big deal for us to drink a few mouthfuls of the nutrient solution. It's fine if we're found out. There's no written rule that prohibits us from drinking the nutrient solution. If we're found out, at most we'll be warned not to drink it in the future. But credits, we shouldn't have gotten so few. And you shouldn't have gotten so few credits either. You definitely have more than 100,000 credits. My star beast should have gotten more than 400,000 credits to be reasonable. These old foxes are obviously afraid that we won't work hard to cultivate or participate in the trial with so many credits. They deliberately used the nutrient solution to suppress us. Then we accepted the award and this matter was over. Because we didn't shout it out on the spot, we'll definitely suffer in silence. Damn, in order to suppress us, even Meng Zhangjuan's credits were cheated. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly understood the whole story. He stomped his feet and sighed. Cheating, really cheating. They cheated me of 400,000 credits without even blinking an eye. And they scared me so much that I became a coward for a whole day. Even after 400,000 credits were deducted, I still had to flatter them. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. I'm self-proclaimed to be an old silver coin who's good at accumulating money, but I didn't even realize that I was being played in the palm of their hand. Li Qinglong was still somewhat puzzled. I still only understand half of it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. With your IQ, it's good enough that you can understand half of it. As for the rest, you can slowly figure it out by yourself. There's still a long way to go. The two of them sighed along the way and left. In the distance behind them, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect that we could only scare him for less than half a day. Wen Xingtian looked regretful. Obviously he still wanted to continue. Just now, when these two fellows were trembling in fear and trepidation, they were simply too adorable. Especially when they were looking at him with a fawning expression, Wen Xingtian only felt that he had reached the heavens. He did not expect that he would wake up so quickly. You should be content. Yi Changqing also smiled very comfortably and said, they didn't suffer any losses, so they naturally understand. They obviously lost so many credits. Wen Xingtian only said half of it before he came to his senses. Indeed, they didn't lose anything. I was wrong. Yi Changqing laughed. It was wrong to say that they didn't lose anything. Zhou Xiaoduo lost hundreds of thousands of credits. But it was true that hundreds of thousands of credits might not be of much use to Zhou Xiaoduo, because 20,000 credits were enough for him to use for quite a while. Based on Zhou Xiaoduo's performance, there would be a lot of missions and a lot of credits in the future. Nothing would be delayed. If he only focused on the huge amount of credits this time, he might slack off. It was just that he didn't know whether Principal Ye's thoughts were well-intentioned or something else. For example, that so-called acting and establishing thing was not very suitable either. After the award ceremony, none of the students in Class 1 dared to talk to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong. First of all, these two people were now surrounded by negative emotions. It was common knowledge that if they went up to talk to them, they would probably be scolded. If they were angered, it would be asking for trouble. Second of all, during this period of time, the students divided into groups to find trouble, tormenting each other until they were exhausted. Now they would sleep with one eye open, fearing that they would be attacked at any time. What's more, there were already people carrying a big basin of male students' underwear and smelly socks to occupy a spot by the pool. It was very sad and embarrassing. But if you agree to bet, you have to admit defeat. You have to admit that you are not as good as others. It was almost lunchtime and there was only a little time left. Everyone was discussing martial arts theories, exchanging what they didn't understand, what they weren't good at, what they hadn't figured out or even mastered. Anyway, this little time was definitely not enough for sparring. I was attacked 3 times last night. Damn, it's too cruel. I was completely frightened. If there was any movement, I would immediately get up and look around in panic. Don't mention it. It was not easy for me to calm down in the latter half of the night. Hao Han on the upper bunk let out a fart and woke me up. I couldn't sleep for a long time. Fuck. Be content. You were woken up because there was movement. But what about me? Everyone is breathing softly in their sleep, but to me it sounds like someone is lying in ambush behind me ready to attack me. Being paranoid isn't enough to describe it. This is very sad. I talked to my elder brother at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass about this. He said that our level is far from enough. At the very least, we have to use weapons to stab people several times to pass the first level. Brilliant idea. Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly commented. And this comment came from behind, not from the people who participated in the discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look and their faces immediately turned pale. The one who spoke was Wen Xingtian, and he had a pensive look on his face. That's right. If the knife doesn't stab the flesh, you won't experience the feeling of death. He muttered to himself and frowned as he pondered. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Pai Yi Bao, and the others who were discussing looked at each other, and everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Then 4 or 5 people broke down, grabbed Hao Han and beat him up. What the fuck are you talking about? This is great. It's even worse. We have to start using the knife. Chapter 461. Meng Zhangjun and the others were really on the verge of breaking down. Whenever they thought about it, they would feel as if a cold knife had pierced their flesh while they were sleeping in their warm beds, that they did not have to experience it personally. Just thinking about it made them shiver and shudder. Felt so good. Hao Han was dumbfounded. When did Teacher Wen come? What did I say just now? It's over. You'll be taught a lesson by the whole class. Stupid. Meng Zhangjun kicked Hao Han's butt. I'll definitely beat you into a man. Wen Xingtian walked dozens of meters and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo walking toward him. Teacher Wen, I've thought about it for a long time. I still want to apologize to you. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked pitiful. Haha. This sentence was heard by many students. They could not help but laugh out loud. Then they covered their mouths, turned around and ran away. Wen Xingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it already over? You're not afraid anymore. Why did you still do this? It's okay. It's good that you know you were wrong. I still want to apologize to you, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. No need. I have to apologize to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyebrows moved, but his voice was very hurried. It was as if he was afraid that the head teacher would not accept his apology. No. Wen Xingtian was about to say no, but he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes at a glance. He quickly changed his words. I have to say your mistake this time is really quite serious. How could you? I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head and followed Wen Xingtian step by step. I'm telling you, such a bad thing has not happened in Hidden Dragon High School for many years. Saw you, child. Yes. Teacher, when you see. Their voices gradually faded as they walked toward Wen Xingtian's office. In Wen Xingtian's office. What is it? Wen Xingtian asked via voice transmission. Teacher Wen, please forgive me this once. I will write a self-reflection for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled a long face and sounded like he was about to cry. He grabbed a piece of paper from the table and a pen and wrote on it, Vice Principal Xiang is plagued by bad luck. His head is shrouded in darkness. He should die tonight. If you want to write a reflection, then write it properly. Wen Xingtian said sternly, after you finish writing, remember to read it in class tomorrow morning. Then he transmitted his voice, write down the details of the situation clearly. It should be an external force. It's hard to defend yourself. Villains are causing mischief and setting up a trap to frame you. Wen Xingtian frowned. So fast? We must have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, with Vice President Xiang's temperament, it is very likely that the situation will develop into an irreparable situation. You can do this and this and this and this. Zhuo Xiaoduo wrote. What else? Wen Xingtian asked. I've finished. That's all. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked obedient. Wen Xingtian flew into a rage. He grabbed the self-reflection and smashed it into pieces. He said furiously, what are you writing? Is this the attitude of an apology? Go home and rewrite it. If you can't do it tomorrow, continue to rewrite until I'm satisfied. With a loud bang, Zhuo Xiaoduo was sent flying by Wen Xingtian's kick. He rolled twice on the ground and scrambled to escape. Wen Xingtian stood at the door, his anger still lingering. Minister Wen, it's rare to see you so angry. Vice President Wu walked over from the office next door and said with a smile. This little naughty monkey is really When Xingtian was panting with anger, he suddenly realized and said lightly, "Vice President Wu, why are you so free today to chat with me?" I don't have time to chat." He turned around and walked away, leaving behind a sentence. "If I don't teach students for a day, my salary will be gone." I'm not like some leaders who don't teach classes every day. Just by being a principal they can get a high salary and bonus. They can get a promotion just by dropping their buttocks. Hehehe. When Xingtian left without any politeness, Vice President Wu just looked at Wen Xingtian's figure fading away. His face was still calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a coldness like that of a poisonous snake. Wen Xingtian was also a nail that must be removed. The afternoon classes were very peaceful. Only Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong received special treatment from Wen Xingtian. They were beaten to the point that they could not take care of themselves. Finally after school, Zhou Xiaoduo held his but that was almost beaten into 36 pieces, and Li Chenglong held his face that was as swollen as a wash basin that they went home in a sorry state. The nourishment chamber of Hidden Dragon High School was not open to these two guys. Fortunately the time limit was only 1 week. And what made Zhou Xiaoduo feel the most relieved was that the Annihilation Tower was back. If he was beaten then so be it. He was already used to being beaten by the teacher. Previously it was Qin Fangyang, now it was Wen Xingtian. The difference was that Wen Xingtian's net worth was much more than Qin Fangyang's. According to his own information, it was quite terrifying. He welcomed the challenge. If the challenge was successful he could take it all away. Although Wen Xingtian's strength was a little high, yes it was a little high, but people always had some ideas. What if he succeeded? Master's Wu's recent goal was to defeat Qin Fangyang and defeat Wen Xingtian. He would repeat this sentence several times every night. Every time he would imagine himself beating Qin Fangyang to the ground and then laughing to the sky. "Teacher Qin, you didn't expect this day, right? Oh ho ho." Or he would beat Wen Xingtian to the ground, put his hands on his waist and shake his head. "Teacher Wen, how does it feel to be defeated by your own student?" Every time he thought of these two scenes, Zhou Xiaoduo's blood would boil and his whole body would be full of energy. Of course there was also the last great goal. The scene was, he would grab Yi Changqing's hair and lift him up from the ground, asking fiercely, "Old thing, when you deducted 400,000 credits from me you didn't expect this day, did you? Oh ho 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 ho." Zhou Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and sat on the sofa with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were constantly changing as he laughed, and his shoulders were shaking with arrogance. Oh hi. He was addicted to the illusion and couldn't extricate himself. Li Chenglong shivered all over. He tiptoed back to his room and locked the door. Zhou had gone crazy that I have to hide far away. The students had all left. Xiang Quangren also strode out of the office and headed outside. "Where are you going?" Wen Xingtian stopped him. "Do you still remember Big Head Lei from back then? This bastard is back, but he's only staying in Fenghai for 2 days. Isn't he asking me out for a drink?" Xiang Quangren was very impatient. "Are you going? Why don't we go together?" Big Head Lei. Wen Xingtian narrowed his eyes. "Didn't your brother go to Shangjing? Why is he back now? Do you know what he was doing in Shangjing during this time? He looked for you as soon as he came back. You haven't contacted each other for so many years. Why is he looking for you to drink?" Xiang Quangren was very impatient. "What's wrong with drinking? Just tell me if you're going or not. If you're going, let's go together. If not, hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. My time is very precious now. Why do I remember that you guys fought a war in the past? When did your relationship become so good?" Wen Xingtian was suspicious. "Bullshit, do you think we haven't fought a lot? If we can't drink after fighting a war, I might have to find ordinary people who have never cultivated to drink. We're all men and we've known each other for over 100 years. Who cares about the battles we fought in the past? A friendship that has fought together is real. Fuck, fighting together means fighting side by side against the enemy, not fighting each other, right? Wait a minute." Wen Xingtian frowned. "I'm just going out, so I'll go with you. Where are you drinking? First grade firmament?" After returning home, Zhou Xiaoduo and Xiang Quangren checked their injuries and sat in front of the computer again. Well, mainly because Zhou Xiaoduo was dazzled by Li Chenglong's dazzling operation. The series, The Sword King's Life is So Boring, was getting more and more popular on the internet. It was so popular that all kinds of emoticons related to the Sword King were flying everywhere. On the other hand, the series, Leader in High Martial Arts, was also popular all the way and seemed to be catching up. When the young men of the Wu and Gao families were bored, they would come over to chat with Zhou Xiaoduo. Every one of them had a friendly expression on their faces. Sometimes, the girls from the two families would come over with their older brothers and younger brothers. They would purse their lips and smile at the side. However, the trend on the internet was gradually changing. Gradually, there were people who started to cause trouble and say strange things. A Xiao Xiantian martial artist actually has such a big name on the internet. Those who don't know would think that he's a master. Isn't that so? A mere Xiantian martial artist can cause such a big commotion. Hee hee. I really feel sad for this society. Are geniuses so popular? Are they so awesome just because they have beautiful women to support them? The Sun Moon Pass has been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Why doesn't such a genius put in some effort and put in some effort? It turns out that he can have more fans than the most popular celebrities just by studying in high martial arts. He just participated in a competition and won the championship. I'm so awesome. His pretentiousness has reached the sky. So what if he's awesome? Has he made even the slightest contribution to society? There were more and more such comments, and they were in the ascendant. When the disciples of the Iron God sect and the supporters of the Sword King heard such comments, they almost immediately started to argue with these people. Smoke of war was everywhere on the internet. However, the other party was obviously organized. They started to list the heroic deeds and then compared them. It was very effective. With righteousness and reason as the premise, they suppressed the disciples of the Iron God sect until they couldn't breathe. What right does he have to be loved and respected by everyone if he hasn't made any contributions? At the same time, some posts about the deeds of the Hidden Dragon high martial arts students were naturally inserted into the topic. This is the person who deserves our respect the most. A Hidden Dragon student is actually better than the seniors who founded Hidden Dragon. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Chapter 462. There were more than 10 seniors who had founded the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. Their life histories, who were the students under each of them, how many of them had shaken the world in the end, how many had died at the Sun Moon Pass, and how many had become monuments. The glorious deeds of their lives. Slowly, one by one, they were all displayed in front of the world. Among them, there were those who sacrificed themselves heroically to fight against 10,000, there were also those who went back and forth from piles of corpses hundreds of times without regret, there were also those who sacrificed themselves to protect their comrades, and there were also those who resolutely chose to die in front of the pass for the human defense line despite knowing that they would die. Which one of these martyrs is less worthy of praise than your Sword King sect's leader? Bah, the two can't be compared at all. Rashly comparing them is blasphemy and disrespect to these heroes. Slowly the Iron God sect began to retreat. Many of the Sword King's supporters also rebelled and stood in the other party's position to think about the problem. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong watched this scene and looked at each other with wonderful expressions. So if I'm not wrong, this should be done by our people. Taking advantage of the situation, borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs. Li Chenglong slowly turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with an indescribably strange expression on his face. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of Sparta. What the hell? The first task we gave them actually started by scolding ourselves. Fuck, whose idea was this? What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Li Chenglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And I have to give them bonuses? This is worse than lifting a rock and dropping it on our own feet. Zhou Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded. This is not the worst. Maybe we have to praise them for scolding us well and doing a good job. Li Chenglong murmured. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and felt that there was nothing more wonderful than this. It was difficult to describe in words and so on. But speaking of the really strong combat strength. Li Chenglong wiped his sweat. I'm about to be scolded. I know there's a reason for this and it's the result I want. But the process. I've already been scolded. This is what it means to be condemned by 1,000 people. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned. It feels so good. What should we do now? Li Chenglong scratched his head. What else can we do? You already said it's the process and you're still asking me how? Zhou Xiaoduo glared and said, of course we have to continue. Continue to scold them. Scold them as much as you can. Scold Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong to death. Scold these two bastards to death. Make them repent, make them apologize and make them pay the price. What? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and said, the posts about the hierarch and the Sword King were not made by us from the beginning to the end. Moreover, judging from these clues, it should be the Wu family and the Gao family who did it. Water has its source, tree has its roots, and karma runs its own course. Whether or not he has ulterior motives we don't know and we don't care. However, we can take this opportunity to completely mess up this matter. Might not be a bad thing. As for being scolded, as long as we don't look at the computer, it doesn't matter if the world is turned upside down. Besides, it doesn't involve personal attacks, so it's not worth mentioning. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't care. It's not a big deal. Okay then. That night, Gucci received a message from the big boss. Well done. Of course, Manager Gu didn't know how much the big boss gritted his teeth when he typed these words. These words made Manager Gu's spirits rise. It seemed that the big boss was also paying attention to the movements on the internet. This was the big boss's affirmation. Suddenly, the whole company felt that they had found the right direction. A shifty-eyed guy said proudly, "I told you that we should start with the Sword King in the hierarchy, right? If you want to promote something, remember this. First start a fight, then set the pace. Once the fight starts, as long as we guide the direction of public opinion, we can do anything. Moreover, all the information on our side and all the people are full of positive energy. We naturally have justice and justice. Who wants to fight with us? Hehe, there's no chance. Especially since those two kids are still hidden dragon students. They have a natural weakness and are destined to be unable to turn the tables. I pity those two kids. They're so young, yet they have to bear such groundless accusations. Well, they deserve it. What should we do next? Next, we'll continue to scold the Sword King and continue to trample on the hierarchy. Then we'll draw the attention to the celebrities and idols at the right time. Create a few misunderstandings, that is. We're actually fans of some celebrities with high popularity. Then we can't stand that an ordinary student has more popularity than a celebrity. This will be enough to start a new wave of fighting and keep the topic hot. When the conflict between the two sides is about to end, it'll be time for us to enter the battle. First, we'll refute the rumors and absorb a wave of combat power from both sides at the same time. After that, we'll naturally push the boat along with the current and make it logical. In this way, our combat power can be multiplied. We'll continue to collect stories that can move people to tears, shake their spirits and shock their souls. When the time comes, we'll bombard them and stir up the atmosphere even more. Then we'll focus on how the seniors of the past protected the ordinary people of the continent. At this stage, these seniors don't have to be limited to the hidden dragon martial arts seniors. Otherwise, it'll be easy to leave traces. We'll try our best to make the internet as united as possible in this first stage. Let everyone feel grateful. Also, from now on, we can advertise under every article and charge for it. This is the main source of the company's profits. If the company doesn't make money, what's the point? These will naturally be handled by the public relations department. For the first wave of advertisements, I suggest we advertise fitness equipment and weapons manufacturers. To strengthen the entire human community. So on and so on. Brilliant plan, too brilliant for words. It had to be said. The company that Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong started up was really full of talents. Before they started, there were already people looking for sponsors everywhere. Staff going on business trips, accommodation, all of these required money, right? And you have the nerve to not sponsor these things? Benefits? Nonsense, why would you sponsor if there were no benefits? You could get now, all kinds of advertising fees were flying high. When the major platforms and major websites went to discuss about entering the company, they went to discuss carefully. In the end, the other side agreed very quickly. Just come. There's no handling fee, no fees. As long as you earn, it's all yours. The sooner the better. It was as if they were begging Zhuoxia's people to enter their website portal and post something. Unexpectedly, the entire website cooperated vigorously. The banner was pulled up and there was a wave of overwhelming publicity. With such a rhythm, not to mention Zhuoxia's general manager Gucci, even these veteran trolls were enjoying such a high standard of treatment for the first time in their lives. In the current online economy, channels were king. For many channel merchants, if they wanted to enter to do something, the channel fee would be 70% to 80% of your gross profit. Unlike now, they could enter directly without spending a single cent. After entering, they were treated like VIPs. All kinds of promotions were thrown at them. An article could instantly get hundreds of millions of hits. This was more than just awesome, it was simply awesome. Everyone was investigating Zhuoxia Film and Media Entertainment Company, but, after investigating, the identity, background, origin, and story were all very ordinary. There was nothing worthy of attention at all. However, how could such a grassroots company be so successful? Countless companies in the industry all focused their attention on this new company that had been reorganized. In just one night, it rolled down from the highest mountain like a snowball rolling down from the highest mountain, gradually forming a momentum like a landslide or a tsunami. Obviously, all the processes fell into the eyes of everyone, but it became more and more incomprehensible. This world. Isn't it changing too quickly? On this night, Zhuo Duo was compressing spirit energy for the 16th time, Li Chenglong was successfully suppressing it for the 5th time, and Yi Changqing was once again secretly guarding. The students of Class 1 were still attacking and scheming against each other. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very normal and ordinary night. However, on this night at around 1 o'clock in the morning, when Vice Principal Gao was on duty in the office, he was attacked and was seriously injured. He managed to save his life, but he was unconscious and had lost his mind. During the battle, Vice Principal Gao roared in grief and indignation. My face changed? When did my face change? Xiang Kuangren, don't you go too far. Why should I explain to you? Xiang Kuangren. What do you want? Xiang Kuangren, you actually dare to do such a vicious thing. Vice Principal Gao was roaring, and there was also a domineering voice shouting at the top of his voice. Silver dragons circled and danced in the air. Two masters, each using their full strength, risking their lives to kill each other. The atmosphere of the battle was so intense that the whole campus could hear it. In the end, Vice Principal Wu arrived and shouted, "Stop!" As he spoke, he rushed forward to help and separated the two. Unfortunately, Vice Principal Gao was already seriously injured and bathed in blood. If not for his last breath, he would be no different from a dead man. A burly figure opposite him disappeared in a flash without a word. Don't go. Old Xiang, is that you? Vice Principal Wu's shout shook the night sky. The other party did not answer, as if he did not hear it at all. At this moment, Vice Principal Gao, who was attacked, was in a deep coma due to his serious injuries. He had lost his mind, and the injuries he suffered were real and not fake at all. At 4 o'clock in the morning, all the higher-ups of Hidden Dragon High School gathered together and started a discussion about the attack. Vice Principal Wu was the first to speak. He pointed at Xiang Kuangren and said, I want to ask Vice Principal Xiang, what do you want? What do you want to do? How did Vice Principal Gao offend you? Do you have to be so heavy-handed? What deep hatred do you have for him to be so ruthless? Chapter 463. On the other side, Vice Principal Wei added coldly, I heard what Vice Principal Xiang said when we arrested and interrogated the Tao League that day. When Vice Principal Gao's face changed, that means he's guilty, right? But I don't know what Vice Principal Xiang found out. Xiang Kuangren was furious and slammed the table. What do you mean? Are you trying to pin the blame on me? Let me tell you, I didn't do it. Haha. The Vice Principals chuckled together, their eyes cold. Vice Principal Yi, you're the principal of the school. Please give us an explanation. Yi Changqing rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His face was pale with exhaustion and there was a faint blush on his face. It was obvious that the injury to his heart meridian had become more and more serious after this period of torment. When Xingqian stood up and said coldly, Vice Principal Wu, I'm getting more and more confused. Let's not talk about why Vice Principal Yi is giving you an explanation. Let's talk about the incident itself. I only have one question. What evidence do you have to say that Vice Principal Xiang did it? Who didn't hear the commotion that night? Vice Principal Gao called out Xiang Kuangren's name clearly? Is Vice Principal Gao using his old life to accuse Xiang Kuangren? Fuck your bullshit. What kind of evidence is that? When Xingqian scolded without any trace of politeness, then what if I go out tonight and shout, saying that you, Vice Principal Wu, beat me up? Will I be able to frame you, Vice Principal Wu? Do you think it's that easy to frame someone? When Xingqian said sternly, what I want now is evidence. Witnesses, material evidence, and conclusive evidence. Do you have it? If you can't, then get the fuck out of here. If anyone delays Vice Principal's recovery, I'll be the first to punish them. When Xingqian, how can you say that? Who do you think you're talking to? What? I can't speak? I don't like it? Are you going to shout tonight and get beaten up by me when Xingqian? When Xingqian sneered, let me tell you, none of my subordinates have ever survived. If you're willing to give it a try, I don't mind at all. I didn't see all of you gathered together when I was doing something serious. Apart from this kind of dirty business, All of you are quite proactive. Everyone knows what's going on. Don't think that your little tricks will have any effect. A bunch of lazy bastards who can't even make it to the main table. Apart from making groundless accusations and framing, what else can you do? Can't you be a little more mature? In any case, all of you are part of the upper echelons of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Can't you be a little more upper class? When Xingtian's voice became more and more severe, almost to the point of cursing. Xiang Kuangren has done such a thing. Can't we talk about it? Vice Principal Wu said. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Show me the evidence. When Xingtian slammed the table. What are you shouting for? Where's the evidence? This is a society that relies on evidence. Without conclusive evidence, Vice Principal Wu, believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. What does this have to do with you, Wen Xingtian? Vice Principal Wu was furious. I'm asking about Xiang Kuangren. Can you represent him? Bullshit, what does it have to do with you that Gao Zhiyun was attacked? Do I need you to jump out and shout? Can you represent Gao Zhiyun? When Xingtian slammed the table. Why did you come out? Why did I come out? I'm just asking you, are you convinced? If you're not, then come out. I'll teach you. Silence, all of you, silence. Yi Changqing slapped the table and spoke with difficulty. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto a white handkerchief. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his spirit was lifted, and his aura suppressed everyone. However, everyone knew very well that Yi Changqing's old injury was in his heart meridian. Spitting out a mouthful of blood could relieve some of the pain, but the deeper consequence was that the injury to his heart meridian was even more serious. It could be said to be the most extreme behavior of drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Vice Principal. When Xingtian was shocked. I'm fine. Yi Changqing's face recovered its color. He smiled faintly and said, I'll say a few words about the attack on Vice Principal Gao. Everyone sat up straight and waited for Yi Changqing to continue. I'm very sad that Vice Principal Gao was attacked. As the Vice Principal of Hidden Dragon High School, it's like a curse that brings bad luck one after another. It's unexpected. Yi Changqing said, but whether Vice Principal Xiang did it or not, this matter still needs to be investigated. Because Vice Principal Xiang came to me when the attack just happened. At that time, Vice Principal Xiang told me very clearly that he didn't do it. So now the problem is, Vice Principal Gao said that Vice Principal Xiang did it, but Vice Principal Xiang insisted that he didn't do it. This is actually a very clear and simple problem. As the saying goes, catch adulterers in the act, catch the thief with the stolen goods. You said he did it, so you should show evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang said you didn't do it, so please show evidence. Empty words have no basis and are not accepted. It's the same for both of us. Whether it's a witness or a physical evidence, it's only credible when there's evidence. I wonder if anyone has any objections to my statement? Yi Changqing coughed with difficulty and said, this matter has to be fair and just. Neither side has anything to say. Naturally, the truth will come to light and the truth will be revealed. Vice Principal Wu showed a smile on his face and said, in other words, we'll judge whether it's true or not based on evidence? Yi Changqing said lightly, that's right. It's a dispute over evidence. Then, although Vice Principal Gao is unconscious, he clearly called out Vice Principal Xiang's name during the fierce battle. This should count as a witness and evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang, if you insist that it's not you, then please show evidence of your alibi first, Vice Principal Wu said. Xiang Kuangren's curly beard was trembling with anger. What kind of evidence is that? He can accuse me just by opening his mouth? Didn't I say anything? Now I'm saying that I did something wrong when I was drunk. So I'm your father and I'm your father? Xiang Kuangren. Vice Principal Wu was furious. What's the reason for this? This is what I said. Many people heard it. Do you admit it? Xiang Kuangren snorted and said, based on his words, others heard it and it's evidence? What kind of nonsense is this? Old Gao is still unconscious, but many people heard what he said. This is an indisputable fact. It's also a fact that he's seriously injured. Of course, if you can wake him up, he can take it first. Vice Principal Wu said lightly, I think even if Vice Principal Xiang is powerful, the traces left by the Conqueror halberd can't be completely removed in a short time. When Xingtian said lightly, Vice Principal Wu, be careful with your words. How dare you say that the injuries were caused by the Conqueror halberd? Vice Principal Wu sneered and said, The Conqueror Halberd's 8 Desolates night battle is incomparably overbearing. The traces left by it are very different from other attacks. Even if the weapon is changed to an axe, can't you find it at all? Is it so easy to fake the Conqueror's Heart Sutra? When Xingtian narrowed his eyes and said, "An axe is an axe," leaving such traces behind. Aha, none of us are martial arts beginners. If it's intentional, there's no move that can't be imitated. If you say that again, it's meaningless. Evidence is evidence. Don't talk about the Conqueror Halberd or Conqueror Axe. It's a joke. When Xingtian, Vice Principal Wu slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean? Xiang Quangren is dragging on without evidence to prove his innocence. Instead you, Wen Xingtian, are jumping out again and again to pester endlessly. I know you're sworn brothers, but this is Hidden Dragon High School. It's not a place for you to form cliques. Yi Changqing coughed and picked up the teacup to drink. His eyes glanced coldly at Vice Principal Wu from behind the teacup. You're implying something, old man. Vice Principal Wei coughed and tried to smooth things over. Vice Principal Xiang, since you said you didn't do it, then please take out the evidence. As long as your evidence is credible, everyone will have nothing to say. There's no need to be so angry and argue endlessly. Everyone calm down. Xiang Quangren snorted and said, Wei Shaoqing, don't gloat. You're not a good person either. He shouted, don't you want evidence? I have it. As he spoke, he strode out and shouted, Old Lei, Big Head, come here. In the room, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Lu all revealed traces of mockery in their eyes. However, everyone was careful not to reveal any traces. They lowered their heads and covered their eyes. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others could not see anything. As everyone waited, 2 large men stepped in. The 2 men looked almost identical, as if they were twins. However, if one looked closely, one could still tell that one was older and the other younger. These 2 should be father and son, not brothers. Big Head came back from Shangjing last night, and the 2 of them drank with me. We were supposed to go to Rank 1 Firmament, but Big Head booked the Supreme Hotel, so we went there. Xiang Quangren said loudly, Big Head and his father are my witnesses. The owner of the Supreme Hotel is also my witness. We drank until 2 in the morning. The 3 of us drank 17 jars of drunken Big Dipper. And at that time, the one with the surname Gao had already been beaten into a nourishment chamber. Do you have all these witnesses and evidence? Xiang Quangren laughed. Yi Changqing and the others turned their heads and looked at the father and son. Big Head Lei smiled and cupped his hands, saying, We're all acquaintances. After I left Fenghai, I spent most of my time in Shangjing. Now, I'm working at Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts Academy. Although I'm not involved in teaching and am only a logistics staff, I'm still an employee of Yunduan High Martial Arts Academy. No one has any objections to this, right? When Xingtian said lightly, Go on. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. It's the first day of September. Everyone please give me a few as a guarantee. And recommendation tickets, there are so few of them these days. Do you have someone outside? Chapter 464. Big Head Lei smiled and said, What I mean is, I'll be the witness. Everyone should believe me, right? Vice Principal Wu smiled and said, Brother Lei, we're all old friends. There's no need to beat around the bush. Let's clear things up quickly. Naturally, everyone would trust your words. Aha. Big Head Lei laughed and said, Last night, I did invite Brother Xiang to drink at the Supreme Hotel. Just the 3 of us, me, my son, and Brother Xiang. The 3 of us. Everyone sat still. Xiang Quangren's eyes lit up and he laughed. How is it, Wu? What else do you have to say? Vice Principal Wu said lightly, Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished asking yet. Brother Lei, may I ask, what time did you guys drink until? Big Head Lei said straightforwardly, We drank until 11 o'clock at night. This drinking was really satisfying. Vice Principal Wu and Vice Principal Wei both laughed coldly. Vice Principal Gao was attacked at 1 o'clock at night. Then, after Xiang Quangren finished drinking at 11 o'clock at night, no one could testify. Xiang Quangren's burly body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head and looked at Big Head Lei in disbelief. Vice Principal Wu had already followed up and asked, What time did you drink until? I didn't hear you clearly. 11 o'clock. Big Head Lei looked confused. Why, can I lie at this time? Last night we drank for more than 4 hours. Brother Xiang's alcohol tolerance is really Xiang Kuangren opened his eyes and looked at his old friend in disbelief. Old Lei, what time did you say? 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Didn't you say that Fenghai is unstable now and there are too many things to do and you need to go back early? Big Head Lei looked confused. What's wrong, old Xiang? You. Xiang Kuangren nodded dejectedly. Ah. Big Head Lei. 300 years of friendship, I thought it was 300 years of friendship. Just because of your 2 words, it's broken. I'm really interested to know what benefits did you get. That's why I said that. Big Head Lei was stunned and suddenly flew into a rage. Old Xiang, what do you mean? I'm here to testify for you out of goodwill. You are testifying for me? Xiang Kuangren narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'll ask you one last time. How long are we going to drink? Big Head Lei slammed the table and roared, even if you ask me 100 times, it's still 11 o'clock. Hee hee hee. Xiang Kuangren laughed bitterly as if his heart and liver were about to explode. Good good good. Today I've finally seen what a friend is. Vice Principal Wu and the others sneered, Xiang Kuangren, what's the use of pretending? The truth is right there, what else do you have to deny? Xiang Kuangren threw his head back and laughed maniacally. There are so many things I can deny. Someone bring me the projector. A loud shout. Then Xiang Kuangren took out a small shao from his pocket. It was actually a pocket-sized disc. Do you really think that I've been cooped up at home for 20 years for nothing? I also know about high-tech. My real evidence is right here. Xiang Kuangren sneered and quickly connected to the projector. Old Xiang, what do you mean? Big Head Lei's expression changed. Fuck off. Xiang Kuangren gritted his teeth and scolded, Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Old Xiang? Open your dog eyes wide and look. What is this? The image on the projector was the entrance of the Supreme Hotel. The 2 of them stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiang Kuangren strode over from afar and laughed. Big Head, you actually came back to find me. At least you still have some conscience. Then the 3 of them laughed and entered the hotel together. The image stopped at the clock in the hotel lobby. 6:47 in the evening. Big Head Lei, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is this the same situation as yesterday afternoon when we just met? Xiang Kuangren's face was ferocious. If you want to continue denying it, it's fine. There are a few acquaintances at the door. I believe they should remember what happened last night, right? Do you want me to call them over? Big Head Lei's face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. Vice Principal Wu's expression changed and he said angrily, Xiang Kuangren, what are you playing at? What am I playing at? Don't worry, just look at it. You'll know once you see it. Xiang Kuangren sneered and then fast-forwarded. The image changed to the hotel room. The most eye-catching thing was that the image was still facing the clock on the wall. Instead, it was showing the 3 of them drinking and chatting. The angle was a little bad, but it was clear enough. At this time, Xiang Kuangren said, It's already 11:20 in the blink of an eye. Happy times really pass quickly. Aha, I haven't drunk enough yet. Big Head Lei laughed. If you haven't drunk enough, then continue drinking. Why do you care what time it is? Old Xiang, didn't you ask for leave? Haha, I don't believe you need to ask for leave to drink with me. Xiang Kuangren laughed like thunder. Nonsense. Continue drinking. Drink until you're drunk, you must drink until you're drunk. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere at the table became more and more lively. Xiang Kuangren seemed to be drunk. He pointed at the clock on the wall and laughed. Why is this thing shaking? Am I drunk? What time is it? I said it's 1 o'clock. Am I right? Big Head Lei laughed. You're not drunk, old man. It's 1 o'clock. If you're not drunk, then continue drinking. Another hour passed. Xiang Kuangren's eyes were blurred and he nodded. What time is it now? Damn it, this clock doesn't seem right. It's 2:30 now, right? Yes. Big Head Lei said affirmatively, it's 2:30 now. Brother Xiang, let's finish 2 more jars. I don't know how you feel, but I've drunk enough. If I drink more, I'll really throw up. Okay. It wasn't until 3:20 p.m. that the drinking session was finally over. Xiang Kuangren leaned on the chair in a daze and said, Brother Lei, today was really good. I'm good too. Big Head Lei laughed. Xiang Kuangren pressed the pause button. The image stopped. He turned his head and looked at Big Head Lei with eagle-like eyes. Do you have anything to say now? Big Head Lei's face was as pale as paper. He said, Everyone heard it. You're the one who's asking. I just played along with you. In fact, the clock in that room is broken. If you don't believe me, we can ask the owner and manager of the Supreme Hotel. Ask them to come and ask? Let them agree with you? Xiang Kuangren laughed. A cold voice sounded at the door. There's no need to look for them. They've already gone to my place. Before the voice died away, a bald man stepped in. The man was tall and broad, with a square face and big ears. He looked dignified, but there was not a single hair on his bald head, which slightly reduced his overall image. However, his eyes were majestic, like cold lightning, looking disdainfully at everyone. The man was the director of Star Shield in the Central Plains, Jiang Wenzhou. Behind Director Jiang, there were two men in black who were also wearing the uniform of Star Shield. After coming in, he first greeted Yi Changqing and then said, "Hello everyone. Today I came here uninvited to testify for Vice President Xiang. Everyone should know me. Although my cultivation is shallow and can't reach the apex, there shouldn't be many people who don't know me in Fenghai City. I don't know if you believe what I said?" He smiled faintly, and without waiting for everyone to answer, he said, "Last night, Vice President Xiang suddenly invited us to drink, but he didn't show up. He only booked a room for us and let us drink next to him. I just listened to him talk over there. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I would have gone over to beat him. How can he treat us like this? He's just setting up a trap to ruin us." But as soon as he said this, the faces of Big Head Lei, Vice President Wu, Vice President Wei, and the others suddenly changed. Indeed, he was going to ruin someone, but he wasn't going to ruin you, Jiang Wenzhou. Last night, I was really interested in this pair of father and son. It was because of them that Vice President Xiang left us alone. How can I not take a good look? Then I saw the two of them running out. One went out and the other went out. Their behavior made me even more curious. Jiang Wenzhou stretched out his hand, and there was also a CD in his hand. "I'm excited, so I simply made a video. Are you interested in watching it?" Everyone's face darkened. When Xingtian laughed and said, "Since it's such a good show, of course we have to watch it." The projector started to work again. It was actually just a segment. Big Head Lei walked out of the room and hurried along the corridor to the toilet in the distance, pausing at the door of the toilet. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly, "This distinguished guest surnamed Lei, you have such a high-end private room. No matter what, there should be a toilet in the room. You actually have to go so far. Did you develop other habits after coming to Shangjing? I don't know what kind of rule this is, but I don't care." Then it paused and disappeared and continued to play. Big Head Lei could be seen running in like a wisp of smoke. Then he used his hand to dig, and with a puff he started to vomit. After vomiting, he wiped his face, then took out a bottle and took 2 pills. Then he unbuttoned his pants and peed. His spirit immediately became better and he walked back. Everyone knows that this drunken Big Dipper is specially brewed for experts. If you drink enough, you can really get half-dead drunk. Even if you have profound Shen skills, you can't evaporate it or resist it. For ordinary people, this drunken Big Dipper is a strong poison. Once you drink it, you'll be drunk for the rest of your life. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly, but for the drunken Big Dipper, the research and development company also produced a special sobriety medicine. Yes, the one in Brother Lei's hand should be the one. But to be honest, the sales of this medicine are very small. After all, it's rare for a martial artist to get drunk when drinking, and it's even rarer to make us drunk. At least I can't imagine why Brother Lei would carry so many sobriety medicine with him. It's a spectacle. Chapter 465. The projection began to fast forward again. However, what was seen was still Big Head Lei and his son, running out as if changing shifts. One came out, the other came out. The angle of the video seemed to match the time. Even the wall clock in the corridor was not missed. Everything was recorded. This scene continued until 2:30. The father and son had each gone out twice. Xiang Kuangren's laughter could be heard. "Big Head Lei, your alcohol tolerance has improved. Ha 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 ha." Finally, the camera panned to the room that Big Head Lei had entered. Then it went to the room next door. There were 7 or 8 Star Shield experts in the room, all sitting upright as if they were watching a show. The dishes on the table were almost untouched. All of them just sat there with meaningful looks on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. Jiang Wenzhou laughed and said, "This is a good show, isn't it? But it hasn't reached the climax yet. Do you know what I found after that? All the surveillance equipment in the Supreme Hotel was broken at night. However, this is what we specialize in." After he finished speaking, he said lightly, "I wonder if this can prove that Vice Principal Xiang is innocent?" Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood up at the same time and said gratefully, "Thank you, Director Jiang. Jiang Wenzhou smiled lightly. You're welcome. It's my duty. Last night I was able to watch such a big show and even participate in it. I was addicted to it and it even lasted until now. All kinds of twists and schemes made me, a layman, extremely surprised. However, I was still very satisfied. It was an eye-opener, huh? On the other side, Big Head Lei and his son's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with panic. Xiang Quangren slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Big Head, I still want to ask you one question. What? Big Head Lei's eyes were full of despair. His body swayed and he said bitterly, You saw it. Why else? Xiang Quangren said, But I want to know the reason. I want you to answer me personally. Big Head Lei's face was ashen. He said, Of course there is a reason, but it's too important. Old Xiang, you're destined to lose. At this moment, Yi Changqing let out a fierce roar and shot out explosively. When Xingtian also roared, Stop. However, the blood light instantly dispersed into a thick blood mist with a bang. Only an extremely shrill and miserable laugh could be heard. Old Xiang, I'm sorry. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Big Head Lei's palms smashed the head of his son who was right beside him into pieces. Immediately after, his own tall and sturdy body also softly fell to the ground. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiang Quangren with a sad smile in his eyes. I've harmed you today. My life is yours. His body softly fell to the ground, but the corner of his mouth still hung a strange smile. Before Big Head Lei fell, when Xingtian's lightning-fast hand had already pinched his chin. It's too late. Yi Changqing shook his head. The blood that kept flowing out of Big Head Lei's mouth had actually turned blue. He was no longer breathing and had died. It's orchid heart poison. Yi Changqing grunted and gritted his teeth. Not only the orchid heart poison, he also broke his own heart veins. Otherwise, with his cultivation, even if the orchid heart poison broke out, he would still be able to hold on for a while. When Xingtian sighed softly, All of you get out of the way. Yi Changqing and Xiang Quangren both sighed a little. Big Head Lei was actually so resolute. The moment the matter was exposed, he was so resolute that he killed his own son. At the same time he bit open the poison sac. Afraid that he would not die quickly, he even broke his own heart veins at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and felt a wave of palpitations in their hearts. What kind of organization, what kind of death warrior, what kind of scheme would be able to do this? With Big Head Lei's death, the clues were immediately cut off again. Although Jiang Wenzhou had already taken control of the people in the Supreme Hotel, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were very clear in their hearts. There would not be any substantial gains over there. Once again it proved the terror of the enemy. After so many years of waiting, all they got in return was still the surface. I always feel that the incidents have been a little frequent recently. When Xingtian lowered his head and transmitted his voice. Yi Changqing was stunned by this sentence and slowly nodded. Blue blood gradually dripped out of Big Head Lei's mouth and flowed to the ground. Faint blue smoke slowly rose from the ground. The hard alloy floor was slowly corroded and collapsed bit by bit. So ruthless. Jiang Wenzhou held his breath. With a wave of his hand he put the bodies of Big Head Lei and his son into the space ring. Then, with a flash of the knife, he cut off the floor that was corroded by the blood and put it into the space ring. Ha ha ha. Vice Principal Wu laughed heartily. After all this time, it turns out that old Xiang is not involved. It's good that he's fine. It seems that the murderer is someone else. Director Jiang, it seems that you really have to work hard. This Fenghai city is really not peaceful recently. Vice Principal Wei smiled faintly and said, Although old Xiang has a straightforward temper, he always says what he means and means what he says. I also believe that old Xiang is not that kind of bad person. Now that the evidence is conclusive, doesn't everything come to light and the truth comes to light? As for old Gao's matter, there must be something fishy about it. Boss Yi, it seems that we really need to investigate it properly. Vice Principal Wei's face was solemn. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said word by word, That's right. We really need to do a thorough investigation of the current Hidden Dragon High Marshal. Xiang Quangren narrowed his eyes and looked at Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Liu, and Vice Principal Wei. His eyes were like a vulture's. What? Is it so easy to prove my innocence? The three of you, do you need to prove it again? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment now. Vice Principal Wei smiled and looked up at Xiang Quangren. Old Xiang, what else do you want us to prove? Prove what? Xiang Quangren was suddenly speechless. What did he want them to prove? Vice Principal Wu said earnestly, "Old Xiang, you're our brother, but old Gao is also our brother. Something happened to him and he's in such a miserable state. It's normal for us to be a little impatient. If the person involved was you, we would be the same. Please don't be offended. After all, the truth has come to light. After all, we're brothers. We're still very happy that we didn't have a big fight. But my words just now were indeed a little rash. Please be magnanimous and don't blame me." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xiang Kuangren with a sincere expression. "But now I'm really happy that you can prove your innocence." When Xingtian spat and walked out with his head held high. He didn't even look at Vice Principal Wei and the others. Yi Changqing stood there. His body swayed slightly and his face became paler. However, he immediately stood firm and smiled bitterly. "I've made a fool of myself in front of Director Jiang." Jiang Wenzhou also smiled bitterly. "Principal Yi, you're too serious. We, Star Shield, are also very ashamed. This matter is also due to our lack of supervision." He shook his head and sighed. I'm ashamed. Then he said, "At this point, I'm afraid there will be follow-up. I'll take my leave first. Principal Yi, please take care of yourself. The Hidden Dragon High School can't do without a pillar like you." "Thank you for your concern, Director Jiang." When Xingtian sent Jiang Wenzhou out. When they reached the school gate, Jiang Wenzhou let out a long sigh. "Teacher Wen, to be honest, I'm very depressed now. I don't feel like I have the upper hand at all. Originally, we had the upper hand in this round. We should have even won a complete victory." When Xingtian smiled faintly. "Director Jiang, you're exaggerating." "I'm not exaggerating. I'm really depressed now. You know, over the past few years, as long as the higher-ups of Star Shield are free, I've been working hard to investigate the Hidden Dragon High School case. As the director of Star Shield, I really don't want the heroes to be wronged. But after so many years, there hasn't been any progress." Jiang Wenzhou said, "But following the investigation, I've also discovered that I can't find out what I want to know if I don't give up and continue to work hard. The Dragon Blood Team, which belongs to the Central Plains Star Shield General Administration, is said to be tyrannical and unstoppable. But even if all of them are dispatched, I'm afraid they won't be as powerful as the people involved in the Hidden Dragon High School case. In other words, if I really find out something, the only thing waiting for my people is death. Over the years, for the sake of the Hidden Dragon High School case, the Star Shield investigators I've invested in have already inexplicably disappeared 23. Jiang Wenzhou sighed sadly. "Your level is already very, very high. It's beyond the level of the secular world. Star Shield. In our Star Shield General Administration, there are only 2 Royal God level cultivators. And even these 2 are still insignificant in the eyes of the Hidden Dragon. They can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. In the past few years, I've made reports to ask the higher-ups to send real experts down, but as long as we don't investigate your case, the current strength of our manpower is more than enough to deal with the situation." Sigh, I don't even know what to say. Jiang Wenzhou patted Wen Xingtian's shoulder somewhat dejectedly. "In short, I'm very ashamed. I'm very ashamed." Jiang Wenzhou left these last words and left with his people. "I've already controlled the relevant personnel of the Supreme Hotel in the Star Shield General Administration. If the Hidden Dragon needs them, you can go and get them at any time. This is already the limit of what I can do." Watching Jiang Wenzhou leave, Wen Xingtian's heart was heavy. This confrontation really couldn't be said to be a victory. The other party was completely unreasonable as he threw another punch. Everyone knew that this operation couldn't kill Xiang Kuangren at all, but the other party still did it. Since that was the case, there must be a follow-up. Today's repeated twists and turns had blocked the other party's follow-up. But Wen Xingtian was sure that the other party's follow-up actions wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have acted so rashly. If Swixiao Duo hadn't seen that Xiang Kuangren's luck was different in advance, this time, Xiang Kuangren and the Hidden Dragon High School would have fallen into a rather passive situation. That's all for today. I forgot that today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, our second biggest festival after the Spring Festival. I'm dizzy from the days that if I don't explode, I won't ask for monthly votes. Just give me a few recommendation votes. Chapter 466. When Xingtian pondered silently as he stood at the school gate. Yi Changqing walked out of the meeting room, clutching his chest as he walked. Vice Principal Wei followed behind him with a worried expression. "Principal, are you all right?" "I'll be fine for now. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. He took out a piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade from his ring, held it in his hand and absorbed it. His complexion visibly improved. He smiled bitterly and said, "At least there's still some left. I'll be fine for now." Vice Principal Wei said with concern, "I've already sent people to look for top-grade Astral Soul's jade. There should be good news soon. Principal, you must hold on. How much do you have left? I'll hurry them up." Yi Changqing said, "Although there's still a lot left, we have to use it sparingly. I have less than 300 left." Vice Principal Wei said, "Use as much as you want." They sent back a message saying that they have found something. "I'll go back and hurry them up." He then left with a heavy expression. It was only when he returned to his office that Vice Principal Wei revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. "Less than 300? I don't believe you. If you can take out 30 pieces now, I'll kill myself right here and now." "Who are you trying to fool?" "Boss, are we just going to let it go like this?" Xiang Kuangren looked at Yi Changqing, his face flushed red. "You still have other ideas?" Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Kuangren and frowned. "You have to be more careful in the future." Xiang Kuangren said angrily, "Boss, don't you think what happened today is laughable? Even if there's no evidence prepared beforehand, do you really think you can pin me down with such a small matter? That's ridiculous." Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Kuangren coldly. "You only see what's right in front of you. How can you pin a vice principal of Hidden Dragon University with such a small matter without any evidence?" Yi Changqing said heavily, "Then why didn't you think about it? If both you and I could think of this, how could the mastermind behind the scenes not think of it?" "What is it?" Xiang Kuangren was still confused. "Although this is only a pretext, what they need is just a pretext. That's enough." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "To be able to set up such a simple, crude and unreasonable framing. There is only one reason." "What reason?" "I don't believe it." "You don't believe me?" "I can guarantee that if it weren't for those two twists, the other party would have already started their next move. The other party must have made preparations. They only need an excuse to take you down. As long as there's a reason, it's fine. It doesn't need to be sufficient, and it doesn't need real evidence. That's not the main point." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "I think the higher-ups or at least the martial arts department have made preparations. At this time all your actions are the key. As long as you make a mistake or even if it's just a specious mistake. It's just a suspicion, just a groundless suspicion, and you can be put aside for the time being. How can you be a teacher when you're under suspicion? Once the first step is taken, the next step will be to frame you. You'll be put aside. As long as we give you an excuse that we believe in you, but we need to use you at our discretion, what can you do? After you're put aside, they only need to use the method they used to deal with Old Shur, to ruin your reputation through the internet. Naturally, there will be a lot of people who will hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll be a friend your whole life and have no enemies? I think that the mastermind doesn't even need to do it himself. There will be people who will report you to the department. When that time comes, you'll be put aside and have no influence. You can only be beaten by others. You won't have a future for the rest of your life. At least, you won't have a chance to rise again in Hidden Dragon." Yi Changqing said coldly, "With your explosive temper, in order to prove your innocence, you'll most likely be like Old Shur and go to the front line to kill the enemy, to fight in the Sun Moon Pass, to fight against the foreign invaders. But, over there, a lone army will be enough to kill you." Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Kuangren indifferently. "You think nothing is wrong when you went out to drink last night, and that it's normal, right? You didn't think that the brother you acknowledged would betray you, right? So you went out in a relaxed manner? Isn't that right? Let me ask you, if we hadn't discovered this in advance and taken precautions, and the other party continued to walk step by step like this, then in the end, where would you end up? This is a trap designed to deal with your temper and Old Shurs. It looks simple and crude? It's not presentable, is it? But it's this simple scheme that can make people with explosive tempers like you walk on the path that they want you to take and even the end. Bury you in the Sun Moon Pass as a hero." Yi Changqing became angrier as he spoke. Suddenly he kicked Xiang Kuangren's burly body 7 or 8 meters away and hit the wall with a loud bang. Dust rustled down. "You only know how to be reckless. You only know how to be reckless. 20 years of solitary confinement, all of it is a dog's life." Yi Changqing was fuming with anger. He kicked Xiang Kuangren again and again. "How many times have you thought about these twists and turns of the road ahead? You think they're just trying to slander you? To disgust you? Bastard. They want you to die." Yi Changqing lowered his voice and cursed. Xiang Quangren was suddenly happy after being beaten. Boss, your injury healed. Touching his butt, he suddenly looked happy. You kicked me so hard just now. Why don't you do it again? I want to feel it again. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Quangren's joyful face and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He suddenly thought of another face. A brother with a square face and a fiery temper. Suddenly his heart ached and he felt sad. It was these good brothers who, like him, had made a blood oath to bring the hidden dragon martial arts to greater heights. They wanted to nurture the pillars of the continent and the pillars of the sea for the human race. His brothers followed him and entered the hidden dragon school wholeheartedly. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Countless students, under the guidance of their brothers, walked out of the hidden dragon and became pillars of the society. Every year, when a batch of students graduated, the brothers would gather together to drink and get drunk on this achievement. Every 2 years, they would go to the frontline martyrs' cemetery to see their students in eternal rest. They would cry their hearts out. Year after year had passed. Until now. Now everyone was old. And the hidden dragon school had also climbed to an extremely high position. It gradually transformed into an excellent springboard for power. As long as they entered for a few years, they would be qualified to be a leader when they left. This was because every genius student that walked out was a shining achievement in the political career of the politicians. This was a political compromise, a balance of power. However, this path that was getting better and better made some people dissatisfied. They were not satisfied with the positions given by the Hidden Dragon School. They started to want more and took action. However, some of the key positions were always occupied and controlled by us old people. So they started to use tricks. They understood the temper of their brothers and stabbed them one by one. They targeted their character weaknesses and made them fall one by one. First, they used a bucket of water from the River of Forgetfulness to throw out Xiang Quangren, who was the least safe. Because they knew that as long as Xiang Quangren was there, the Hidden Dragon School could also be unreasonable. Once something happened, Xiang Quangren could really go crazy and fight. Politicians usually cherished their lives the most. They did not want to take such risks, so they first got rid of Xiang Quangren in the safest way. Then they targeted Old Shi's explosive character and his unwillingness to be wronged. They created the prostitution incident. How could they not know that with Old Shi's temper, he would definitely not be able to tolerate this? But they could not vent their anger in Fenghai. The only place they could go was the border. Kill the enemy at the border. But this was exactly what they wanted. In the end, Old Shi fell into eternal rest at the Sun Moon Pass. He died with regret. Old Lu's serious and responsible character towards his students. Knowing that Old Lu was different from others, other people might choose to strategically retreat. But Old Lu would not. As long as a student was still in danger, he would not retreat. Because each and every one of these students was his flesh and blood. Such a targeted game directly beat Old Lu into a useless person. Then they targeted Old Lu's temper, which was easy to go to extremes. One by one, they took action one by one, and succeeded again and again. Until today they directly started to frame Xiang Quangren. Moreover, they used the method of betraying his brothers to deal with him, to plot against him. Fortunately, Zhuo Duo had discovered it in advance, causing them to be on guard. If they succeeded, Xiang Quangren's anger and disheartened brother betrayed him, he would leave the Sun Moon Pass in a rage and follow in the footsteps of Vice Principal Shi. It was almost certain that he would leave. After that, the situation would not change at all. Even if everyone knew that they were wronged, it would still be the same. Xiang Quangren would never be able to rise again in the Hidden Dragon School. Old Xiang. Yi Changqing held Xiang Quangren's broad shoulders sadly and said softly, "We must hold on. Our old brothers are almost gone. This is our real base. No, the Sun Moon Pass isn't our base." Xiang Quangren was silent for a moment and said, "Yes. People like Big Head Lei were never your brothers. You don't have to feel bad for him." Yi Changqing patted him on the shoulder. "You just need to remember one thing. If he was really your brother, why would he hurt you? If he was really your brother, you wouldn't have invited Jiang Wenzhou yesterday and brought the camera equipment with you. Also, in your words, you repeatedly set a trap for him. Although he was the one who hurt you when you asked about the time. What were you thinking?" Yi Changqing said earnestly, "So, this is our victory. It is not the betrayal of a friend or a brother. Big Head Lei is not qualified and he is not worthy. Do you understand?" Chapter 467. Xiang Quangren thought for a moment, and his somewhat dull and rough face suddenly brightened up. He said happily, "Thank you, boss. I was indeed very upset just now, but now you've reminded me that I didn't really treat him as a friend." Ha 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 ha. Xiang Quangren straightened his body. His burly body stood in front of the window like an iron tower. He exhaled and said, "Big Head Lei has never been my brother. Trash like him, so what if he's dead?" When Xingtian was walking slowly into the building. When he suddenly heard this, he stopped, raised his eyebrows and smiled. He turned around and walked toward Class 1. He had been busy with this matter since 4 o'clock in the morning until now. It was almost time for lunch. Perhaps there's another good show waiting for me at lunch today. When he arrived at Class 1's training ground, even with Wen Xingtian's composure, he could not help but be shocked by what he saw. The training ground was dripping with blood. It was a complete mess. Looking at the situation, it looked like many people had been crushed here. When Xingtian observed with rapt attention, only to see Zhou Xiaoduo holding a long sword in his hand, sneaking behind Meng Zhongjun like a ghost who was on full alert, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Whoosh! The sword mercilessly pierced through Meng Zhongjun's thigh. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, followed by an earth-shattering scream. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed happily. "How is it? Does it feel good to be ambushed? Does it feel good?" Meng Zhongjun's face was distorted. He could only raise his neck and scream. His head was covered in sweat and his eyes were blank. How could he know if it felt good or not? It was so painful. At this moment, a person hiding in the bushes nearby seemed to be shocked by such a tragic scene. He trembled, but Zhou Xiaoduo caught him. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already stabbed Hao Han's right shoulder with his sword. He walked out with his burly body on his sword and said proudly, "Another one. Hao Han, were you planning to hide and ambush me? Let me tell you, this is the feeling of being ambushed. How does it feel?" Next, Zhou Xiaoduo stabbed his sword into Xiang Bing's shoulder. Amidst the sharp screams, Zhou Xiaoduo laughed strangely. "Ice egg, that day wasn't as painful as this time, right? Is it cold or hot? Does it feel good?" "Zhou Xiaoduo will kill you." The rest of the people no longer hid, and all of them rushed out with red eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "You can't take it anymore? That's exactly what I want." The long sword suddenly spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. "If you can't stand it, then die." Puff puff puff. First, Pai Yibao's legs were pierced by the long sword. He screamed and fell to the ground. Then Yu Yan'er's right arm was almost chopped off by Zhou Xiaoduo. Then the rest of the students point one by one. They were all covered in blood under Zhou Xiaoduo's sword. Ah! In the end, Li Changlong screamed miserably. Both of his legs had been pierced by Zhou Xiaoduo. He couldn't help but curse loudly. The battle was over. Except for Zhou Xiaoduo, the 35 people in the class were neatly arranged in rows. However, no one was allowed to bandage their wounds. They were neatly arranged as if they were being publicly executed. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished arranging everything, he still held his long sword and went to Xiang Chong. "Where are your wounds? Is it your buttocks?" Then he stabbed the sword in. "Is it here?" Xiang Chong's screams changed the pitch of his voice. Then the second Xiang Bing. "Here?" Another stab. Then he questioned them one by one and threatened, "If anyone dares to dodge, you'll be punished by 3 more times. You're welcome to dodge." The screams of 35 people rose and fell one after another. The degree of misery was far greater than that of a large-scale torture scene. When Xingtian was dumbfounded by this scene, he did not know how to react for a long time. "Assistant? Where's the assistant teacher?" Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. "Have you contacted the nutrition cabin?" The assistant teacher was already sweating profusely. His face was pale. "Yes, yes. Throw them in one by one to heal their wounds." Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. He pulled the sword out of the last student's buttocks and kicked the bloody wound. He said, "You guys are just a bunch of rotten potatoes and rotten eggs. You call this a sneak attack? You're basically stealing cats, right? I'll be honest with you. I've already shown you a lot of mercy. Look at how useless you are. It's really shameful. How dare you call yourselves geniuses? Don't say that you came from the same class as me in the future. I think you're shameful. Geniuses. Each of you is holding a sword and chattering. What are you doing? Performing an opera? Are you afraid that others won't know? Go to the nutrition cabin to heal your wounds. I'll still attack you in the afternoon. If you're strong enough, you can also attack me. You're welcome to try." Zhou Xiaoduo urged impatiently. Class monitor Zhua. We won't bother you in the afternoon. Xiang Chong covered his buttocks and begged for mercy. We'll attack each other ourselves. I won't show any mercy. The other students also begged for mercy. Let us go. Class monitor Zhua. Class monitor, please have mercy. Zhua Xiaoduo was furious. Fuck, how dare you beg for mercy? Do you beg for mercy to your enemies? Will they be merciful and let you go? Can you be any more shameless? It seems that this afternoon's lesson is definitely not enough. I've decided to attack you for 7 mornings, 7 afternoons, and 7 nights. I'm going all out. I'll take care of you all day and night. Look forward to it, geniuses. Half of them fainted immediately after hearing this. They did not know if they fainted from anger or fear. Finally, the teaching assistant led everyone away. When Xingtian had been watching the whole time while invisible. His mouth was wide open as if he was looking at a fairy. He was so stunned that he did not know where he was. I've only been away for 1 morning. How did this place become a slaughterhouse? After the assistant sent everyone into the nutrition cabin and ran back, when Xingtian stopped him. What's going on? What else could it be? The assistant looked like an old-fashioned person. Since you weren't here this morning, I followed your instructions and divided them into 2 groups to attack and counterattack. Well, today was the first weapon battle. In the end, even though everyone had weapons in their hands, they were too embarrassed to attack their own classmates. The fighting atmosphere was terrible. Then, squad leader Zhua expressed his strong dissatisfaction, saying that this kind of training would not produce any results. Then he suggested that he would ambush everyone, and their objections were ignored. The assistant's face was pale. Boss, what you're seeing is actually the 3rd round of monitors with sneak attack this morning. These kids have suffered a lot today. Everyone was cut and bruised by Zhua Xiaoduo. Then they were put into the nutrition cabin to recover. Then they were cut into pieces and put into the nutrition cabin again 3 times in a row in 1 morning. Just now he said that there would be more in the afternoon. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after. For 7 days in a row, there were continuous sneak attacks in the morning, afternoon, and night. Even if you're interrogating those heartless prisoners on death row, this kind of punishment is enough. The assistant was not beaten, nor was he injured. But just looking at it made him feel like he could not take it anymore. His face was pale, his body was shaking, and his legs were trembling. It was as if he could fall to the ground at any time. When Xingtian's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Then he said in a low voice, "Just pretend that I didn't come here." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring the assistant's worries. Obviously, when Xingtian wanted to see what the result of Zhua Xiaoduo's extreme training would be. But it had to be said that this kind of training was not just a simple social beating. This was definitely an extreme interrogation, and it was inhumane. It was a real torture that had no bottom line. Seeing Zhua Xiaoduo directly insert the sword into the cut wound and stir it, even when Xingtian felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell, was this a little too much? About 20 minutes later, Zhua Xiaoduo stood at the entrance of the recovery room, waving his shining long sword. He waited. Xiang Chong was the first to come out. When he saw Zhua Xiaoduo, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. Class monitor Zhua, that's enough. The students who came out later, including Meng Zhangjun and the others, were all huddled together like a group of kittens that had seen a big tiger. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all huddled together, trembling. Their eyes were full of fear and they shuddered. What? You? Yu Yin Air's voice was trembling. She said in a sobbing tone, "It's time to eat, let me tell you." Zhua Xiaoduo leaped up and let out a howl. His sword danced in the air twice, creating a dazzling light. Then more than 10 screams came from the opposite side. A few female students fell to the ground and crawled backward. Don't come over, don't come over." With a clang, Zhua Xiaoduo sheathed his sword and laughed. His eyes were filled with amiability as he said, "My dearest classmates, I'm here to invite you to eat together. Let's go grab a table. Who will be our opponent today?" This is a question but also not a question. Of course, it's not a question who will be the one to fight. "34 people hid behind Li Chenglong and huddled together like quails. 68 fearful gazes. Li Chenglong mustered up his courage. Zhua. Really eat? Of course. Why don't you look at the time? Hurry up, if you don't go there won't be any food left." Zhua Xiaoduo urged again. Everyone came out carefully and walked towards the cafeteria with Zhua Xiaoduo. Everyone still subconsciously distanced themselves from him. Every single one of them looked at Zhuoxiao Duo as though they were little white rabbits looking at the great demon king, filled with indescribable fear and trembling. Just now, when Zhuoxiao Duo gathered everyone together and stabbed them one by one with his sword, it was too scary. Chapter 468. Even though everyone's bodies had recovered, they still felt a piercing pain in that area from time to time. Well, this was a problem with the human body. The pain was real and would not disappear just because the body had recovered. Zhuoxiao Duo swaggered in front, leading the way. The further he went, the slower he became. Slowly he merged into the crowd. With a smile on his face he asked kindly, "Xiang Chong, little bug, does your butt still hurt? Speaking of which, the sword made your bones creak. The sound was nice, right? Bing Dan, your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? I didn't even stab you anywhere else. Yu Yin, your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? Pai Bao, is your butt better? Are you okay? I'll rub it with my sword in the afternoon. Hao Han, how is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Meng Zhangjun, does it feel good? Does it feel good? Didn't you always want to challenge me? Are you satisfied? Haha. Why does everyone have such an expression? Whoever was asked would shudder, and their faces would turn as pale as paper in a second, without a trace of blood. Class monitor Zhua. Pai Bao trembled. Much better. Much better? Ha ha ha, then we can continue in the afternoon. Pfft. Hey you, I accidentally stabbed you in the chest. Are you okay now? Are you okay? No. I'm fine. Cough cough. Are you okay? That's good, that's good. You scared me. I thought I sent you away with my sword. So stabbing the right chest won't kill you? Ah. I'll do the same for them in the afternoon. Alright, is there anyone who was born with an abnormality? Their heart is on the right side. I'll prepare in advance. As soon as he said that, countless resentful gazes focused on the student who was being questioned. They were like small flying daggers. In the cafeteria, the people who were watching the show from above immediately noticed this strange phenomenon. Class 1 was originally the most united class. However, at this moment they were walking in a strange formation. The person in front was unprecedentedly arrogant and flashy. He was as awe-inspiring and domineering as a general. He walked over like a crab. Just by walking he walked like a crab. The group of arrogant geniuses behind him were now cowering like a group of quails in the cold wind. They didn't even dare to take a step forward. What was going on? Looking at how well you guys are dressed, it doesn't seem like anything has happened. Why did they all look so scared? At this moment someone ran up to the door. The first grade's class 1 is here. Who's leading the team? Zhuoxiao Duo. All right. One of the youths stood up. Today our second grade class 4 will take back the table that belongs to the second grade. Before he could say anything he heard Zhuoxiao Duo's voice from downstairs. It's the second grade's class 4's turn now, right? Is there anyone who wants to snatch a table? If there is, hurry up and come down. I won't go up. The arrogant voice paused for a moment before saying, if I go up, I'll have to come down. If I come down, I'll have to go up again. It's too troublesome. Hurry up and come down. After the fight, I'll go up and eat. Let's eat to our heart's content. How arrogant. Everyone in the second grade's class 4 had surging anger in their eyes. Class monitor beat him to death. Okay. The class monitor of class 4 jumped down. Zhuoxiao Duo, I'm coming. Following this sound, black skulls popped out from the window above. Originally there were people who wanted to snatch a table downstairs, but not many people looked at them. They felt that it was meaningless. However, when Zhuoxiao Duo arrived, those who were eating also stuck their heads out with food in their mouths. In an instant there was a dense crowd of heads. They saw Zhuoxiao Duo walking over like he didn't recognize anyone. His head was tilted to the side and his face was full of arrogance. His face was full of arrogance and he walked over like a crab. Everyone felt like they were hallucinating. Is there a villain in our school? What's more, this villain was showing off in front of all the decent students. He was insufferably arrogant. According to the plot of a typical novel, this was not far from the time when the main character appeared. However, who would be the main character? Would the class monitor of class 4, the chief of class 4, be able to do it? 20 to 30 geniuses from the Wu and Gao families stood in different directions, cheering for Zhuoxiao Duo. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two of them rushed up like a whirlwind and tangled together. However, after 3 consecutive bangs, the class monitor of class 4 staggered back. Zhuo Duo laughed arrogantly and jumped up. His dragon's leg appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He kicked the class monitor right in the crotch. The class monitor of class 4 groaned and clutched his crotch. His entire body was sent flying up the stairs from the ground. Below, Zhuo Duo struck a suave pose with his leg facing the sky. Then he slowly retracted his leg and laughed strangely. He waved his hand and said, "It's done. Let's eat." Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and flabbergasted. This class monitor of Zhuo Duo. Why was he getting stronger and stronger? They remembered that when he fought with the class monitor of class 7 he fought for quite a while. But now Zhuo Duo walked up the stairs and laughed. Next time it should be class 3, right? Ah. Countless senior students were speechless. If you want to steal a table, then just steal a table. Why did you have to make it seem like a villain? It was really intoxicating. According to the plot of a novel, this kind of villain should be KO'd by the main character. Main character come out. However, after waiting for a long time, the main character did not appear. All the students of class 4 stood and ate with sullen faces. However, when they saw the students of class 1 they felt a little better. These students of Zhuo's class all looked abnormal. They were all very careful, especially the two who sat next to Zhuo Duo. Only half of their buttocks were on the chairs. When they ate, their hands were trembling. What was going on? This is your classmate, your class monitor, and your inevitable leader when you enter society. Why do you all give off the feeling of being together with the great demon king? I really don't understand. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Duo finished his meal and strode out of the cafeteria. After Zhuo Duo left, the students of class 1 by 1 also filed out of the cafeteria. Other than the two who stayed behind on duty, everyone else quickly left. The two who stayed behind looked as if they had just been pardoned, as if they had just escaped a huge disaster. What's wrong? We're all classmates. Why are you so scared? I don't think it's fear, it's fear. Ahem. It's a long story. Don't ask, I have to wash the dishes. I also have to go back and cultivate. If I get back late. The other one shivered. Damn, don't say any more. I'm so cold now. Wash the dishes. In the afternoon. All the students were looking forward to the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian. If Wen Xingtian came, they would be able to escape from Zhuo's evil clutches. They might even be able to enjoy a good show of teacher when beating up the left demon king. However, after waiting and waiting, all they got was disappointment. When Xingtian did not come. Wow. Come all of you, let's play a sneak attack game of 1 versus 35. Of course, if you choose to fight head-on, I'll welcome you. Come on, students. Zhuo Duo shouted excitedly. The 35 people's faces were paled out as they walked out, each of them looked as if they were about to be executed. It was only a day's time. Zhuo Duo had another nickname. Originally it was Sword King Class Monitor Zhua and Zhua. But now there was another one, Demon King Zhua. Indeed. In the eyes of the ordinary students, Zhuo Duo was a real demon king. Even if it was a real life and death battle, it was just a quick swing of the sword. But this demon king Zhua would cut your flesh bit by bit with a sword after cutting it open. Then he would explain to you bit by bit, what would it feel like to stab here and stir it like this? What would it feel like to stir it in the opposite direction? Then, with a serious face, he would use your own flesh to discuss with you how to fight, how to exert strength, how to make the enemy lose his fighting ability. This feeling was simply indescribable. A terrifying nightmare. However, the strange thing was, after being done like this 6 times in a day, although it was still the same pain, she would still be afraid when she saw Zhuo Duo. She would tremble uncontrollably as if it was a conditioned reflex. But everyone was much calmer. So much so that at night they could discuss with each other, what would it feel like to stab a sword into your flesh? What would it feel like? When it stab into your flesh it doesn't hurt much. What would it feel like? What would it feel like to twist and push outward? Did it stab into your bone seam? No. Damn, why are you so lucky? You're so lucky. When the sword stabbed into my bone seam, Demon King Zhua was prying it open while discussing with me how to cut the bone and tendon. Don't mention it. When my calf bone was scraped until it was crunching, he carefully introduced to me what kind of nerve was being scraped here. What the fuck? Desuke, you're just my calf. Why are you shouting? Demon King Zhua cut open my chest with a sword and then peeled off my flesh. He pointed at my heart and asked me why my heart was fine. He forced me to lower my head and see how my heart was beating. He even asked me if I wanted to cut half of it to taste. Damn it, I only scolded him once. This bastard tore off one of my ribs and then discussed with me how to put it back. The students of Class 1 were discussing and talking about their cruel experiences. Each and every one of them had a look of exultation on their faces. As they spoke, they were trembling, their teeth were chattering, and their faces were pale. However, they were actually showing off their accents. As if it was something to brag about being tortured like this. Chapter 469. Many of the first graders from the other classes, after listening to the Class 1 students' discussion, turned pale and their souls were scared out of their bodies. Are these people speaking human language? It was probably because of this feeling of being able to do what others couldn't do that a sense of pride welled up in the hearts of the Class 1 students. No one really understood where this pride came from. What a freak. Of course, compared to the boys, the girls' tolerance was worse. It was all thanks to Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yener, who brought the 2x tigers to play with them during the training. They were charmingly naive and silly. Perhaps everyone would have collapsed long ago. However, as they wandered in the process of collapsing and rebuilding, they gradually stopped being afraid that this might be another form of habituation. That night, when they were ambushed by Zuoxiao duo, everyone displayed an unprecedented valiant attitude and fought back without fear of death. What's wrong with fighting back? Isn't it just a beating? Isn't it just a few cuts on the body? Isn't it just? We're all made of flesh and blood. Who's afraid of who? Then, Zuoxiao duo experienced the most tragic battle of his life. Zuoxiao duo was completely unprepared for the transformation of the others. He couldn't really kill them and kill them. As a result, he fell into a state of panic for the first time when he faced this group of people who were charging forward bravely and risking their lives. Pai Yibao, who had a sword in his body, didn't retreat. Instead, he went forward and bit Zuoxiao's arm with his teeth. His whole body hung on Zuoxiao's body to control him. The others swarmed forward and attacked him fiercely. In the end, Zuoxiao duo, who was far more powerful, successfully defeated all 35 people. Zuoxiao duo was not only exhausted, but also covered in blood. Some of the blood belonged to the 35 people, and some of it belonged to himself. It was true that Zuoxiao duo didn't kill them, but the group of people on the other side had their ferocious nature stimulated. They only had the thought of killing Zuoxiao duo, the great demon king. Naturally, they didn't have the time to care about killing or not killing. He was really charging forward without a care in the world. Whatever saber, overlord's halberd, divine saber, divine sword. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian and crotch. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian and crotch. After this round of bloody battles, all 36 of them entered the nourishment cabin together in the middle of the night. After coming out, there was actually someone who was eager to give it a try. Class reps, what, do you still want to play? Should I continue? I can accompany you. No. Zuoxiao duo shook his head like a rattle drum, his face full of lingering fear. Ha ha ha. Yeah. All of them clapped their hands in celebration, as if they had won a great victory. With our combined efforts, we've finally defeated the great demon king. Xiang Bing was pushed out to announce their victory. Zuoxiao duo, on the other hand, was speechless. He dragged Li Chenglong back with a gloomy face. The next day, when Xingtian, who hadn't been seen for a few days, started to organize the battle again, he found that the people in front of him were no longer the rookies from before. Instead, they were a group of professional soldiers on the battlefield, vaguely emitting a bloodthirsty aura. It might be a little exaggerated to say that. However, when Xingtian really had such a feeling, he wasn't lying. Everyone's fierceness in their attacks and the tightness of their defense had improved a lot compared to before. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that everyone was overflowing with a murderous aura. In just a few days, they had improved so much that it was as if they had been reborn. Looking at the battle in detail, when Xingtian was shocked by the ruthlessness of their attacks. There were a few times when he wanted to stop them, but he held himself back. Compared to the ruthlessness of their attacks, when Xingtian was more surprised by their defense. They were simply protecting him from head to toe. During lunch, a fellow villager from the garrison store came over to greet Hao Han. As soon as he approached Hao Han's back, he was thrown to the ground by Hao Han. Then a sharp knife was stabbed into his lower abdomen. In an instant, blood spurted out. The homeroom teacher of class 3 immediately cursed. What the fuck, we're eating now? When Xingtian, are you training killers? This is a fucking lesson for the next semester. What the fuck are you doing? Wen Xingtian was also speechless. How can I not know that this is a lesson for the next semester? But the problem now is that I'm not the one who's training them. Class 1 sneak attacks had now become a real sneak attack, an extreme sneak attack by any means necessary. In the middle of the night, with a loud bang, the window was blown away. With an explosion, 6 people jumped out at the same time wrapped in quilts. Shrapnel flew everywhere. In the middle of the night, the Dean of Academic Affairs jumped and cursed, Wen Xingtian, how can the students in your class play with bombs? Fucking pay for it yourself. Are you teaching killers, pirates, or students? Damn, half of a building has collapsed. Is this still a place to sleep? Aren't you afraid that your students will be blown to pieces? Damn, if this goes on, something will definitely happen. He checked. Nothing happened? Not a single one of them got into trouble? But isn't this too much? The next day, when Xingtian threw a tantrum in front of the whole class, but he didn't explicitly forbid this kind of torturous training method. He only let Xiang Chong and the others pay a fine and also announced that whoever caused the trouble would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Bombs were prohibited in the school. The training continued as usual. After all, Wen Xingtian couldn't ask for more in such a cultivation environment. Why would he forbid it? He had a clear feeling. Perhaps this time he could really teach a batch of real war machines. Students who grew up in such an environment, not to mention other things, just smiling at the 4 words of life and death was really fun for them. And as a teacher he couldn't do such a thing. Even if a teacher did so, the impact on them would definitely not be as strong as Wuxia was. Let's Wuxia Duo train these guys fiercely. Wen Xingtian was very satisfied. He never thought that it was too cruel or too perverted. Because most of the students would face such a combat environment in the future. A real life and death environment that was even crueler than now. He was confident that if this went on in the future in the same danger, half of the students from other classes might die, but this group of students from class 1 wouldn't even get hurt. It was such a huge and obvious difference. But the students from other classes, how can they improve like this? Wen Xingtian was now thinking about this problem. If all of them are trained by Wuxia Duo, will it be too cruel and cause a social outcry? Or will it delay Wuxia Duo's own cultivation progress? In the afternoon of the second day, Wuxia Duo had just finished school. When he returned to the entrance of his villa, he saw a car parked there. Next to the car, there was a young man standing there with a smile on his face. That young man was Gao Qingxiang, the descendant of the Gao family. Brother Zhua. Gao Qingxiang had to come alone this time. There was no one else accompanying him. When he saw Wuxia Duo, his smile became even brighter. During this period of time, almost all the students from the Gao family and the Wu family who were studying at the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with Wuxia Duo's face. In school, as long as Wuxia Duo came in and out, especially during lunch, the probability of encountering these two families was almost 100%. Wuxia Duo didn't have any intention to resist. He always responded with hums and laughs. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and greeted them at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As for these children of the aristocratic families, they didn't feel offended by Wuxia Duo's reaction. Or rather, it should be said that when it came to dealing with Wuxia Duo, they really showed the self-restraint and demeanor of the children of the aristocratic families. Brother Gao, why are you here? Wuxia Duo was a little surprised. Gao Qingxiang laughed. I just happened to be out with Qiao today. When I passed by here, I remembered that you live next to the principal, so I came to take a look. Don't tell me you don't welcome me? Wuxia Duo was stunned. Qiao. The car door opened. Gao Qiao walked out of the car with a sweet smile. Hello, class monitor Zhua. Hello, vice class monitor Li. Gao Qiao was dressed in white. She was like a fairy. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. Coupled with her delicate face, she was a peerless beauty that could topple a city. One had to admit that Gao Qiao was indeed one of the 4 beauties in Fenghai. Li Chenglong scratched his head and said, Why don't you come in and sit? Wuxia Duo immediately glared at him. Gao Qiao and Gao Qingxiang both laughed. That's what I was thinking. It would be best if I could taste the tea leaves of the 2 class monitors. As they spoke, they took out a big bag of gifts from the trunk. Wuxia Duo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but be puzzled by their actions. They were stunned on the spot. This. Are they already prepared to be guests? Wuxia Duo reacted quickly. He took advantage of the situation and said, "No wonder Zongjing said that he would treat us tonight. It turns out that he had guessed that there would be distinguished guests coming. But we didn't prepare anything at home. How can we treat the guests? Why don't we go to the first grade of the firmament?" Li Chenglong opened his eyes wide. When did I say that I was going to treat them? Besides, do I really want to go to the first grade of the firmament? Isn't that the rhythm of my increasing debt? We won't eat. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "We just want to have a cup of tea. We have a few words to say to the two of you. We'll leave later." She lowered her eyebrows and smiled. She said, "I really have something to do later. Also, as a girl I have to go home on time. The rules at home are very strict." "That's a good habit." Zhou Xiaoduo praised loudly and said, Please sit in the house." As he spoke, he invited the two siblings into the villa. On the first floor, they sat down in Li Chenglong's living room. Li Chenglong was very tactful and went to make tea. He was very clear that the two of them didn't come to look for him. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult for the two of them to achieve their goal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easier to have a girl accompany them, especially a beautiful girl like Gao Qiao. However, this method would only cause the opposite effect in Zhou Xiaoduo. This boss of his was not afraid of anything. The only thing he was afraid of was girls pestering him. Well, it should be that he wanted to avoid getting involved with girls. That attitude, it was as if once he got involved with girls he would be killed. Li Chenglong often felt that his title of the Iron and Steel Order's leader was more or less unworthy of the title. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoduo was more suitable for this title. "Junior Zhou, we actually came here today because we have something to ask of you." Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "Please say it." Zhou Xiaoduo said generously, "As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely do it." Gao Qiao smiled softly and said, "We only heard recently that Class Monitor Zhou is a legendary person in Phoenix City. The well-known Master Zhou. We're really disrespectful." Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes focused. For the first time he sized up Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qiao seriously. His expression also became serious and cautious for the first time. The Gao family is indeed well informed. Gao Qiao's eyelids drooped slightly. She paused and said, "It's said that Master Zhou knows the past and the future 500 years. With one look he can predict a person's life and death. I also heard that Master Zhou once said that he's the best in appearance, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine such confidence. So, Qiao presumptuously asked for Master Zhou's guidance." Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Oh? Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Subscribe." Chapter 470. Gao Qiao smiled faintly. She took out 100 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls and placed them on the table. She slowly pushed them over and said, "Qiao knows squad leaders was rules. I'll give you the divination gold now. Master Zhou, please don't think it's too little." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. "This amount is indeed quite a lot. It's convenient for others and convenient for yourself. What does Miss Qiao want to ask? Do you want to ask about your future marriage or something else?" Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes were slightly dazed. She said softly, "I want to ask squad leaders to take a look at my fate." Fate. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression became serious. He carefully looked at Gao Qiao's face and said softly, "Miss Qiao's life will be peaceful and smooth. She will have both good fortune and wealth. It's really a good life." Gao Qiao smiled like a spring flower and said, "Really?" Zhou Xiaoduo nodded solemnly and said, "Of course it's true." Gao Qiao smiled and stood up. "Thank you, squad leader Zhou, for pointing out the right path. With squad leaders was words, I will naturally believe you without any doubt." Gao Qingxiang also stood up and said with a smile, "This trip is really worth it. Squad leader Zhou will go back first." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "You'll have a safe trip." The siblings smiled and left one after another. They got into the car and left. Li Chenglong didn't come out to say goodbye or drink tea. After a while, Li Chenglong came out with a cup of tea. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo sitting in his seat with a solemn face and couldn't help but say softly, "They found out about your divination." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded softly. This time, Gao Qingxiang and his sister didn't come for fortune-telling. They came to report. "Then it's dangerous." Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, "It's just that this time you did it too obviously." However, with 2 consecutive operations being disrupted without warning, anyone would be suspicious. Zhou Xiaoduo held his head in his hands, crossed his legs and leaned back. His eyes were full of thoughts. Everything has a cause and effect and vice versa. The current situation is an inevitable result, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Yeah. Li Chenglong said worriedly, "Boss, what you did in Phoenix City that day was simply too high profile." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. He naturally knew what Li Chenglong meant. Back then in Phoenix City he didn't care about the risks and displayed his manifestation art. Back then Hu Ruoyun, Li Changjiang, He Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang had all warned him not to be so high profile. Everyone here was a veteran of the Jianghu. Anyone could tell that there would be trouble in the future if they kept such a high profile. Once the disaster erupted, it would be a matter of life and death. However, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't listen and stubbornly carried on. Even when he arrived at Fenghai he was still the same. No one knew why, only Zhou Xiaoduo himself knew. If he didn't earn enough providence points at that time, if he wasn't trusted and attracted attention, if he didn't use this ability to create a storm in Phoenix City as soon as possible, Zhou Xiaoyan wouldn't have been able to survive. Therefore, even though he knew that doing so would bring him endless suffering in the future, he could only stubbornly carry on and walk the path to the end. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about the future. His eyes were only focused on the present, the time before the deadline. As he said just now, everything had a cause and effect. Now the consequences of his high profile back then were presented here. Looking at the Phoenix Pulse spirit back then, Mu Yanyan originally only planned to protect herself and at most call for 2 more teachers. However, with such a lineup, Zhou Xiaoyan was more than likely going to die. There was no chance of survival. Even after Zhou Xiaoduo's reminder, 4 more people came from the mountain gate. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup of protectors was already extravagant. However, in reality it was still far from enough. There were even many side effects. Zhou Xiaoduo spared no effort to stir up the situation. In a suicidal manner, he used his own physiognomy to create a boundless storm. He reversed heaven and earth, reversed feng shui, reversed yin and yang, and thought of ways to invite Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Qiu Yunshang, Star Shield General Headquarters, and finally 2 shadow bodyguards of the superstar Gu Luoyan. He expanded Zhou Xiaoyan's protectors beyond imagination. However, even so, if Fang Yinhua hadn't changed sides at the last minute, the situation at that time would have been a complete failure. At that time, how could Zhou Xiaoduo have been able to turn the situation around while hiding his strength? If Zhou Xiaoduo was like an ordinary person who kept his physiognomy a secret and rarely revealed it after obtaining it, he would only reveal it at critical moments when he had no other choice. In that case, Zhou Xiaoyan would definitely die in the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Zhou Xiaoduo was never a fool. When he made a name for himself in school and even took the initiative to brag about himself, he had already thought of the consequences. Since he had exposed himself, no matter how small Phoenix City was, if someone wanted to investigate in the future, they would eventually be able to find out. The so-called blocking of information was meaningless and useless. Since he had the physiognomy, he couldn't just abandon it. Not to mention the factor of fate points, how could he not remind his future friends, brothers and teachers when they were about to die? Perhaps if he reminded them once they wouldn't notice. But what about twice or thrice? The other party clearly had an extremely tight plan, so why were you able to make the corresponding preparations in advance? What was the reason for this? The other party's last-minute plan was not even known to their own people. As the target, how could they have prepared a counterattack in advance? Could it be that they could predict the future? All explanations were eliminated. Then, even the most ridiculous possibility would become inevitable. They really could predict the future. Even if they had such suspicions, they would investigate in this direction. Zhou Xiaoduo's previous actions would be exposed immediately and exposed in front of everyone. And this would also be the most dangerous time for Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo had already known and understood everything that had happened. He had also predicted this kind of disastrous outcome. But he had no choice. He could only take it one step at a time. When he saw that Xiang Quangren was about to die, how could he not expose him? When he saw that Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong were about to die, how could he not expose them? He had no choice but to take it one step at a time and take it one step at a time. Otherwise, why would Zhou Xiaoduo prepare so many backup plans for himself? So many trump cards? Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo exposed his physiognomy, He had been tirelessly preparing one trump card after another for the sake of saving his life one day in the future. It would give him a higher chance of survival. He had been following Qin Fangyang's words and said that his spirit cat sword was given to him by Marshal Dongfeng. This was indeed boasting shamelessly and spouting nonsense, but Zhou Xiaoduo was still desperately trying to cover himself with a protective talisman. His parents might be big shots, but they couldn't make a move right now. Once he provoked an unbeatable enemy, it would only harm his parents and delay their cultivation. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to shoulder everything himself. Among the three famous schools, Zhou Xiaoduo had never thought of going to Yunduan or Ancestral Dragon, because Zhou Xiaoyan's target was Shangjing. Yunduan and Ancestral Dragon were both located in Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo could not go to the same place as Zhou Xiaoyan. Why? Because once his good deeds were exposed, it would be followed by great danger. He could rely on his ability to predict good and bad luck and adapt to the situation at any time. But Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't do it. Being implicated by him once, he might lose his life. This wasn't something Zhou Xiaonuo wanted to see. Naturally, he had to avoid it as far as possible. But now he was still noticed. And almost immediately he was noticed. This reaction speed was very fast. Unforeseen events keep happening. If I don't want to stand by and do nothing, then I can't avoid it. Li Chenglong sat down and began to think seriously. Looking at the current world, Li Chenglong was the first to understand Zhou Xiaoduo. Even father and mother Zhua and Zhou Xiaoyan were temporarily behind. This time, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's incident was a last-minute plan. Logically speaking, it should be very difficult to stop it. But in the end, the culprit did not get anything. Instead, they were all captured and implicated in the Dao League. The development of this incident is strange and abnormal. It defies common sense. If I were the culprit, I would inevitably have such doubts. If such a plan failed, it would not be completed. If Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's strength was beyond estimation and caused the failure of the operation, then it is still acceptable. But we have already determined the level of strength of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing and set up an inescapable trap to target them. But it still failed. It is really incomprehensible. Li Chenglong said, as the one who set up the trap, it is inevitable that he will reflect on what went wrong. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I think. The culprit planned a second operation in a very short time. With that kind of illogical and flawed framing action, there must be other considerations. It would be best if it succeeded. Even if it didn't, there would be other gains. Li Chenglong frowned and said, in other words, Vice Principal Xiang was not purely testing this time. Definitely not. Zhou Xiaoduo said, if it succeeded, Vice Principal Xiang would be in a terrible fix. At the very least, he would have to be temporarily transferred from his post. But if it didn't succeed, then the key countermeasure would be confirmed. The attention would immediately shift to me. This is also obvious. Because Master Zhuo's reputation is really not small. At least in the area of Phoenix City, it is really not small. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. But just now, why did Gao Qiaoer and Gao Qingxiang come to inform you? Are they expressing goodwill? Li Chenglong said, at the very least, they didn't come here to ask you for a fortune-telling session. They came here to tell you that the Gao family is already suspecting you. We have to accept this favor. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Or there is another hint. That is, the Gao family in the capital has already noticed you, so they ordered the Gao family in Fenghai City to deal with you. Otherwise, they would not have sent Gao Qiaoer to inform you. Li Chenglong could not understand. He said, but what I don't understand is, why did Gao Qiaoer come to inform you? Wouldn't this destroy their family's plan? Contradict themselves? Li Chenglong frowned. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, it is still karma. Fenghai's Gao family will still not deal with me now. That is why they sent the message. Even the disciples of the Gao family are not pretending to be friends with me. Even if it is because they do not know, but at least it is true. You should know that if I die now, Fenghai's Gao family will still be unlucky. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, the matter of the life and death arena of the Longhu list is not over yet. So the Gao family is now more anxious to disassociate themselves from my life and death. From Fenghai's Gao family's point of view, being targeted by the capital's Gao family means that I am dead for sure. What they want to do is, those teachers who used to think highly of me, don't implicate their family in my death. They cannot bear that kind of revenge. And Gao Qiaoer came to inform me. Whether it is her family's intention or her own, she can disassociate herself from the Gao family after my death. It is a good move, Zuo said calmly. The older generation is scheming, and the younger generation is hot-blooded. No matter how things develop in the future, they will walk on two legs. Because for us, this is after all a big favor. Li Chenglong connected the dots and thought about it thoroughly. At the same time, he had a sudden realization. At the same time, he also felt a chill run down his spine. The older generation of the Gao family wants to eat your blood? Do you intend to obtain a considerable amount of benefits from your inevitable death? The goodwill they have shown will put them in an invincible position. They can even become the biggest winner? Yes. Li Chenglong was shocked. With this kind of scheming, their intelligence was definitely not low. Zuo smiled. So, swish swish, these big families that have been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. Don't treat them as fools. Every person from such a family can be a scheming person. Underestimating them is like playing with your life. You can't afford to be careless. Children from ordinary families like us can't compare to the children from the great clans in terms of background. This is the problem of innate knowledge. It is not something we can compare to. As for the older generation of these clans, I can't say that every single one of them is a cunning old fox. Other than when they are blinded by hatred or when someone can take advantage of them, when they are clear-headed, it is impossible to scheme against them. They are all old swindlers. Zuo sighed. How can there be any fools in such a big family? Li Chenglong's face was very serious. He said, yes. Previously my attitude was wrong. In the future, I will definitely not lower my guard against these families. Zuo nodded. But now what should we do? Li Chenglong asked. Try to make the intelligence of both sides as high as possible. It will be very tiring. Everyone please be patient. There will be an update in the afternoon. Looking for a few recommendation votes. Chapter 471. Zuo stood up and walked in front of the full-length mirror. He looked at his own face in the mirror and saw that there was a faint dark aura on it. He said lightly, physiognomy looks at people but not at oneself. Actually, the main thing is that I can't see my own situation clearly. Compared to other people who can see things clearly, I can't see my own situation clearly. For example, when I look at myself now, my complexion shows that something bad is going to happen. Naturally, I have to avoid it. But the problem is that no matter how I avoid it, something bad will still happen when I try to avoid it. This is why I can't see myself by looking at people's faces. Therefore, physiognomy can only look at oneself. Don't make any rash judgments. For a physiognomy, one can only take one step at a time. Li Chenglong volunteered, you can also look at me as a reference. I'm with you every day. If you look at me, can't you see things clearly? Maybe you can do something by looking at me. Zuo nodded. That's one direction. However, if we encounter any sudden danger, only one of us can die. We can't let you go. So the best choice now is to use external forces to fight. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. Should we tell Teacher Wen and the others? Zuo smiled. Of course we have to tell them. But now, the first thing we have to do is to make sure that we have no blind spots. His eyes were shining. Do you think I should start a live broadcast? Put myself directly under the spotlight? Li Chenglong grinned. That's a way. But this method can't last long. Do you think you can do a live broadcast for 24 hours? Zuo sighed. How can I not know this? Li Chenglong said, besides there's already the Sword King Gao Wuxia. If you do a live broadcast, there will probably be more people scolding us. The key is that we will be exposed more and more, but we won't be able to guard against them. Zuo lay on the bed and said, you think about it again. I'll think about it too. Anyway, there's no hurry now. The other party just has this plan. They might not take action immediately. Li Chenglong snorted, frowning as he racked his brains. He turned on his computer and leaned in front of it. While reading the news, he was still thinking about this matter. Suddenly he asked, I've always been in command. Where's your online account? My account. Zuo's heart was in turmoil. He calculated little by little and said casually, it's on my computer. Who has the time to care about that now? Li Chenglong's curiosity was piqued. I've known Zuo for quite some time now, but this brat has never told me what his online username is, and I didn't manage to get it out of him when I asked. On Li Chenglong's own social media account, he couldn't tell which one was Zuo. It didn't look like him at all. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was lost in thought at the moment, Li Chenglong's curiosity was aroused. He tiptoed over. Zhou Xiaoduo was lost in his thoughts. He went back and forth on many things in Fenghai City. He went back and forth between the major families. He even remembered the contact information of the high school teachers that he kept. Occasionally, he would think of Uncle Nan, Uncle Wu, and even the influence of the military at Sun Moon Pass. All kinds of things, all kinds of troubles were churning in his heart. He only felt that there seemed to be a line in the mess, but it was vague and difficult to grasp. Zhou Xiaoduo was keenly aware that there was a dark hand covering everything and suppressing everything. And on this huge dark hand, there were small branches and branches emerging. Every one of them was a huge conspiracy. In Zhou Xiaoduo's mind, the whole Fenghai City was almost connected by a conspiracy. It's really a headache. But even if it was a headache, he could not think about it. After all, it was the key to his life. He had to think, reason, and find out. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to die. Even if there was a desperate situation in front of him, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Zhou Xiaoduo would work 1,000,000 times harder to fight for it. Although the Gao family in Shangjing hadn't made a move yet, Zhou Xiaoduo knew very well that once they made a move, it would be a thunderbolt. His so-called backup and trump cards might not be able to block it. Maybe it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to withstand a single blow. Where is the hope? If I were the Gao family in Shangjing, how would they deal with me? Li Chenglong tiptoed into Zhou Xiaoduo's study. A computer was placed on the table with a black screen. But this obviously wasn't a problem for Li Chenglong. After a simple operation, the screen lit up. It was a page of the Sword King's high school martial arts career. It seemed that Zhou still cared about these things. Li Chenglong snickered in his heart. A certain someone might talk nonchalantly every day, but his actions were actually quite honest. Zhou Xiaoduo's account was in the login state. When he saw the name, Li Chenglong immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. This name really showed off its high and mighty capabilities. At the same time, it made people unable to understand it and unable to make heads or tails of it. Jingjing Cat. Li Chenglong stared at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the meaning of this name. Jingjing Cat? What kind of word was this? And Jingjing Cat. This name, no matter how you looked at it, was a girl's name, okay? How could it be the online name of our mighty and domineering Zhou? He looked at a few social media accounts on different platforms. They all had the same name. Jingjing Cat. Li Chenglong became more and more confused. This online name was really weird. Furthermore, what the hell was this bastard's comment? Li Chenglong looked at the serial post, Sect Leader's High School Martial Arts Life Horizon, and suddenly realized that the one who jumped up and down, cursed the most fiercely, and scolded the most fiercely was this Jingjing Cat. She scolded the sect leader of the Iron God sect as worthless and raised the Sword King up high. What sect leader? Too ugly. Look at our Sword King, how handsome. How dashing. A fine young master in a chaotic world, a handsome young man. Did you notice? When the Sword King appeared, the sect leader was immediately overshadowed and dispirited. Mighty Sword King. Sword King, look at me, look at me. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. My favorite Sword King. Why did the sect leader, this little fatty, appear again? Cut, cut, cut. Mighty Sword King, unifying the martial arts world. The Sword King is domineering, who can compete with him? This Li Chenglong is really annoying, coming out to steal our Sword King's limelight. Kill him, kill him. Li Chenglong was dumbfounded, his two eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, that's Zhou Xiaoduo, you're good, you're really good. It turns out that the one who scolded me the most was actually you, brat. He really didn't expect that Zhou, who kept saying that trolls were the most detestable, that they wanted to unify the online discussion, put an end to trolls and get rid of all trolls in one fell swoop, was actually a warrior among trolls on the internet. He was definitely a super big troll. Li Chenglong's worldview was completely shattered. After a long time, he quietly walked down the stairs with a broken heart. Zhou Xiaoduo was still lying there thinking about things. His two long legs were almost split apart, one leg on the coffee table beside the sofa, and the other leg on the top of the sofa's backrest. His body was twisted, his butt was in the middle of the sofa and his head was tilted on the pillow. While thinking about things, he reached out one hand and grabbed the fruit that Gao Qiao and the others had just bought, one by one, and put it into his mouth. He unconsciously sucked, and the fresh and juicy fruit flesh entered his mouth. That then with a puff the grape skin was spat out, landing exactly in an open trash can 3 feet away. He grumbled to reject it, sighed softly in happiness and swallowed it. Then his hand reached out like a long-armed ape and grabbed another grape. A gust of spiritual energy rushed out, washing the crystal grape clean, and threw it into his mouth. Then, he spat out the skin. That comfortable feeling. Those who knew would think that this bastard was so comfortable that he was about to ascend to heaven. He reached out again. And the grapes were gone. While he was at it, he took out a bag of melon seeds, tore open the packaging, and grabbed a handful. Then, the melon seed skins began to spit out from Wuxiao's mouth like a thresher. Flowers scattered from the heavens. On the sofa, on the chair, on the floor, on Li Chenglong's computer, some even drifted into Li Chenglong's bedroom. Zuoxiao Duo. Li Chenglong shouted sternly, "What the fuck are you spitting out? Can't you be a little more decent?" Zuoxiao Duo weakly rolled his eyes and put on a bitter face. "Swollen, the Gao family in Shangjing has made it clear that they want to deal with me. I'm a dying man, and you can't even let me have some fun." Li Chenglong was furious. "But you've been scolding me on the internet for a long time. What are you going to say?" Crystal Cat. When he heard this, Zuoxiao Duo jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and his eyes widened. "Li Chenglong, how dare you invade my privacy? You're courting death." Li Chenglong snorted. "How is this privacy? Don't change the subject." "You're scolding me on the internet, don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Zuoxiao Duo stomped his feet and yelled, "Li Chenglong, my sincerity to you is in vain. I helped you cultivate, I helped you neutralize the yin energy in your body, I worked so hard for you, I helped you break through, I taught you martial arts, I gave you a space ring, I gave you countless top-grade astral souls jade for you to cultivate. I gave you an astronomical amount of wealth, and you're only holding on to Zhao's words on the internet? Are you still human? What's wrong with scolding you? You still owe me money that others can't earn in 100 lifetimes. Have I ever asked you for it? Have I ever mentioned it? You only see me scolding you? What else can you see? Can't you think of something useful in this pitiful brain of yours? Your brother, your big brother, your big brother, your big brother, your big brother who is as heavy as a mountain and as affectionate as the sea to you, is facing a life and death crisis. And you only see him scolding you. Li Chenglong, tell me, are you worthy of me? Tell me, are you still human? Chapter 472. Li Chenglong was stunned by the scolding. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Zhou has done so much for me. I still owe Zhou so much. How can I scold him? I don't intend to pay him back. But I still owe him. Thinking of this, a sense of guilt arose spontaneously. He suddenly felt short of breath and swallowed his saliva awkwardly. With a face full of shame he said, "Zhou, don't be angry." He was so frightened that he began to use honorifics. Zuoxiao's face was full of emotions. His voice became more and more emotional. "How can I not be angry? If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Think about it yourself. Are you still human? How dare you peek at my privacy?" Zuoxiao Duo sneered. After saying this, he stomped on the floor and went upstairs. "Hurry up and leave. I can't wait for him to react. If he left, this matter would be settled. If he reacted and quarreled, it would be over again." The more Li Chenglong thought about it, the more terrified and ashamed he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had let Zhou down. Sigh. He almost wanted to slap himself a few times. After sitting for a long time and criticizing himself for a long time, he suddenly remembered. This doesn't seem right. This guy is using this to trick me. Li Chenglong wanted to cry but had no tears. How could I be led into a ditch by him? But I can't scold him anymore. You, Zuoxiao Duo, actually have the face to say that you have never asked me for a debt. Who is the one who asks me for a debt with a black face whenever you need me to do something? You can't wait for me to clean up your mess every day. As long as I'm not willing, you start to ask me for a debt with a black face. That you actually have the face to say, "Have I ever asked you for a debt?" You actually said, "Are you still human?" What the hell? Boss Zhuo's ability to occupy the moral high ground is something I can only look up to. You are the one who is not human. Since his life was at stake, Zuoxiao Duo naturally went to Yi Changqing's house that night to inform him of his situation. The Gao family of Shangjing. Yi Changqing said indifferently, don't bother. Do what you need to do. As for the rest, we will take care of it. You have contributed a lot to the Martial Hidden Dragon School, so the Martial Hidden Dragon School will naturally protect you. Okay. Zuo Duo was unusually obedient. On the other hand, Yi Changqing's eyes flickered as a faint murderous intent gradually brewed. How did he figure out Zuo Xiaoduo's involvement so quickly? These guys are pretty smart. Well, it should be said that in terms of scheming and setting up traps, these guys were indeed skilled. As for his own Hidden Dragon High School students, they really didn't have the brains to play tricks and schemes. After sitting for a while, Zuo Xiaoduo said goodbye. However, before he left, he still said something uncomfortably. Principal, personally, I still don't agree with what you said the other day. I feel that what you are doing is undoubtedly waiting for death. It is really too pedantic. There is only hope when people are alive. Without your presence, will the Martial Hidden Dragon School still be the Martial Hidden Dragon School of the past? Zuo Xiaoduo mustered up his courage and said, "Can't we use our methods against evil people? I really don't understand this." Yi Changqing looked at Zuo Xiaoduo with a warm gaze. He smiled amusedly and said, "Your teacher one already understands it. Why are you the one who doesn't understand it? This is the choice of a person's 3 views. It has nothing to do with anything else." Zuo Xiaoduo? As the principal of the Martial Hidden Dragon School, I can't use those despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous methods no matter what. This is because the entire school's teaching staff was brought up by me. Everyone's eyes are on me and they look at me as an example. Everyone also knows that these people came from unscrupulous backgrounds and their motives are impure. They all have their own ambitions. Everyone feels aggrieved and depressed. This is the current situation. No one can erase it. However, if I use the same despicable means such as framing, or even assassination to get rid of these people, I can foresee that the entire school and all the teaching staff will feel refreshed and relieved, as if they have vented their anger. At least that's what you think, right? Everyone will feel refreshed and feel that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be repaid with evil, right? This will be a refreshing way to vent their anger. Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth, and a straight answer for grievances. Right? Zuo Xiaoduo nodded. That's right. Repaying kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with justice is exactly what a gentleman should do. Students feel that there's nothing wrong with it. It's only right. However, in that way all the teachers will remember this example. It will be deeply ingrained in everyone's memories. In the future, when they and their students are faced with something that they can't deal with through normal means, they will often think, do, and teach in this direction. They will also talk about it with countless students and relish in it. Back then, there was something that made them feel aggrieved and depressed. Everyone knew about it, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, it was Principal Yi Changqing who decided to use conspiracy against conspiracy. He used extreme methods, blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. He defeated the other party and then this and this and this. Yi Changqing smiled. After that, whenever a student uses such methods to achieve something and has some achievements, they will naturally urge 10 people to do the same. In the future it will be 100, 1,000, 100,000. If this cycle continues, there will come a day when everyone will instinctively think that if there's something that can't be solved through normal means, so what if it's a little despicable and shameless? As long as the result is good, what does the process matter? When that time comes, what do you think the environment will be like? For some things, as long as there's a first time, there will be countless times. And when there's a first time, there will be countless times. And people's bottom line will be pushed back step by step. It's impossible to say how far it will go in the end. Now that they've come in with schemes and tricks, everyone will feel aggrieved and helpless. But in their hearts, they still look down on them and even hate them. The most important thing is that everyone clearly knows that what they're doing is wrong. It's despicable, shameless, and despicable. This is the concept of right and wrong. Moreover, there's still me, the principal, above them. They have to endure the humiliation and insist on doing things in an upright manner. Then, although everyone will feel aggrieved, their nature will still not change. But if I, the principal who is respected by the entire school, who is seen as a role model, have no choice but to do that in the end, then it's a bugle call, saying, to deal with despicable and shameless people, using despicable and shameless methods to deal with them is the right way to go about it. And this kind of thing, once you've tasted the sweetness, you won't be able to stop. In the future, when you encounter benefits or something you want, under circumstances where normal means don't work, you'll naturally choose this path after a mental struggle. Is still the process, still the result you want? Then in the long run, what kind of place will the environment of my Hidden Dragon High School become? What kind of people will be taught? Even I no longer have the right to comment on this kind of method. After all, I'm the one who used this method first. What qualifications do I have to say about others? As long as there's even the slightest possibility, I won't use this last extreme method. This kind of method of drinking poison to quench one's thirst may be stable for a while, but in the end, it will still turn Hidden Dragon High School into a place of filth. My one extreme action may affect the mentality of the students of Hidden Dragon High School for thousands of years. Yi Changqing laughed bitterly. Let me ask you, how would I dare to do it? That's why I'd rather continue to hold it in and not dare to cross the line. This is where I, as the principal, am most helpless. But it's also where I have to defend with all my might. Yi Changqing smiled and said, but there's one point. Not using the tricks of the ghost domain doesn't mean that I'll let them go. Those who should be dealt with will still be dealt with. And Yi Changqing revealed a sly smile and said, even if I don't do it, don't tell me you can't do it? I've only said that as the principal, I definitely can't do this kind of thing. But I've never said that. The others can't do it, they're not allowed to do it. If when Xingtian did it and chased those people out, then, as the principal of Hidden Dragon High School, I'll severely punish Wen Xingtian. Because this kind of situation can't be ignored, and it should be prohibited. At that time, the whole school will have vented their anger, and at the same time, because I punished Wen Xingtian, the resentment will be directed at me again. But the result will still be to put an end to this kind of atmosphere, to that kind of possibility. At most, I, as the principal, will be the one who'll be blamed. When the bad guys are around, I'll be blamed for not doing anything. When someone uses tricks to get rid of the bad guys, not only will I not reward them, I'll punish them. An old-fashioned, square, pedantic principal who's unreasonable and incompetent. But that's all there is to it, isn't it? However, only by doing this can I protect the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School for thousands of years. Yi Changqing said indifferently, also if I punish Wen Xingtian and Xiang Kuangren internally, how heavy can the so-called punishment be? I'm the principal not just to take glory for myself. A good principal needs to bear infamy, responsibility, and the future of the school. Yi Changqing walked slowly to the window and said indifferently, you're young, you don't have the experience, you don't know how to act appropriately. When you're older and have enough experience, you'll naturally understand. Not to mention other things, if it were my temper during the battle at the Sun Moon Pass. I'm afraid these people would have been killed by me long ago. I'll kill whoever comes. But the result is that even I, as the principal, can't stand it. Very soon someone will replace my position. At that time, the Hidden Dragon High Martial School will be completely reduced to a treasured land for power struggles. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh and said softly, who doesn't want to let go of everything and settle their grudges? I wanted to, but I can't. Chapter 473. In a place where Zhou Xiaoduo could not see, Yi Changqing was looking out of the window. His eyes flashed with memories, hardships, and decisiveness but in the end, after the clouds flashed in his eyes, they returned to their original calm, restrained, and steady state. He was unusually steady. Yi Changqing's expression was bleak. He really wanted to say something. Do you know how much pain I had to endure to temper my temper to this point? How much pressure did I have to endure? How many years of incomprehension did I have to endure? But I can only do this. Because I'm the principal. Zhou Xiaoduo deeply felt that he was young and immature. I'm still too inexperienced. As Principal Yi said, my experience is far from enough. I still need to sharpen myself. But it's a little too passive to blindly take a beating and simply deal with their moves, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Yi Changqing chuckled and said meaningfully, of course there's a reason. He did not say anything else. Zhou Xiaoduo was deep in thought. Next, the internet continued to search. The Sword King and sect leaders Gao Wuxia were still updated in an unusually firm manner. The Gao family, Wu family, and even the Li family appeared by the Sword King's side more and more frequently. Slowly, everyone became accustomed to it. In addition to their daily battles, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others began to use their credits to exchange for suitable martial arts techniques, mental cultivation methods, and insights from the school. During this period of time, when Xingtian was once again in his busiest mode, The martial arts selection. The freshman martial arts selection was the most critical moment. After the first month of entering the school, the teachers who had already understood all the little guys began to lead their students to the martial arts selection. The direction of cultivation and the profession. This was a decisive step in life. The Hidden Dragon Martial School had been accumulating martial arts for thousands of years. They had collected countless martial arts from the four ranks of heaven, earth, profound and yellow. Wen Xingtian would never choose the martial arts according to the highest rank. He would only choose the most suitable and compatible one. All the information he had collected before was to prepare for today's decision. Before choosing the martial arts, Wen Xingtian once again conducted a one-on-one test to confirm the current aptitude of the students, as well as the potential of the astral souls, to see if there were any new changes. The heaven, earth, mystic and yellow level martial arts were said to have a strict barrier, but it did not necessarily mean that they were heaven-level martial arts. They were definitely awesome. All along there were only suitable people and suitable martial arts. The majority of heaven-grade cultivation techniques paid the most attention to talent and aptitude. If a person with an average aptitude was forced to practice a heaven-grade cultivation technique that was incompatible, the only result would be the early death of the cultivator. The most direct manifestation of an incompatible heaven-grade cultivation technique was the backlash of the cultivation technique. The meridians would be overloaded, and if one could not bear it, one's cultivation would be scattered and one's spirit would vanish, dying prematurely. For example, some people said that they were born with superhuman strength, but their body coordination was not enough. If he were to cultivate a heaven-level martial art that focused on physical fitness, he would definitely be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort. If that was the case, it would be better to cultivate a Xianhuang-level method of tempering one's strength. That way one would be able to unleash one's strength to the greatest extent, and would be able to unleash even more power. The teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy racked their brains to come up with a choice for these cultivation techniques. There were 36 people in the first class. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo, who did not need to choose a major cultivation technique, and Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and a few others who had their own family's cultivation techniques that were compatible with them, the others were using this opportunity to choose a major cultivation direction. Furthermore, they had to take into account their own physical fitness, the differences between the 5 elements, and the various advantages and disadvantages to make their choice. Which ones were suitable for soft water, which ones were suitable for fierce fire or even thick earth, and so on. This was the job of the teachers. If a student made a wrong choice at this crucial moment, they would never have the chance to start over again in their lifetime. And this time, the time required to decide on a major cultivation technique would last for at least 3 days. During this period, no matter if it was day or night, no matter how long it lasted, the Hidden Dragon High School students all called it the Night of Ecstasy. Because during this period of time, it was often accompanied by an indescribable sadness. It was even sadder than the day of graduation. This period of time was also called the Night of Life's Choice. Everyone's future was being shaped in just a few short days. When Xingtian had all the students of the first class line up outside the martial arts library, he then brought people in to choose a suitable cultivation technique. Every time he would only bring one person in. After each person entered, Wen Xingtian would have to confirm at least 70 or 80 times. After he had made his choice, he would move on to the next one. Every student who had chosen a cultivation technique would respectfully bow to Wen Xingtian. This was a true life guide. Originally, the students of the other classes also kowtowed, but when Xingtian felt that kowtowing was a waste of time, he directly bowed and hurriedly left. Even so, when the 30 people in the class had all finished choosing, it was still afternoon. The sky was almost dark. When Xingtian still did not stop and brought the students to choose a major cultivation direction for weapons. According to the major cultivation technique that each person had chosen, the weapon type and the moves that they chose were also very different. Although they were all swords, some people needed a heavy sword to bring out the characteristics of their cultivation technique. Some people needed a broadsword. Some people needed a sword that was half a foot longer than the standard longsword. Some people needed a sword that was 3 inches shorter. Some people needed a narrow sword. Some people needed a soft sword. Some people needed a light sword. There were all kinds of differences. And for all of these, there were still more than 100 types of sword techniques that could be matched with each type. From these 100 types of sword techniques, one had to choose the most suitable path for this student. Suitable height, weight, strength, temperament, arm length, cultivation technique, sword body, etc. Everything had to be matched as perfectly as possible. Only then could it bring out the greatest effect. There were also other weapons, all of which had the same meaning. When everyone had finished choosing, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the second day. When Xingtian, who had been busy for a day and a night, still did not rest. He made a judgment according to the students' personalities, cultivation techniques, cultivation, aptitudes, roots, and other aspects to find the most suitable career direction for the students. Although the swordsman who came and went alone and the warrior swordsman who could cooperate with others, although they were both mainly using the sword, there was almost an essential difference in their bones. There was also a great difference between the proud and aloof swordsman and the warrior swordsman. Some people were born to cooperate with others, but some people were absolutely not suitable to attack in groups. They could only be alone. This consideration still had to be perfected before special training could be carried out. When Xingtian divided the 36 people in the first class into 27 groups, the degree of detail in the division made even Li Chenglong, who boasted that he was as meticulous as hair, smack his tongue. Among these 27 groups, many of them only had one person in each group. In the end, when Xingtian gave a confirmation, all the rare professions were taken away by their own people. The professional teachers of each profession took the students of their respective professions away. Unified management and unified coaching. This involved a lot of the secrets of the professions which could not be exposed. From now on, these people would not gather together for lessons and battles. Instead, under the urging of the professional teachers, they would cultivate their own specialties on their own. This was the so-called specialization in a profession. Basically, except for the professions with a large number of people, such as warriors, scouts, and commanders, which could be exposed, most of the unorthodox professions were very confidential and had never been known by outsiders. The basic requirement given by the teachers of each profession was that they were not allowed to tell anyone what their major was until graduation. Of course, very few people could do this. It could even be said that no one could do it at all. Because these people were not separated from the order of the first class. They were just not together during training, but they were still together during the daily learning of martial arts theory and knowledge. In other words, they were just separated to carry out the blocking training of each profession. They were not separated from the first class. And for the members of the same class, it was easy to reveal the trend of their own studies through daily communication, friendship, and learning from each other. However, after graduation, a considerable number of students directly disappeared. They would carry out the secret missions of their profession and disappear into the sea of people from then on. Even if they were classmates now, in the future, these students of secret professions might be able to see you, but you would definitely not be able to see them. It was equivalent to disappearing from your daily life forever. The teaching philosophy of Hidden Dragon High School was to put war as the first and limited, and the main purpose was to provide talents for the war. It had always been like this. This was the original intention, and it was unwavering. For example, if a secret professions became a shadow and became the personal bodyguard of an important person, then this person would basically not be able to appear in a normal life in this lifetime. Unless he retired or failed a mission or died. After this night of ecstasy, even when Xingtian only checked the progress of these people once every half a month. For the rest of the time he did not care about them anymore. When they reached the 4th year, the special professions would completely disappear along with their files in Hidden Dragon High School. They would turn into code names and disappear from the continent of Astral Souls, or disappear from the continent of Umno Alliance, or disappear from the continent of Dao League. One by one, the teachers in black appeared like ghosts. At this time, the 6 male students and 1 female student who had been selected began to report to their respective professional teachers. This kind of special profession choice was also two-way. You could refuse to become such a special profession, but after refusing, the person involved would directly change to a normal warrior. But in the first class at this moment, no one refused to become a special profession. After reporting, you only have one chance to contact your respective families. When Xingtian said, after this contact you still have one chance to regret. Too much sadness flashed in his eyes. Because these special professions, no matter whether they lived or died, to their families, it was no different from death. There would be no news, no contact, no association. Chapter 474. The 7 of them nodded slowly, but none of them chose to leave. Just like what the principal often said, some jobs must be done by someone. The 7 of them stood in a row and bowed solemnly to Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. The 7 of them bowed respectfully to the ground. The moment they straightened their bodies, they walked towards their respective teachers without looking back. During these 4 years in the Hidden Dragon High School, you must cherish each other and get familiar with each other. When Xingtian closed his eyes and said, because if they encounter danger looking at the entire continent, the only ones who can save them and find them are the 29 of you. Only you have a very small chance of recognizing them and helping them solve a crisis. And the prerequisite for this chance is that you must be as familiar with each other as your own life. Cherish. Only then can you recognize them and find them in time. This is the value and meaning of the existence of this class. Among the 7 of them there was Pai Yibao, who was known for his eccentricity. At this moment, Pai Yibao's face was filled with calmness. There was no trace of his usual cheeky smile, but an unexpected solemnity. After contacting your families, if you still don't change your mind in the next 4 years, each of you will have 100 days of leave compared to the other students to reunite with your families. But leave doesn't mean that you will stop cultivating. You must understand this. When Xingtian said softly, the 7 of them were taken away. There were 29 people left in the first class. Among them, 8 of them had chosen relatively unorthodox weapons, and they were all taken away by their respective teachers. As for the remaining 21 people, the weapons they chose were the more common ones among the 18 types of weapons. These weapons were taught by their respective teachers who were in charge of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. There was no need for them to cultivate in private. As the head teacher, Wen Xingtian's job from now on was to observe, correct, observe, and discover. He was also an expert swordsman, so he was also the head swordsmanship instructor for the entire year. As for the other weapons, even an expert like Wen Xingtian couldn't interfere with other people's teaching. It was still the same old saying that there were specializations in every field. A person who had been immersed in the saber all his life would have a much greater understanding of the way of the saber than others. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy's level of meticulousness in this aspect of teaching was unbelievable. There were many weapons, and there were many students with average aptitude who were not particularly outstanding. In fact, as long as they entered the door, they would not be able to touch other weapons for the rest of their lives. Because his aptitude was only average, if he were to touch something else, it would disrupt his focus, and he would never have the chance to reach the peak again. Although cultivating one path for the rest of one's life would cut off all other possibilities, it was precisely because all other possibilities were cut off that there was a greater possibility of reaching an extremely high realm on that path. Throughout the entire process, all the students stood upright and no one spoke a word. There was only silence as they walked in and out. 3 whole days passed. Everyone watched as their classmates walked past them and went to other specializations and fields that everyone's heart seemed to be being torn apart again and again. Strictly speaking, the time that the students of Class 1 spent with each other wasn't very long. At most, it was only about a month or so, and it wasn't as if they were going to be separated by life and death. It seemed that everyone's attitude was a little too much, and it wasn't to this extent. However, in this 1 month or so of time together, they had experienced battles, confrontations, and even life and death situations. The feelings that were born were not something that could be described by ordinary friendship. And from today onwards, everyone's life would take a completely different direction. After today, the 36 people would be divided into 36 different directions and 36 different trajectories. From today onwards, the 36 directions would be separated. Even if everyone's hearts were still in the same place, their goals would still be the same. But the path that they would take would already be different, very different. Of course, the sneak attacks on each other every night would still not stop. After going through Wuxia's hellish day of stabbing, this bunch of people in Class 1, at least for now, were like hungry wolves that had seen blood. There was a hint of bloodlust. It was believed that when the characteristics of each profession were added, it would only be more cruel and bloody. After Class 1 finished choosing, they returned to the classroom. The remaining 21 people all stayed here and waited quietly. In front of the martial library, there were many first-year students after Class 1 standing quietly, waiting for their choice. During this period of time, countless senior students, no matter how arrogant, lawless, or arrogant they usually were, had become. At this moment, they were all silent, as if they were seeing themselves yesterday. Looking back at their own class, Those students who were becoming more and more silent due to their special professions, trying harder to make themselves invisible that everyone couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in their hearts. When they had lowered themselves to the point where they were completely invisible. When they graduated, it was time to embark on their journey. When we were in our first year, we were still trying hard to remember them. But after these few years, the impression that they gave us became more and more blurred, almost to the point where we had almost forgotten them. They were clearly classmates who met face to face and communicated with each other every day, but they felt more like strangers. Of course, this was mainly because of their respective professions. They had to lower themselves to the point where they were invisible to be considered successful. Only by hiding from the people they were most familiar with could they successfully hide from others. But this kind of alienation and unfamiliarity made them feel uncomfortable, because they would always bear more than they did. What does everyone think about special professions? At night, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong sat on the sofa in the villa, recalling everything that had happened during the day. They felt inexplicably depressed and uncomfortable. I just don't understand. Why did that bastard Pai Yibao choose that kind of profession? Li Qinglong felt a little uncomfortable. No matter how I look at it, he's not suitable to be a spy. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. That's where you're wrong. Pai Yibao is more suitable to be a spy than you and me. Li Qinglong thought for a long time and said dejectedly, you're right. There's no explanation here, everyone can express their opinions. Zhou Xiaoduo said, but why didn't you choose to be a military advisor? Why did you choose to be a combat assistant instead? Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and said, is there a difference? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, there is a difference. If you choose to be a military advisor, there's a high chance that you'll be second only to one person and above tens of thousands. But if you're a combat assistant, even if you're not completely ordinary, at least you won't be able to reach that position. Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and said again, is there a difference? Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a long time before he finally smiled and said, indeed there is no difference, I was just thinking too much. I will not explain it here, everyone can freely interpret it. He patted Li Qinglong's shoulder and said, swollen, how many times have you stepped on the thorny road? Li Qinglong sighed and said, recently I've been absorbing the power of the top-grade jade of astral souls to increase my efficiency. The speed at which my dantian overflows is much faster than before, and the agitation of my vital qi has been suppressed quite smoothly. Now it's already the 7th time, so I still have some energy left. But I estimate that I can suppress it at most 8 times. Any more and it'll be too much. He sighed softly and said, and this is the result of you helping me strip away the cold air every night. My inherent illness has instead become a resource that benefits me. Everything is predetermined, but now all the cold air has been sucked away. My foundation has reached its limit. At most there's one more time and it'll be the end. I have to start preparing for the official breakthrough. Li Qinglong said it magnanimously, but in fact he was still a little depressed, because he wanted to break through 9 times. But looking at the current situation, it was obviously impossible. Just as he said, until now it was already close to bursting, and it was already very difficult to suppress it. He estimated that by the last time he might not be able to achieve perfection, and he would have to break through the embryonic breathing bottleneck. Every time he thought of this, Li Qinglong felt that all the pain he had suffered before was in vain. I can't even reach 9 times. I'm really useless. I wasted so many top-grade astral souls jade in the double practice with boss. Li Qinglong looked unusually disappointed. At this moment, a dull thud came from the door. When Xingtian walked in with a faint red mark on his forehead. He had been at the door for a while, but he didn't come in because he wanted to hear the evaluation of these 2 bitches. In the end, when he heard Li Qinglong's shameless statement, his worldview was completely shattered, and his moral integrity dropped to the ground. Even if we don't talk about Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong suppressing it once was almost comparable to other geniuses suppressing their vital essence twice. You suppressed the foundation of such an exceptional genius a total of 8 times, which was even more powerful than others suppressing it 16 times. Since ancient times, the highest was only 9 times. What more do you want? Can I interpret your words as showing off, being pretentious and being pretentious? Teacher Wen is here. The 2 bitches stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, teacher. When Xingtian said unhappily, at least I haven't been angered to death by the 2 of you. He turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo. How are you? Zhou Xiaoduo blinked, showing a dejected look like Li Qinglong, and said faintly, Teacher Wen, can you help me or help me think of a way to suppress it a few more times? I feel that I can only suppress it another 4 or 5 times at most, and that will be the end. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. He naturally knew that Zhou Xiaoduo suppressed it more than him, but he didn't know exactly how many times. He had never asked about this. This was a personal secret. He knew that if he asked, Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely tell him, but Li Chenglong could resist asking. However, when Xingtian and Zhou Xiaoduo didn't have such scruples, and Li Chenglong was definitely not an outsider. How many times have you suppressed it now? When Xingtian asked casually. 5 times, looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes, looking for subscriptions. Chapter 475. Now it should be 24 times. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a bitter face, you know that every time I hit those vital essences at all costs. Every time I hit them until they couldn't move. I thought I could do it a few more times, but now it's getting more and more difficult. I'm not afraid of pain, but 24 times. Too little. Li Chenglong stood up with tears streaming down his face. I can't listen to this anymore. I'm going to pee. Before he could finish his words, he had already slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Every time he heard Zhou talk about such sensational things in such a depressed tone, he couldn't help but feel the urge to pee. It was really a blow to him. What Li Chenglong didn't know was that when Xingtian had the same idea at this moment. 24 times. He was really a monster. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times and he said, Heaven and earth are not complete. You don't have to deliberately pursue perfection. You're fine now, very fine. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, How can it be fine? Too bad. My sister, when she was advancing from embryonic breathing to elixir essence, she suppressed it 40 to 50 times. Alas. Teacher Wen, you don't know my bitterness. If it was 3 or 5 times, I'd accept it. But now, putting aside the realm, just the number of times, she's 20 times short and there's still a surplus. I'm really unwilling. When Xingtian opened his mouth wide. After a long while, when Xingtian stretched out his hand and moved his chin. Then he said anxiously, Spiritual thought goddess? She suppressed it 40 to 50 times? Yes. She also suppressed it like you? When Xingtian felt that the sky was dark. Should be. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded sadly and said, Teacher Wen, do you know that my biggest wish in life is to beat her and beat her? When Xingtian calculated silently, shook his head gently and said, If you calculate like this. According to the normal situation. If you maintain your current progress. Probably. There's not much hope. Suppressing someone in the embryonic breathing realm 40 to 50 times. This number really shocked Wen Xingtian. Instinctively he thought, if embryonic breathing could be suppressed 40 to 50 times, then wouldn't it be more than 100 times during the innate realm? For a core nascent soul cultivator to advance from core nascent soul cultivator to core nascent soul cultivator, even if he did it more than 20 times. Not only was it unprecedented, it was likely that no one would be able to do it in the future. Doesn't this mean that the Nine Heavens Pavilion has picked up a treasure? Wen Xingtian was full of envy. Hearing Wen Xingtian's words, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more depressed. His face was full of dejection and dispiritedness. But how is this possible? The more Wen Xingtian thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. If it were anyone else, Wen Xingtian would probably beat them up. What bullshit was this? However, this was said by Zhou Xiaoduo, and Zhou Xiaoduo had actually suppressed him more than 20 times. Also, the 20 times that Zhou Xiaoduo had suppressed him was equivalent to 100 or 200 times that other people had suppressed him more than 20 times. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a monster really existed in front of him. It really made Wen Xingtian suspicious and doubtful. He always felt that this kind of thing was unrealistic. The appearance of such a monster would shock the whole continent. Both siblings were like this at the same time? The possibility was not high, right? What kind of inheritance did this have? I'm here today for 3 things. When Xingtian said, First, I'll practice with you once. In the next period of time, I'll be busy with other students' matters. It'll be at least half a month, so I won't be able to take care of you. The second thing is, recently many masters have secretly snuck into Fenghai City. Basically, they just showed up for a while and then disappeared immediately. I think it's related to you. You have to be more careful and be careful. And the third thing. Vice Principal Gao's family came to me because Vice Principal Gao was seriously injured this time. He hasn't woken up yet. When Xingtian said, although this incident seems to be a false accusation to us, it's still unclear whether it was the Gao family who framed him or someone else. If it was the Gao family who framed him, it really doesn't make sense to hurt him so badly. It's been 4 or 5 days and he hasn't woken up from his coma. This could be a serious injury that damaged his foundation. But if it wasn't the Gao family who planned this incident, then why did Vice Principal Gao call out Xiang Quangren's name when he was attacked? And he did it intermittently several times, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. The current situation. I don't know whether the Gao family is desperate or not. They bluntly said that they want you, Master Zhua, to take a look. After discussing with the principal, I suggest that you go and take a look. It's not that you can't do it. Maybe you can gain something. But we still have to ask for your opinion first. What do you think? When Xingtian frowned. The whole story of this incident is strange and mysterious. It's really hard to understand. Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that Gao Qiao came to report to him. Could it be that his and Li Chenglong's inference was wrong? Then I'll go and take a look. Zhua Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, now that my fortune-telling ability is no longer a secret, there's no harm in standing in front of people and showing off my ability. When Xingtian nodded. Okay. I'll go too. Li Chenglong walked out of the toilet with his pants up. When Xingtian looked at Li Chenglong. Zhua Xiaoduo had many trump cards, so when Xingtian was quite confident in him. But if Li Chenglong went with him, the risk would inevitably increase. It's okay. Li Chenglong grinned. I'm more interested in these complicated things. Okay. After that, they still fought in the Tower of Void Destruction. After a round of training, when Xingtian said to Zhua Xiaoduo, who was like mud, I know you've always wanted to go into the gravity room for in-depth training, but before you break through you can't go in. Remember. When you're at the stage of thorny path, you must not go into the gravity room to train. This is a big taboo. You must remember it. You must know that you're currently at the delicate stage of compressing your body. If you suddenly enter the gravity room, there's a great chance that your true essence will go berserk and you'll explode from the inside out. In fact, when you're compressing your realm, you can't go into the gravity room to train. The suppression of a martial master breaking through to the innate stage is not included, because at that time you can only endure, not compress. Understood. Zhua Xiaoduo was shocked. Because he had a lot of credits in hand, he had long wanted to enter the gravity room to train. He even planned to go in and take a look in the next few days. Fortunately, when Xingtian reminded him in time. Otherwise, if his true essence really went berserk in there, the gains would not make up for the losses. Early the next morning. Yi Changqing took Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong to an ordinary car and leisurely went to the Gao Manor. The Gao Manor was a huge manor that covered dozens of acres. Compared to Yi Changqing's villa, it was much more imposing. The car drove all the way to the manor. Along the way the trees were green and shady. They were all extremely exquisite bonsai plants that could emit spiritual energy. There were all kinds of strange and beautiful plants. There was a pond, a garden, a swimming pool and everything else. Surrounded by towering purple cloud pines, there was an elegant villa. This was the owner's residence. Vice Principal Gao's family greeted them politely and let Yi Changqing and the other two in. There were more than 20 sons, 70 or 80 daughters-in-law, more than 200 grandchildren, and many groups of great-grandchildren. At a glance, it was densely packed and crowded. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong looked at each other, and a strange feeling arose in their hearts. Didn't they enter a rat's nest? They were too good at giving birth. The Gao family was literally giving birth to brood after brood. Didn't they say that many people were outside and didn't come back? If they all came back, the scale would be several times bigger than now. If the Gao family continued to give birth like this, could the entire Fenghai city still hold them? In terms of environmental protection, even if the Gao family didn't go extinct, most of them should be killed. There are so many Gao family members, Zhua Xiaoduo said sincerely. Principal Yi. Is this little Zhua? The legendary Master Zhua? The one who spoke was Vice Principal Gao's wife, a middle-aged and plump woman. She looked kind and amiable. Yes, this is Zhua Xiaoduo. Yi Changqing smiled. Xiaoduo, this is your Mrs. Gao. Zhua Xiaoduo was very sweet and rushed to greet her. Of course, Li Chenglong was like a little heifer imitating a big heifer. Hello, teacher's wife Gao. Many of the Gao family's juniors' expressions became interesting, especially Vice Principal Gao's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. What did he mean? You called her Mrs. Gao. Didn't you mean that you wanted to be in the same generation as my father, grandfather? What should we call you after today? Call you uncle? Grandfather? This Zuoxiao duo was courting death, wasn't he? However, they couldn't say this out loud because Zuoxiao's words were flawless. Vice Principal Gao was indeed a vice principal, but he was still a teacher. It was appropriate for him to address his teacher's wife as Mrs. Gao. Little Zhua. Mrs. Gao was very amiable. What a handsome child. Thank you for your hard work today. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Zuoxiao duo chuckled with a carefree attitude. Under the gazes of everyone with different expressions, Zuoxiao duo slowly entered the inner room. At this time, the entire inner room had been modified into a huge nourishment cabin. Countless spirit liquids constantly washed Vice Principal Gao's body. His body floated in the spirit liquids with his eyes closed, unconscious. On his forehead, there was a particularly eye-catching wound. At this moment, the wound was in a state of healing. However, every time the power of the spirit liquids caused the wound to heal halfway, a domineering force would suddenly surge out and expand the wound again, causing the healing process to repeat over and over again. There was no sign of improvement. Chapter 476. This is clearly the Overlord's force. Mrs. Gao looked at the wound and turned to look deeply at Yi Changqing. Principal Yi, with your cultivation level you should be able to recognize it, right? This kind of Overlord's force that constantly accumulates to form destruction, other than the Xiang family. Who else can use it? Yi Changqing said indifferently, Sister-in-law, please be careful with your words. This kind of force can only be said to have the same effect as the Overlord's force. What's more, there are really too many people who can use this kind of force. He looked at Mrs. Gao and said indifferently, the Dongfang family, the Wu family, the Nan family, the Beigong family, the Shangguan family, the Gongsun family, the Imperial family, and the Yu family, and even your family, as long as they have some understanding of this kind of force, they can all use it. Mrs. Gao's face changed every time Yi Changqing said a name, especially when she heard the last three names, the Imperial family and the Yu family. Mrs. Gao's face immediately changed and she said somewhat pleadingly, Principal Yi, you don't have to say any more. Yi Changqing looked at her indifferently and then looked at everyone present. Everyone lowered their heads under his gaze. Actually, I don't understand. Xiang Quangren has already proven his innocence with facts. Why is your Gao family still clinging to the Overlord's force? What's the point of this? The facts have already proven that this matter has nothing to do with the Xiang family. But your Gao clan just won't let it go. You keep talking about the tyrannical strength and tyrannical strength. Let me give you a piece of advice. Instead of focusing on the Xiang clan, why don't you focus on those clans I just mentioned and investigate them one by one? Yi Changqing said indifferently, maybe you can really find the murderer. Who knows? Mrs. Gao's face became even paler. A young man from the Gao family couldn't help but feel indignant and said, we'll definitely investigate. Since they're all suspects, we'll investigate them one by one. Don't tell me my grandfather is innocent. Shut up. Mrs. Gao shouted. Her voice and tone were extremely strict and even trembling a little. She turned to look at Yi Changqing and said in a low voice, Big brother Yi, this child doesn't know any better and is talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Changqing said indifferently, of course I won't tell anyone. However, the upbringing of your Gao clan really needs to be strengthened. These words can only be said in Fenghai. If you still dare to say such words in Shangjing, it's hard to say when the Gao clan will cease to exist. There are many clans whose names cannot be mentioned, let alone investigated. Sister-in-law, you should understand the stakes involved. There's a saying in the ancient times. Prospering a family is like picking up soil with a needle, and squandering a family is like pushing sand with water. However, there's another saying. Destroying a family only requires one word. Yi Changqing flicked his sleeves and turned around saying, Zuoxiao duo, go up and take a look at Vice President Gao. It's a waste of time. There's no need to look. Zuoxiao duo smiled and said, I've already seen it clearly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zuoxiao duo. The Gao clan has been schemed against this time. Zuoxiao duo smiled bitterly and said, the same roots are frying each other and the same family is fighting each other. Whether it's judging from physiognomy or qi observation technique, it's all the same. The key problem now should be the feng shui of the Gao clan in Fenghai. It's a trap set by someone. If we're not careful, the entire clan will be wiped out. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Changqing covered his mouth and coughed repeatedly. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly shut his mouth. Madame Gao's brows furrowed as she thoughtfully swept her gaze around. There were almost 100 people in the room. There were too many people and too many people. Yi Changqing said, "Sister-in-law, it's not good for too many people to know about this." Mrs. Gao nodded and said, "Eldest, second and third stay. The rest of you leave." Another middle-aged man said unhappily, "Eldest mother, we're also father's sons. Why can't we listen?" As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 10 or so sons immediately echoed his words. Mrs. Gao shouted sternly, "All of you leave?" But still no one moved. Second madam persuaded tactfully, "Eldest sister, we're all family. What's there that can't be said between family members? Besides, what that child said is terrifying. It's related to the life and death of our family. Let everyone listen and know the seriousness of this matter. It's better to brainstorm and deal with it." The other madams also chimed in. "Yes, eldest sister. Everyone is concerned about our family. Eldest sister, no matter how bad we are, we can't ruin our family's affairs." "Yes, eldest sister, why do you have to?" Mrs. Gao closed her eyes, the veins on her forehead throbbing. After a long time she said, "Second generation stay. The rest of the younger generation leave. I'm telling you, you can stay, but when I don't let you speak, if anyone dares to make a sound, get out immediately." DSK. Some people began to murmur in dissatisfaction. But from the grandsons onwards they had all gone out. All the sons' wives had also gone out. The large room suddenly became much emptier. But there were still many people present. There were more than 10 wives and 23 sons. Even with Yi Changqing's composure, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed in his heart. Sigh, Vice Principal Gao must have had a hard time on a daily basis. No wonder he's so thin. If it were me. Principal Yi shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at these people and frowned. "Madame Gao, is there a Qi watcher in the magistrate's house? There are some things that you can't believe whatever I say. After all, different professions are worlds apart." Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed. She said, "Go and ask Master Pang to come here." After a while, a thin and tall old man hurried in. "Madam." "Yes, this is Master Zhua. He said that there's a problem with our family's feng shui. He wants to discuss it with you." Mrs. Gao was a shrewd and smart person. She didn't say that they were being targeted or schemed against. She just talked about the feng shui. It was obvious that Master Pang would leave the room after the discussion was over. He would not participate in the following conversation. Of course, if Zhou Xiaoduo was pointed out and said that he was talking nonsense, there would be no point in continuing the conversation. Master Pang frowned. "There's a problem with the feng shui? How could it be?" Then he suddenly became alert. What problem could there be with the feng shui? The feng shui of the Gao family was all set up by me. It took me a long time to do it. This guy is talking nonsense. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the old man. He saw that the old man's aura was shallow, and although there was no treachery between his brows, his foundation was shallow. He was just an ordinary person, and his martial arts cultivation was also insignificant. That unique aura of a Qi-gazing warrior was as calm as water, without any ripples. He said that it took him a long time to do it. He's just an idiot. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted in his heart and made a judgment in an instant. This kind of person could fool ordinary people, ordinary warriors, and even people who were at a higher level but didn't know anything. After all, a Qi watcher was a rare profession, 1 in 10,000. With Zhou Xiaoduo's current level of attainment, it was difficult for this person to catch his eye. Although this person's attainment might be a little better than the Qi watchers that Zhou Xiaoduo saw in Phoenix City who were invited by the Meng and Yi families. But his level was at most the same as the two beside Gu Luoyan. Zhou Xiaoduo had completely inherited the legacy of Blind Hong and He Yuanyue. He had also stuffed almost all the books on Qi watchers in the continent into his mind and mastered them through a comprehensive study. However, this person was still not good enough. He was far from being good enough. "This courtyard was arranged by you, right?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "The area here is not small. Everything is arranged according to the rules. The only thing I want to ask is, when was the pond in the front courtyard dug?" "Pond?" Master Pang suddenly realized, "You mean the Imperial Dragon Pond in front?" "Imperial Dragon Pond?" Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. You call such a small pond the Imperial Dragon Pond? Have you seen how big a dragon is? Master Pang said angrily, what do you know? A dragon can be big or small, can fly or hide. It has already jumped out of the confines of a small place. The pond is located in the southwest of the house. The shape of the octagonal pond is also okay. The rockery protrudes out of the water. It is high in the middle and low in the sides. The deepest water level is only 1.5 meters. It is also okay. The dragon gate fish is the finishing touch. It can be called a genius. But I don't know if you have forgotten that the original terrain of this place is not low? Zuoxiaoduo asked. When Master Pang heard this, he frowned and thought for a moment. His expression did not change at all. How can I not know this? But this place is very comprehensive. There is only one flaw. Principal Gao and I went to find an expert to guide us. In the north of the pond, a sun and moon stone was placed to stabilize the terrain. There are no more flaws. Stabilize the terrain? There are no more flaws? Zuoxiaoduo said, I don't know which expert's guidance is. It is really brilliant. I don't know if Master Pang has ever thought that there was a hole in the beginning. Is it a hole you dug for yourself? The place where there was a mountain turned into a hole. It is the mountain that turned into a hole. Have you ever thought about it? There was a mountain in the place where there was no mountain. It is the Sun and Moon Mountain. It is located north of your so-called Imperial Dragon Pond and south of your house. What is the truth? Master Pang, you have your own thoughts. You should know this, right? Zuoxiaoduo said, what's more, the Sun and Moon Stone is said to be able to suppress all evil. I don't know if you have ever thought that there was no hole in the beginning, but you dug a hole with your own hands. The Sun and Moon Stone came from the Sun and Moon Gate, but here it is. This place has nothing to do with it, but you moved the gate in front of you and it became related. Adding a gate in front of your door and it is the Sun and Moon Gate? You want to go out and break the gate first? Break the Sun and Moon Gate? What kind of behavior is this? Stabilizing the terrain? Who is really the one being suppressed? This is not suppression, but opposition. As for what you said, there are no more flaws. Maybe there are really no more flaws. In terms of silently trapping people, there are really no more flaws. Chapter 477. After listening to Zuoxiaoduo's sarcastic words, Master Pang's face suddenly turned pale. Even his eyes were filled with panic. He was also an expert in the way of qi observation. How could he not know that Zuoxiaoduo was telling the truth? Master Pang, don't tell me you don't know the origin of the Sun and Moon Stone? But isn't the pass you're building now the Sun and Moon Pass? Zuoxiaoduo said, the so-called Sun and Moon Stone is a stone brought back from the Sun and Moon Pass. It's mixed with thousands of years of heroic qi and can indeed suppress all evil spirits. But you erected this pass in this position. I think the Sun and Moon Stone you used as the foundation stone most likely has blood on it, right? Zuoxiaoduo asked in a low voice. Although he was probing, his tone was firm. Yes, there's blood. Master Pang was completely dejected at this moment. He was an expert in this field after all. He already knew that he had indeed made a mistake. Even if this mistake was not a common one, he still did not see it. But at that time, there was an authoritative figure guiding him. He firmly believed in it and acted according to the law. How could there be such a big mistake now? Zuoxiaoduo continued to ask, is the blood on the stone the blood of the people of the Umno Alliance? Or the blood of the martyrs of the astral souls? Master Pang's face became paler and paler. This I don't know. Then who brought this Sun and Moon Stone back? Inside the pass? Outside the pass? Inside the pass? Or under the pass? Zuoxiaoduo said, don't tell me you don't even know this? I still don't know. Master Pang was dejected. This Sun and Moon Stone was bought by Principal Gao from that master. It said that the master once made a spell on it. It's far better than the ordinary Sun and Moon Stone. Zuoxiaoduo laughed. The mountains become shallow valleys and the water in front of the pass is shallow. Can this still be called the Imperial Dragon Pond? The Imperial Dragon Pond has long become the Hidden Dragon Pond. How dare this small and shallow pond with no water hide the dragon? Where should I put the Sun and Moon Stone in the most basic and routine operation? You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Master Pang's face turned even paler as he muttered, but at that time, the intention was to suppress the terrain of the Dragon Pond. Yes, even if I agree with you on this point, where are the people? Human. Master Pang's eyes were filled with panic as he said, back then that great master said that if a heroic spirit exists, it will protect us for 1,000 years. Protect for 1,000 years? Alright, then I'll protect him for 1,000 years. But in terms of direction, who is he protecting? The one protecting, Master Pang said dejectedly, is the Imperial Dragon Pond. This I don't understand. Protect the Imperial Dragon Pool? Protect this pool from destruction for thousands of years? Then where is the suppression coming from? Zhuo Duo asked one question after another. Master Pang was sweating profusely. When was this pool dug? Back then. When I was buying property here. I first bought the garden and the land. Then the main building was built and slowly took shape. 3 years after I moved in, it was about 17 years ago. Master Pang was now answering all the questions. Obviously, he was trying his best to make up for his mistakes. 17 years ago? That can't be right. Zhuo Duo snorted and said, in my opinion, the small spirit ginseng in front of the path should have been deliberately left behind back then, right? It should have been discovered when they were digging that there were spirit herbs here. In order not to damage the earth veins here, they chose to leave it behind. It's the end of autumn now and the leaves are red. This kind of red sign can only be seen after at least 18 winters, right? It should have only been pink before, right? So, how can it be 17 years? The pool was dug in the winter 18 years ago. Master Pang was sweating profusely. At that time, this small spirit ginseng had just sprouted and had its first leaf. Zhuo Duo said lightly, do you know why I said 18 years? Because this kind of small spirit ginseng has the best medicinal effect when it's 20 years old. If it's 20 years old, it should be used and it won't collide with the earth energy here anymore. However, it takes at least 18 years for the leaves to turn red or even 19 years, but it can't be 17 years like you said. Yes. Master Pang was more and more convinced. It's been 18 years. It's a pit. Counting from the moment it was formed. The Gao family has been in this pit for 18 years. Zhuo Duo sneered. The disaster only happened 18 years later. Vice Principal Gao's fate is quite good. He can actually suppress this place for 18 years. There should be other good things in the room that can suppress fate, right? Is there an ancestral tablet in the ancestral house? Master Pang couldn't answer this question. On the side, Mrs. Gao said carefully, yes, when we came from Shangjing, we invited an ancestral tablet from the ancestral house to be worshipped here. There's also a jade ruby that the ancestor of the main family carried with him. It's also worshipped. Mrs. Gao's tone was much more respectful now. She even sounded a little cautious. Madame Gao has contributed a lot to the Gao family. Zhuo Duo sighed and said, I think Vice Principal Gao has a high position and is busy with many people. He probably doesn't have the time to burn incense for his ancestors every day. And the only one who has the qualifications to do this all year round is Teacher Gao's wife. I think the incense hasn't stopped for so many years, right? It's probably because of this that we've been able to maintain peace for 18 years. Otherwise, I'm afraid something would have happened long ago. Mrs. Gao said sincerely, Master Zhuo's eyes are as bright as torches. Everything is within your expectations. It's true. The incense has never stopped for 18 years. And it's really done by me. The other ladies were also shocked at this moment. They looked at Zhuo Duo in disbelief. How amazing. She clearly didn't see anything, but she was able to explain everything so clearly. He believed that such trivial family matters would not be recorded in any intelligence, but he was still able to see through everything. Even the information from 20 years ago was revealed one by one. Such methods were truly unfathomable. Master, may I ask why Madame Gao? Master Pang wasn't asking a question. He was asking humbly and sincerely. If Vice Principal Gao, who is in a high position, has been burning incense every day for 18 years as the head of the family, with such sincerity and effort, coupled with his status, filial piety, and the spirit of the ancestors, how could he only have 18 years of peace? Zhuo Duo said, doesn't this mean that Vice Principal Gao himself doesn't have such filial piety? On the other hand, only his wife can make up for it. The others can't do it. They don't have the qualifications and they don't have the fate. Even if it's a son, it's still not enough. Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. She looked at Zhuo Duo with more respect and intimacy. If you still have doubts, you can drain the water of the hidden dragon pond. I'm sure that there must be something that Vice Principal Gao always carried with him under the pond, Zuo Duo said lightly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Mrs. Gao said, these years, whenever old Gao is in a bad mood, he will drink in the pavilion on the lake. When he's drunk he will grab something and throw it down. I don't know how many there are. There must be more than 1 or 2 things in here. Then that's it. Zuo Duo said, there's a problem with the feng shui of the house. The shadow of the ancestors can't cover it anymore. Of course, the wrong guidance at the beginning and the trap set up are the main reasons for today's change. Putting the sun and moon stone on the opposite side to form 2 opposite sides. Hee. Mrs. Gao. Zuo Duo was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped and said, since Master Pang knows the problem, you must know what to do next. Master Pang, you've worked hard this time. Why don't you go back first? Master Pang was convinced and said, yes, I'll take my leave. I hope to have the opportunity to ask for your advice in the future. Zuo Duo smiled and said, I value karma the most when I do things. You'd better wait until you get past the Gao family before you talk about the follow-up. Master Pang's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw Mrs. Gao's cold eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he said sadly, I'm not good enough and caused the main family to suffer such a loss. No matter what punishment there is, I'll accept it calmly. Zuo Duo said lightly, however, the main reason for this matter is that Vice Principal Gao brought it upon himself. It's not right to put all the blame on you. Master Pang's eyes were full of gratitude. With Zuo Duo's words, his life was most likely saved. Especially since the Gao family still needed him to change the feng shui pattern of the house. Killing him was no different from digging their own grave. Thinking of this, he bowed respectfully to Zuo Duo again and then said to Mrs. Gao, Madam, I'll go to the backyard and wait for your orders. Then he walked out backwards. However, as he moved, his body was already a little hunched, no longer as straight as it was in the beginning. Mrs. Gao sighed and said, Master Zuo, what do you think? Mrs. Gao, please don't call me that again. It's too much. Zuo Duo said modestly, however, this matter really has nothing to do with Master Pang. With his own skills he really can't set up such a clever feng shui pattern. Looking at the whole continent, there are only a few people who can see the danger of the so-called Imperial Dragon Pond's feng shui pattern. Basically, people who come to take a look will think that there's wind and water to gather wealth and fortune from all directions. It's a proper feng shui pattern. There's another thing. Master Pang mentioned several times just now that the key item, the sun and moon stone, was Vice Principal Gao's maze. This part is most likely true. In other words, the current situation is largely due to Vice Principal Gao's own actions. He brought disaster upon himself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Zuo Duo said, as for Master Pang, I have another consideration. I just mentioned that I'm most concerned about karma. It's not convenient for me to personally change the feng shui pattern of the Gao family. The karma of this matter is too heavy. I know I can't afford to get involved. However, whoever started the trouble should end it. I need Master Pang's help to reverse it. Mrs. Gao, please don't do anything stupid because of a moment of recklessness. Mrs. Gao sighed disappointedly. Zuo Duo's words were very clear and thorough. I can't afford to get involved in the karma of this matter. In fact, what he meant was, I won't help with this matter anymore. Pointing out the key to the maze is already the limit of my power. Chapter 478. Mrs. Gao thought of what her husband had done all these years. She looked at how Yi Changqing was protecting Zuo Duo like he was protecting a chick. Mrs. Gao could only sigh. To be able to point out the crux of the matter, the entire Gao clan is already grateful. Mrs. Gao said solemnly. Then she turned around and bowed to Yi Changqing saying, thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Yi Changqing nodded slowly. Master Zuo, please give me some advice on how to break out of this situation. Mrs. Gao now regarded Zuo Duo as her life-saving straw. The art of feng shui is as difficult as climbing the sky, but it's also as easy as flipping one's hand. To sum it up, it's just pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. You can advance and retreat as you wish. Zuo Duo frowned and said, the established Imperial Dragon Pond turned into the Hidden Dragon Pond due to fate. The pond is too small and its ability is too low. It can't hide the dragon, so it's counterattacked. You're in the hidden dragon pond but you insist on hiding the dragon. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. If you don't have a big purpose, how can you do this? The hidden dragon pond is located in front of the Sun and Moon Stone. The Sun and Moon Stone comes from the Sun and Moon Pass, which shows the dragon hiding outside the Sun and Moon Pass. Zuo Duo said lightly, speaking of which, your Gao family's roots are inside the Sun and Moon Pass. Master's wife Gao, this is already a reversal of the universe, a reversal of heaven and earth. Mrs. Gao's face became more and more unpleasant. Some people have been plotting for a long time, but it was hard to get the cooperation of manpower and the protection of the Gao family. Now that the dynasty has fallen, the Gao family's fate is weakening. It's showing signs of a rapid decline. Zuo Xiaoduo said, as the head of the family is seriously injured and unconscious, it's getting harder and harder to suppress the fate of the family with his own fate. The fate of the Gao family is falling apart, and it's hard to continue. It's faintly showing signs of blood. Master. In the future, there will be unexpected disasters in the family, and people will die one after another. Zuo Xiaoduo said slowly, if you're talking about advice. It's not suitable for the Gao family to go out in the near future. Everything has to wait until Principal Gao wakes up. Wake up. Mrs. Gao's spirits were lifted. When will my husband wake up? Zuo Xiaoduo said, Principal Gao's injuries this time are not light, but he is not in danger of dying. He will wake up in 7 days or at most half a month. That's great. Everyone's face was filled with joy. As long as old Gao wakes up, our Gao family will immediately have a pillar of support. But this time, Vice Principal Gao. Zuo Xiaoduo said softly, first he was fooled and then he was used. This time the person who set the trap may have wanted to kill him. You should know that if Vice President Gao is really dead, the situation will be really out of control. Whether it is Vice President Xiang or not, it will be a big mess in Fenghai. Mrs. Gao listened attentively. Every word that Zuo Xiaoduo said was reasonable and tugged at the heartstrings of the audience. Let me ask you, if we succeed in framing Vice President Xiang this time, what will be the final result? Who will benefit from it? Zuo Xiaoduo said, if the framing fails and Vice President Gao is really dead, who will benefit from it? If Vice President Gao wakes up and continues to fight with Vice President Xiang with his sick body, who will benefit from it? If the Gao family and the Xiang family have a conflict outside, and the conflict becomes more and more intense, who will benefit from it? Zuo Xiaoduo said word by word, these words should not be said by a student, because Vice President Gao's position is really crooked. To put it bluntly, this matter is very likely to be a plan made by Vice President Gao and others. It's just that the other party is more skillful and beat Vice President Gao at his own game. They abandoned Vice President Gao to make the plan more thorough and the result more ideal. If Vice President Gao has recovered now, I won't even say these words. I won't even come here today. Because that will prove that he is committing treason. But if he doesn't wake up, he can still take a look. Zuo Xiaoduo sighed softly, this is a serious matter. Xiaoduo doesn't dare to say too much. I hope Mrs. Gao can forgive me. Master, what are you talking about? Mrs. Gao said, today Brother Yi and Master Zhuo came here to give me real advice. Master Zhuo's words are sincere. I can't thank you enough. There's one more thing about Vice President Gao waking up. I may see it, but the person who set the trap may see it. If he doesn't want to be exposed in front of others and be punished by Vice President Gao in the future, I'm afraid he will make more moves. Therefore, Vice President Gao will still be in danger during this period. Zuo Xiaoduo said meaningfully, it's very important to take care of him during this period. Mrs. Gao felt a chill in her heart. Student Zuo, can you please say it more clearly? Zuo Xiaoduo chuckled, I can't. I can't? The startled light in Mrs. Gao's eyes flickered, and then she looked pensive. On the other side, second madam said, Master Zuo, can you really be sure that my old Gao will wake up in 7 days to half a month? Zuo Xiaoduo said somewhat playfully, according to the current treatment. As long as there are no accidents and he doesn't wake up when the time comes, everyone can treat what I said before as a lie. I'm only a student of Hidden Dragon High School. Second madam, are you afraid that I'll run away? No matter what, I still have to stay in Fenghai for at least 4 years. Second madam laughed dryly, you're joking. At this moment there was a sudden commotion outside. It was so loud that it was unexpected. What happened? Mrs. Gao said sternly. Someone came in from outside in a panic. Madam, it's the 35th young master, 39th young master, and young master Ping Yun. The three of them have been sent back. They've already passed. What? Hearing this news, the room immediately exploded. Quiet. Mrs. Gao shouted sternly, what are you panicking for? At this moment, the first thing that came to her mind was what Wuxia Duo had just said. The Gao family's fate is weakening, and it's showing signs of waning. As the head of the family is seriously injured and unconscious, it's getting harder and harder to use our own fate to suppress the family's fate. The Gao family's fate is falling apart, and it's difficult to continue. Looking at the faint signs of blood, the master. In the near future, the family will have an unexpected disaster, and there will be family members dying one after another. This sentence was still ringing in their ears, deafening them. In just a moment, the news of death had already spread, and 3 people had died at once. Find someone who understands the situation and explain the situation. Mrs. Gao shouted sternly, everyone else don't act rashly. Don't make a sound. Also, no one from the Gao family is allowed to leave the Gao family's old house. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the Gao family's house. Sinew. Mrs. Gao called her eldest son, you're in charge of monitoring. If anyone dares to leave without permission, punish them severely. It's better to let them go unpunished. No matter who it is, break their legs. Yes, mother. Gao Sinew agreed and walked out. A moment later, a middle-aged man covered in injuries came in. The 3 young masters were originally drinking at the First Glory Club, and it seemed that there were a few outsiders next door. Then, for some reason, a hostess went over there. Then, the 3 young masters were unhappy and they quarreled and fought, and the other party was especially ruthless. In just one move, the 3 young masters' heads were twisted off by the other party. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and blood flowed out of his mouth as he spoke. We were at the door. By the time we realized something was wrong and wanted to help, it was already too late. Mrs. Gao's body swayed and she gritted her teeth. Do you know who the other party is? I don't know. There were only 2 of them, and after the incident, they beat all of us until we vomited blood and fell to the ground in one move. Then the other party left, and by the time we chased after them, they were already long gone. Mrs. Gao fell silent. The monstrous anger that had suddenly erupted earlier was slowly being restrained. After a long while, she gritted her teeth. Serves them right. Their great-grandfather is still unconscious, and they were actually interested in going to the clubhouse to find a hostess in broad daylight. It's good that they died. First, gather the clubhouse's surveillance cameras, then wait for old Gao to wake up, then we'll talk about the follow-up. Put this matter aside for now. Also, immediately summon all the members of the Gao family who are outside and have them return as soon as possible. Even if there's an important matter, they are not allowed to stay outside. As long as they return, they are not allowed to leave the old mansion again. If she only believed 70 to 80% of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words earlier, then now she believed his words to 120%. Master Zhuo. Mrs. Gao took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, we're in a mess. I wonder if Master Zhuo can give us some pointers. The entire Gao family will be grateful to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Mrs. Gao, I'm just a student and my experience is shallow. When have I experienced so many storms and waves? But I feel that your actions are decisive and clear-cut. Now, no matter what is at stake, it's not as important as Vice Principal Gao waking up smoothly. There's something going on outside, but if too many people go out, it's possible that nothing will happen at home. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, as for the urgent matter, I feel that it's better to stay on the defense and wait for reinforcements. Ignore everything. If we can ask for a few reliable experts from the main family from Shangjing to come over while we stay on the defense. It should be the best plan for now. Mrs. Gao's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Yi Changqing said lightly, sister-in-law, as an outsider, I shouldn't interfere in your family's plans. But if you want old Gao to wake up safely, the people who come must be. Haha. Yi Changqing smiled and said, if there's nothing else, sister-in-law, we'll take our leave. Mrs. Gao pondered Yi Changqing's words for a moment, then said, Brother Yi, please stay for a while. We've seen what old Gao has done all these years. Today, Brother Yi brought Master Zhuo here to give us pointers. This is a great favor. Although our Gao family is in decline now, and we can't distinguish between friends and foes on all sides, and danger lurks everywhere. But there are some things that we still have to express. If Brother Yi and Masters will return empty-handed, I'm afraid that our Gao family won't have the face to continue living in Fenghai City. She said lightly, "Please take a seat." Then she got up and went into the inner room. Looking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 479. Half an hour later, Yi Changqing, Li Chenglong, and Zhou Xiaoduo sat in the car on their way back. The three of them looked at each other in silence. When they arrived at Zhou Xiaoduo's villa, the three of them got off the car and walked into the villa. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled, "The Gao family is really generous." Li Chenglong scratched his head and said, "I didn't do anything the whole time, but I still got 500 top-grade jade of astral souls." The Gao family had given them 3 gifts this time. Although Li Chenglong had only introduced himself during the whole process, this gift was still very valuable and he didn't forget to give it to him. "I have a sword here. It can be said to be a divine weapon. I also have 1,000 pieces of high-grade star soul jades. There's also 1,000,000 star origin coins in cash. This is a high-grade ancient compass used to look at qi." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Looks like Mrs. Gao really put in a lot of effort and put in a lot of money." Yi Changqing smiled and said, "She didn't just put in a lot of money. I also got 3 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls." "Principal, you're the one who got a huge windfall. That's 6 billion. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "It's not too much to ask for a share of 1 billion, right? Get lost." Yi Changqing scolded him. "What do you need so much money for? Is it for food?" "You don't know, but I'm so poor that I don't even have food to eat," Zhou Xiaoduo said. Yi Changqing reached out and knocked him on the head. The three of them had just sat down when Yi Changqing urged Li Chenglong to boil some tea. Then he frowned and thought about what had happened that day. When the tea was ready, Principal Yi said, "The 2 of you went to the Gao family today. What do you think of the Gao family? What do you think of this matter?" Yi Changqing no longer dared to treat Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong as children. Most of the time, the sensitivity of these 2 people to the development of the situation was even better than his own. When Yi Changqing was discussing matters, he used a tone and attitude that was completely on equal footing and standing on equal footing. "Zhuo, why don't you go first?" Li Chenglong frowned and said, "I don't know how to look at aura, so there are many things that I don't know. Let's wait for Boss Zhuo to finish, and then I'll follow Boss Zhuo's words and go deeper in that direction." Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, "Regarding this matter, I sincerely feel that Gao Zhiyun, Vice Principal Gao, is a blessed person." Blessed person. Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong were puzzled by Zhou Xiaoduo's statement. Why did he bring this up? This matter. If we were to talk about it based on the laws of fortune, the Gao family would be destroyed. It would be a disaster that would end their bloodline. Unfortunately, Gao Zhiyun found himself a good wife. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed bitterly and said, "Gao Zhiyun's first wife should be a socialite from a big family, right? Or should I say, a direct descendant of a big family?" Although he used a questioning tone, his tone was unusually firm. Yi Changqing thought for a while and said, "It's said that Mrs. Gao is a direct descendant of the Shiman family. Back then, for some reason, the Shiman family kept giving birth to girls. They didn't have a son for decades. It was so extreme that even Marshal Shiman was anxious. And this Madame Gao was one of the daughters of the Shiman clan back then. However, although she was born of the first wife, she was far behind in the order of the first wife's birth. Moreover, there were hundreds of maidservants in the Shiman clan, so she was already annoyed and didn't care much about the other daughters in the clan." Yi Changqing chuckled and said, "Back then, the Heavenly King of the Right almost died of laughter. He even wrote a poem for Marshal Shiman to make it a joke. However, that was the truth." Marshal Shiman couldn't do anything to the Heavenly King of the Right. Yi Changqing laughed heartily. Clearly, this incident had not only caused a sensation, but had also become a popular topic of conversation. A poem? Zhou Xiaoduo was very interested. The Heavenly King of the Right had been written in textbooks. How could he not be interested in the story of this top figure? Didn't they say that the Heavenly King of the Right hated studying the most? How could he write a poem? What's the content of this poem? This poem was later suppressed by Marshal Shiman at a great cost. However, because of this, it led to the appearance of a figure even more terrifying than the Heavenly King of the Right. This made the story even more legendary. Yi Changqing smiled and squinted his eyes. Obviously, he was also very interested in the gossip of these big shots and had a lot to talk about. Principal, hurry up and recite the poem. Don't keep us in suspense. Zhuo Duo urged. Well, at that time the heavenly king of the right wrote. 800 bellies bulged like a grave. How many men died from exhaustion? 5 generations of men worked hard together for 35 years. Looking forward to 800 beatings, preparing 100,000 tons of good wine. Once the good news came from the delivery room, 800 golden flowers came out of the west gate. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong laughed when they heard this. This limerick was really too mischievous. Yi Changqing also laughed as he recited. Afterwards, Marshal Shimin finally managed to suppress this poem with great difficulty. He wanted to eliminate the influence of the entire nation. However, he didn't expect that Minister Zhuo, who was also the Minister of Inspecting the Heavens, would add another line. Marshal Shimin was unable to suppress this line. Yi Changqing laughed. Sky Inspecting Throne? Zhuo Duo was confused. I don't think I've heard of this name. Cough cough. Yi Changqing felt that he had said something wrong. He said, you don't have to worry about this. He actually didn't dare to say anything. Zhuo Duo's heart itched unbearably as he asked, what is this minister talking about? Cough cough cough. Yi Changqing felt deeply regretful. What's wrong with me today? Why did I mention this when I was so careless? Cough cough cough. He coughed for a long time. When he saw that the two's eyes were shining with curiosity, he finally put on a straight face and said, let's talk business. Why are the two of you so curious? The principal's dignity was immediately raised. Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong were speechless. How can you blame us for this? Weren't you the one who brought it up first? Just now you were so excited that we couldn't even stop you. But now you're actually covering our heads with your saliva. Don't you know that it's a crime to keep us in suspense? You're an old man who doesn't respect himself. Let's end our banter. Tell us about your discovery. This is serious business. Yi Changqing urged Zhuo Duo. It was obvious that Principal Yi didn't want to continue the previous topic. For a moment, Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong only felt that they were suffocated. The most annoying thing was to stop abruptly in the middle of a sentence. No matter how much you wanted to hear the follow-up, the other party wouldn't say a word. This was like some people writing novels. When they reached the most exciting part and the most suspenseful part, they would suddenly stop and there would be no more continuation. This kind of author was simply heartless. Fortunately, there was the most handsome head of the Feng family. He would never be like this. My discovery. Zhuo Duo coughed and began to organize his words. The reason why Vice Principal Gao is said to have been schemed against by someone and was heavily injured and had almost reached the end of his road, but his family was not ruined and he even had room to maneuver, is mainly because he took advantage of his wife's luck and had the luck of her in-laws to support him. Although I still don't understand why the lucky man who married the legitimate daughter of the Shimin family dared to have so many concubines. This in itself is a strange thing. Zhuo Duo stole a glance at Yi Changqing. Obviously, he wanted to hear the follow-up and found an excuse to start the topic. Well, there's another reason. Yi Changqing said, I'll tell you the details later. Now let's talk about business. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. Wasn't I talking about business? But this sentence was only said in his heart. What Vice Principal Gao encountered this time was a disaster of destruction. The right time, the right place, and the right people all came at the same time. How could he be spared? The most important one came from the fact that he inexplicably stood on the opposite side of the Sun-Moon Pass. Also, he did all kinds of things to shake the talent base. The lack of people and the right people was too bad. Secondly, he began to plan for the feng shui situation nearly 20 years ago, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into the trap of someone. The first opportunity was not the first opportunity but the lost opportunity. His hometown became his weakness from the beginning. It was a loss of the right place. Then he schemed against Vice Principal Xiang. He thought that he was the one who planned the game, but in fact he was a pawn that was set to be abandoned. He suffered a heavy blow on his home ground. It was a loss of the right time. In the end he was used by others. The most important thing was that his wife was virtuous, loyal, and filial. She shielded him from many disasters and left him with a chance to live, a chance to turn things around. The saying that good and evil will be repaid in the unseen world is really true. Zhuo Duo said, plus our help pointed out the maze. This time, the Gao family will inevitably face a bloody disaster, but it won't really shake the foundation. But the backfire has begun to appear. After a long time, the Gao family's defeat is inevitable. Yi Changqing frowned and said, "So what you said in the Gao family is all true? It's not an alarmist talk? Including the feng shui, qi viewing and so on, they are all true?" "Of course it's true." Zhuo Xiaoduo widened his eyes in confusion. "Why do you ask, headmaster?" "I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo. The title of Master Zhuo is not something that you can brag about. The most taboo in the Tao of fate and fate is to speak without thinking. Even if you intentionally mislead others, you must make your words sound plausible. You must never purely deceive others." "Ah." Yi Changqing laughed. "Go on." After seeing Vice Principal Gao's condition and the feng shui of the Gao family, Vice Principal Gao's injury is real. There's nothing fake about it, Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly. At this point he paused for a moment. Yi Changqing nodded slowly. For a profound cultivator like Yi Changqing, it was already clear whether the injury was real or fake, especially the injury that caused him to fall into a coma. There was no one who could lie in front of such a powerful cultivator like him, let alone in such a flawless way. As I mentioned earlier, Vice Principal Gao's injury is really fatal. The other party went all out to kill Vice Principal Gao. This is the so-called abandoned pawn. Chapter 480. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued and Yi Changqing continued to nod. But when it comes to the whole thing, it's obvious that Vice Principal Gao is in cahoots with someone else. He just doesn't know that he's just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's tone was very certain. Yi Changqing pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. Li Chenglong wanted to say something but stopped himself. The other party's goal is very clear. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. That's why Vice Principal Gao directly called out Vice Principal Xiang's name during the battle. I even suspect that the original plan, which is the plan that Vice Principal Gao knew about, was for him to come forward and pin Vice Principal Xiang down after the battle. With the person involved as the witness, it's naturally more credible. If there's no solid evidence, Vice Principal Xiang won't be able to defend himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "This plan is quite ruthless. There's no room for negotiation at all." Li Chenglong interrupted, "I will mark different possibilities for the time being. There are two behind-the-scenes manipulators involved here. One is a feng shui master 18 years ago, and the other is the person who set up the trap. If these two people are the same person, then this person is quite terrible." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and said, "You're focusing on the main point, but it's not the main point right now. Let's talk about the Gao family's feng shui first. It's not just a problem, it's a big problem. Although I didn't say it too clearly or too seriously, I've already pointed it out. If we're serious about it, Vice Principal Gao's feng shui scheme back then is a crime of treason. It's a serious crime of betraying the astral souls. Of course I think, although Vice Principal Gao was involved in the scheme, he only thought he knew everything. In fact, he was kept in the dark. The serious injury this time already explains a lot of problems." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "And my other judgment is that Vice Principal Gao is obsessed with power, or the Gao family is obsessed with power. He keeps inserting people from his family into important positions. His main goal is to let the Gao family's influence in the astral souls and in Jianghu University rise steadily. There's a reason why he came to Hidden Dragon High School all these years. In Vice Principal Gao's opinion, as long as this matter succeeds, there will be a more important position waiting for him, or the Gao family will benefit greatly." Zhuo Xiaoduo casually drew a line on the table. It was an unconscious action, didn't mean anything, but Li Chenglong and Yi Changqing subconsciously looked. "My judgment is based on the qi examination technique. The Gao family didn't betray the country. Or rather, the Gao family never had any thoughts of betraying the astral souls. Their feng shui scheme was set up by someone with intentions. It's really a very, very clever feng shui scheme. The clever part of this scheme is that even a very clever qi examination scholar wouldn't be able to see anything wrong with it. The Gao family's luck has always been connected to the Jianghu Empire. They are rooted in one and have no other intentions. They can't be implicated in treason. Then the feng shui scheme itself, to a certain extent, can really increase the Gao family's foundation. At the very least, the hindrance isn't obvious. It's very difficult. And this hindrance is, under the influence of this feng shui scheme, no matter what the Gao family does. The final result will be evil. It's all related to harming the interests of the astral souls. This is the most vicious part. This is actually related to the unseen growth and erosion of luck. Let's use an analogy. If Vice Principal Gao really sees a hidden spy, no matter how blinded by greed he is, it's ultimately just a desire for power. It has nothing to do with righteousness. Under such circumstances, his basic conscience as a citizen of the Jianghu Empire still exists. At this time he will do everything he can to get rid of this spy. However, his action of getting rid of this spy can lead to two results. First, this spy was discovered by us a long time ago and we're using this spy to do things. By getting rid of the spy, he's getting rid of the eyes and ears of the UMNO alliance. And the second result is, he gets rid of the spy on the surface, but someone takes advantage of this gap to plant a spy who is even more covert, more difficult to deal with, and more destructive, causing the chances of our side being destroyed to increase instead of decrease. Zuoxiao Duo said, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying? Yes, we understand completely. Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong nodded repeatedly. No matter what they do, it's wrong. Even if they have good intentions, it's wrong. Therefore, under such circumstances, all of the Gao family's actions are, in our eyes, a series of foolish moves. Even if the orders from the Gao family's headquarters were meant to be beneficial to the hidden dragon, in the hands of Vice Principal Gao, the final result of his execution will be detrimental to the hidden dragon. This is a situation that makes us speechless. The guidance of the Heavenly Dao's aura is just this sinister. Fortunately, the Gao family has the protection of the Gao family's fortune, Madame Gao's own bloodline's fortune from the Shiman family's bloodline, and Gao Zhiyun's own fortune and destiny. With the combination of the three, there's no problem with his actions. Yes, in a way, this is the manifestation of the Heavenly Dao's fortune of the astral souls. However, as he makes more mistakes, his own fortune is being depleted day by day. Not only is it decreasing, but it's not increasing. Also, this feng shui situation is slowly eroding the protection of the Gao family's ancestral spirits, causing the combined fortune of the three to dwindle. Once all the fortune is depleted, it'll be the end of the Gao family. No matter how loyal they are and how much fortune they have, it's useless. It can't make up for the damage they've done to the Heavenly Dao's fortune. Zuoxiao Duo said, this is the situation now. The Gao family's fortune of Gao Zhiyun and his descendants has been depleted. Madame Gao's bloodline and fortune of the Shiman family will also be depleted in this matter. Next, it'll be up to Vice Principal Gao to make a choice. If he can repent and break the feng shui situation on his own, he may still have a chance to survive. However, if he's still stubborn and even delusional enough to take advantage of the current situation to reap benefits, then the Gao family will be uprooted when there's a little more disturbance. Because his fortune has run out, there's no room for change. At this time, if he can't do more good deeds to protect the country and its people and accumulate fortune, the day of his downfall will be an instant. Zuoxiao Duo coughed and said, I'm referring to Vice Principal Gao. Gao Zhiyun's Gao family isn't the Gao family of Fenghai City, nor is it the Gao family of Shangjing City. You can't mix up these 2 points. Yi Changqing was baffled by what he heard. Although his cultivation was high and he had some understanding of the aura examination technique, his understanding was far from deep. At this moment, listening to Zuoxiao's words, although it wasn't to the extent that he didn't understand much, at least not all of it. And this feeling was the most uncomfortable. It was like scratching an itch through one's boot. It was hard to enjoy. You mean, the fortune of the Heavenly Dao is different? Yi Changqing was dizzy. Only the Heavenly Dao is different? There's more than one Heavenly Dao? The Heavenly Dao was the Heavenly Dao. Why did it seem like there were 2 Heavenly Daos? Of course there's more than one. In fact, there may be several. Zuoxiao Duo was puzzled. How can they be the same? How can they be different? Li Chenglong was also puzzled. Of course they're different. Zuoxiao Duo was speechless. Our continent is the continent of astral souls, right? Then 8 pieces were cut out, right? Yes. But 2 pieces came back later, right? Yes. The others haven't come back yet, right? Yes. Then for example, this continent was originally a big earthworm. Zuoxiao Duo held a pen this time and drew a big earthworm on the white paper. This earthworm was severely injured for some reason and broke into 9 pieces. 8 of them split off, and after going through all kinds of struggles, Each of them survived and became independent individuals. That is to say, they have their own destinies and destinies. Do you understand what I mean? The other piece of the 8 pieces is the main consciousness of the original earthworm. It's the continent of astral souls. Although its vitality was greatly damaged because of the departure of the 8 pieces, it's constantly healing its wounds and slowly recovering into a complete earthworm. On the other hand, the 8 pieces of the earthworm that were previously split out are constantly struggling to survive. After a long period of tempering, they finally survived and grew into complete earthworms. And at some point, the 2 big earthworms of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League came back and reunited with the earthworm of the continent of astral souls. But, do you think that these 2 earthworms and the earthworm of the continent of astral souls are the same? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong blinked and imagined this scene. Then they came to a conclusion. It's not the same. What we can be sure of is that these are 3 individual earthworms with their own thoughts, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. That's right. So, isn't it obvious? 3 continents and 3 heavenly axes. What's so hard to understand? Zhou Xiaoduo spread his hands. He really felt that this was a very simple theory. Why couldn't they understand it? Do you understand now? Zhou Xiaoduo said, that's why there's a life and death war between the 3 continents now. Because the 3 heavenly axes are devouring each other. They all want to devour each other to strengthen themselves. As long as they succeed in devouring each other, they can take over each other's territory. It's that simple. And the earthworms have completely become different parts. If they want to reconnect to their original bodies, they have to be strong. Secondly, they have to fight each other until their flesh and blood are flying everywhere. Only then can they reconnect to their wounds and become one and complete the devouring process. Zhou Xiaoduo explained seriously, in the end, this is the source of the endless war between the 3 continents and the unresolvable fighting spirit. Chapter 481. Because the so-called heavenly axiom is just a vague consciousness, it doesn't have the ability to fight on its own. And the 2 heavenly axioms can't fight each other directly. So, they can only let the humans born from each side use the means of war and victory to plunder the other side's luck. That's why there's war. Zhou Xiaoduo said, isn't that simple? Simple? Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong smiled bitterly at each other. It's obviously an extremely complicated problem. I really don't know how you can see it as simple. Zhou Xiaoduo concluded, so, in my opinion, no matter how the war with the Umno Alliance ends, it's a battle for luck. And this battle for luck, I really don't know how long it'll take and when it'll end. The more we fight, the more trouble we'll have, the more hatred we'll have, and the more we won't be able to stop. So, if we wait until there's a real winner, then it'll end only when one side is annihilated or is at an absolute disadvantage. Whether the defeated side will be annihilated or not depends entirely on whether the victorious side will be merciful or not. And no one dares to bet that the other side will be merciful. So, in this war, as long as the resources aren't completely exhausted, no one will give up. Yi Changqing's eyes were solemn as he said, according to what you said, the Tao Alliance that's allied with the Astral Souls continent is actually our enemy too? There'll be a war sooner or later. Zhou Xiaoduo said with certainty, anyway, in my opinion, it's an inevitable outcome. Yi Changqing was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. If that's the case, I really don't know what the future will be like. It's still not that far. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. It's just 2 continents that have returned. The other continents, if I'm not wrong, will return sooner or later. The meteor shower that falls on the Astral Souls continent all year round is a super resource that no force can miss. The war between the 9 continents may be long and drawn out, but they'll still be unified in the end. At that time, it will be considered a complete heavenly Tao in the true sense. So, even though this battle has been going on for many years, from what I can see, this battle of providence has only just begun. It might not be impossible for it to continue until the end of time. Zui, your lung capacity is really good. You can actually say such a long sentence with such ease. You're also ridiculously optimistic. Now that you don't even have a wife, you're already thinking about grandchildren. Li Chenglong teased. Swollen, I feel very relaxed. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo had said, such a long and drawn-out war between the 2 realms might not end even after hundreds of thousands of years. He probably wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. Since that was the case, why should he worry too much? Zhuo rolled his eyes, but he was secretly pleased. I don't have a wife? This was the biggest joke in the world. I've had a wife since I was born. Li Chenglong, what do you know? Under such circumstances, how can a cradle for talents like the Hidden Dragon High School be so easily destroyed? Whether it's for public or private reasons, it won't be allowed. Zhuo said, that's why Principal Yi is very dishonest. He didn't tell us the truth at all, or rather, he didn't plan to tell us the truth at all. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. You little brat, you're full of tricks and you're even more sharp-tongued. Then he said softly, you're right, but this time the school is really in a precarious situation. That's true. So the higher-ups are deliberately conniving and trying to lure the snake out of its hole? Trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? Zhuo asked. That's true. And the direct consequence of this is that the sacrifice of the Hidden Dragon High School will be great. Yi Changqing's expression turned bleak. You won't know when the enemy will make a move. You can only passively wait and deal with their moves as they come. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. The higher-ups have already chosen the next principal of the Hidden Dragon High School. They're just waiting for me to die. Then the next principal will come and take over. Nominally, it's to stabilize the situation, but in reality, it's to continue doing this. In fact, it's not just the Hidden Dragon High School that has similar situations. Yi Changqing said, as early as 100 years ago, Yunduan High School also had similar situations. After a series of events, it returned to peace and quiet for 100 years until now. There's also the Department of Martial Arts, Star Shield, and so on. Similar situations have also happened before. It's just that they didn't pay as big a price as the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The most dangerous place for the enemy is always when they're hiding in the dark and not moving. You'll never know how deep they've penetrated and what boundary they've reached. So this time, the sudden appearance of such signs in the Hidden Dragon High School is also an excellent opportunity for us to counterattack. Yi Changqing sneered. Otherwise, even if I, Yi Changqing, want to focus on teaching and not care about the wind and waves, the martial arts department and the higher-ups of the empire won't let them continue to rot. And just getting rid of a few vice principals is really easy for us. It's not a problem at all. But then, the claws and fangs that the enemy has stretched out with great difficulty will be retracted again. We don't know when they'll make their next move. We can catch thieves for 1,000 days, but it's too tiring to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Even if we guard for 1,000 days, there may not be any results. Yi Changqing said leisurely, whether it's for public or private reasons, we can't act rashly. Once we make a move, we must catch a big fish. Otherwise, what's the meaning of so many years of sacrifice? Zhuo asked curiously, but now, Mr. Principal, you're destined to not die. It's meaningless for the principal who's about to succeed you to come. But I'm still very curious. Who's the original plan? Who's qualified to take over your position? No return sword, Gu Qianfan. Yi Changqing smiled faintly with a somewhat mischievous look. He said, just as you said, because of your interference I'm not dead this time, but I've also cut off old Gu's chance of promotion. Haha. I see. Zhuo and Li Chenglong both laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaoduo, what you've given me won't last long. Of course, I want to finish this matter while I'm still in office. But if I can't hold on any longer, I can only give up. And let Gu Qianfan take over. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls is too rare in the astral souls continent. Any one of them can be of great use. If we gather 100 of them and use them at the most critical moment, we can greatly increase the chances of the empire having a cultivator above the mystical realm. But it's too wasteful to use them for this old man's sake. Yi Changqing said leisurely. Principal, what I've given you, you're not allowed to give it to others. I'm friends with you but not others. If you're tired of living, remember to return the rest to me. Zhuo reminded anxiously with a pale face. This wasn't Zhuo flipping his intestines. He was really worried. With this old man's selfless character who looked down on life and death, it was hard to say how much he would give away. Rather than that, Zhuo might as well use the best quality jade of astral souls himself. Zhuo's character was to be generous to his own people, but to others he was not only stingy but also petty. It was best if he was stingy. Don't worry, kid. Yi Changqing couldn't help but laugh. Unless it's absolutely necessary, how can I give away the things you've given me? This old man also wants to live for a few more years. Zhuo rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and snorted. The old man seemed to have given him a promise, but in reality he had left a loophole in his words. What did he mean by, unless it's absolutely necessary, how can I give it away? In other words, when that time comes, you'll still give it to me without hesitation? Zhuo was very unhappy. What do the others have to do with me? Why should I give them so many best quality jade of astral souls? I don't have that many in total. At the thought of this, Zhuo couldn't help but feel regretful. He regretted giving so many best quality jade of astral souls to Yi Changqing at once that day. He should have given him 3 or 5 yuan so that he could keep this old man alive. Now that he gave so many at once, this guy suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man, somewhat like a nouveau riche. He actually had the idea of giving it away at such a critical time. It was true that the poor became rich. He didn't even know his surname anymore. It was a pity that it was too late to regret now. A single mistake would cause eternal regret. Sir Principal, are there so few Qi Watchers in Fenghai City? Zhuo asked. This was Zhuo's personal feeling, but it was also the sensitivity of a top Qi Watcher to his own kind. In Fenghai City, such a strong aura of a Qi Watcher had almost never appeared. It was as if this was a vacuum of Qi Watchers. So far, the only Qi Watcher that Zhuo had seen was Master Pang, whom he had encountered in the Gao family. Yi Changqing smiled. You also know that this war is a battle of luck. Although Fenghai City is the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties, it has no luck to speak of. The only 8 dragon veins have already soared into the sky. Many high-level Qi Watchers have come to take a look and confirmed it again and again. Fenghai City is now just the old site of the dragon veins. At least in the next tens of thousands of years, it is impossible to breed new dragon veins. Among the luck of the dragon veins is the so-called battleground among the so-called militarists. There are no dragon veins in Fenghai City, so it is not coveted by others. Those who are really capable naturally go to places where there are still dragon veins to guard. Why are they staying here? Chapter 482. Yi Changqing said lightly. Even General Dongfang said the same thing when he saw Fenghai. It's a pity that Fenghai no longer has a place for dragons. Of course, even if Fenghai doesn't have the dragon vein, it's still the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. The location of the 8 dragon veins is still intact. Under the intertwining of the remaining luck, it can still cultivate many talents. So, there's a hidden dragon among the 3 martial arts experts, and that's how it got its name. As the name suggests, the Hidden Dragon Academy is named the Hidden Dragon Academy because this place is only a place to cultivate talents. Once you leave this place and reach a suitable battlefield, you will be able to transform into a dragon. However, in Fenghai, it is destined that there will never be a so-called true dragon genius. Yi Changqing explained in detail, and then looked at Zhuo meaningfully. Because last time, Zhuo asked him to carry him in the sky to look for the dragon veins. Until today at this moment, Yi Changqing still wanted to laugh when he thought of it. There really isn't any dragon vein, but what are you looking for? Now the places with the most dragon veins in the Astral Soul's mainland are Guangdong and Shangjing is the place where thousands of dragons return to their home. Therefore the dragon veins are the most abundant. And most of our men are stationed in Shangjing. Yi Changqing said, as for Fenghai there are Qi diviners. But, it's impossible for them to be at the level of Qi diviners that you're looking for. Even if they're just passing by, they won't stay here for long. Because this place is a blank space for them and it's not worth staying for long. I see. Zhuo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel enlightened. Zhuo understood why there were so few Qi Watchers in this place, and there were even fewer capable ones. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, understood why Vice Principal Gao's family was so easily fooled by others that only Zhuo still had some doubts in his heart. This Fenghai. How could there be no dragon vein? It's impossible that there's no dragon vein. Otherwise, where did that Xiaolong come from? Humph. Since that stingy ghost exists, then there must be karma in the world it resides in. Thinking of this, Zhuo fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Li Chenglong turned to writing and drawing rapidly with a serious face. He drew some lines that Yi Changqing could not understand at all. From time to time he would raise his head in a daze and from time to time he would be deep in thought. After a long time it finally stopped. Li Chenglong, did you notice anything? Yi Changqing asked. Yi Changqing felt that Zhou Xiaoduo had already explained everything in detail, and Li Chenglong probably had nothing more to add. However, seeing that Li Chenglong had worked so hard for so long, he still asked politely. In fact, he did not have much hope in his heart. Just now, Zhou answered a lot of my doubts through the qi observation technique in feng shui. Many things that I couldn't figure out before. I can't say that I'm suddenly enlightened, but I do have some ideas. Li Chenglong said, let's analyze the current situation from the perspective of the struggle for power between the major families and the major corporations. Li Chenglong seemed to be deliberating over his words. After pondering for a moment, he said, of course in this, there must be elements of the UMNO Alliance's conspiracy. However, the UMNO Alliance's conspiracy must be based on the fact that some of the upper-class families disregarded the national crisis and fought for power to expand their family's influence. Only then can it be implemented. If it's really an iron plate, even if the UMNO Alliance has a conspiracy, it will lack the space to put it to use. Li Chenglong asked, Headmaster, is it appropriate for me to interpret it this way? Yi Changqing said, absolutely. He sighed and said, after so many years of fighting, the conspiracies, corruption, and even battles from foreign enemies are no longer the main point. Just like what Li Chenglong said, only when a powerful country is internally in chaos and conflicts arise, will the foreign enemies have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Otherwise, if it's an iron plate, how can the foreign enemies have any chance? This point is completely correct. What can defeat a person can be either absolute strength or selfishness. Similarly, what can defeat a family or a country can be either absolute strength or selfishness from the inside. Li Chenglong said, once we find the problem, we can deduce from this point. Li Chenglong pointed at some of the black dots at the top of the drawing and said, these represent the absolute upper echelons of the astral souls, the Yunduan family. Perhaps, when the Yinwu Empire was first established, these clans were the descendants of the founding ministers of the empire. That is why they are so glorious today. At the very least, they are the relatives of the second and third generations of the emperor, or even the descendants of those who had made outstanding contributions. Or perhaps, it is the accumulation of generations of the families of the feudal officials. That is why they became such an unshakable clan. But it's undeniable that these families have made great contributions to Xinghan in the past. In the past, they must have done a lot for the country, or they must have done a lot for the country to be able to have such a status. Let's not talk about this point anymore. Li Chenglong said, after all, every family has a history of growth. But the rise of a family in the beginning, it's almost impossible to succeed by scheming and plotting. Yi Changqing nodded silently. Li Chenglong's understanding was very fair. The birth of too many clans was inevitably the starting point of blood and flesh contributions and sacrifices. There was no doubt about this. After the foundation was built, the accumulation of generations led to the current situation. Since ancient times, the civil and military have been at odds with each other. It can be said that this is inevitable. It's not that everyone wants to be at odds with each other, but it comes from the scheming of the emperors. This is common. This is the beginning. But as long as there is a beginning, even if the emperors want to settle this dispute, it's already impossible. That means it can only continue. Even if some families don't want to fight, they still have to fight. Because if you don't fight, you will be trampled. This is a helpless reality. So this is not darkness but reality. These are the skills that these families have to master if they want to survive. They have to fight, Because the glory of the ancestors cannot be lost. Because the future generations have to rely on the struggles of today to continue and last for generations. So, this has nothing to do with darkness, it's just reality. Li Chenglong said very clearly. Yi Changqing sighed softly, in the beginning it was indeed like this. And these Yunduan families, once they started to fight, what they fought for was something that ordinary people couldn't see. Naturally they couldn't understand it. So, the impact of this competition on the lower class people wasn't very big. But as the competition became more detailed, it started to spread to the lower class. And Vice Principal Gao, under this background, obtained the position of Hidden Dragon. We have to see that Vice Principal Gao didn't come to Hidden Dragon because he wanted to, but because of the Gao family's operation that facilitated this result. Li Chenglong now gave people a cold and calm feeling, but also had the aura of a person who was full of vigor. The Gao family's operation of the family members to come to Hidden Dragon was not to overthrow Hidden Dragon, but to use this place as a springboard. This is because Hidden Dragon's political achievements are too easy to obtain. Every student who comes out of here is a genius. Every one of them is fought over by all parties, and most of them are outstanding people who have achieved great results in their own positions. And these are all things that the leaders who came here to gild their names can use to add a glorious political achievement to their qualifications. Although no matter who comes, these political achievements will be obtained. But there are many who want to come, but not many can come. Because this kind of talent is a holy land, even the upper class of the empire doesn't want to tarnish it. But to come to Hidden Dragon, some people have to be pushed down because there aren't many people who can obtain great political achievements. There are only a few people in total. So, at this time there are schemes and schemes. And the real conspiracy, or rather, the real saboteurs. To put it more clearly, if the UMNO alliance wants to enter, they have to start from this point. So, from this point on, there is a loss of control. Because although these upper-class families want to use Hidden Dragon as a springboard, they don't want to become enemies with Hidden Dragon. And once there are serious consequences, if there is an unresolvable hatred, these families won't be afraid. And the next step of conflict will be formed. And in this process, how many people are adding fuel to the fire, how many people are pushing the boat with the current, these are unknown. But in a short period of time, these families want to obtain positions and political achievements, that's all. This is the process of a multi-party game. On one hand, the big families are scheming against each other, obstructing each other, and obstructing each other. On the other hand, the local forces of Hidden Dragon are also putting in effort to fight. And the UMNO alliance is doing their best to make things happen. Of course, there are also some small families who want to use this opportunity to get close to the big families and pave a golden path for their own families. And the UMNO alliance is our common enemy. No one can deny this. Even the families who are scheming won't let this go. And if there is a chance, they will do their best to find the people from the UMNO alliance and at the right time resolve the hatred with Hidden Dragon. These are all schemes, all points that need to be considered and can also be the key to compromise with each other. Li Chenglong took a deep breath. With these intertwined forces, a complicated situation like an inescapable net is formed. In such a game, the so-called good and bad, right and wrong, gain and loss. The dividing line is really very, very small. But our current focus is only on Vice Principal Gao. We don't need to think about those deeper levels for now. With the return of Vice Principal Xiang Quangren, there is a conflict between the other vice principals. This is no doubt the point of this battle. Chapter 483. Because Vice Principal Xiang was very aggressive. He wanted to kick them out of the power center of Hidden Dragon City. Once they were kicked out, all their previous efforts would be in vain. This was unacceptable to them. There was no possibility of compromise. So, the first possibility is that Vice Principal Gao conspired with another party or even several parties to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. Then he was used and schemed against in the process and was seriously injured. It could even be said that if he wasn't lucky, he would have died. His death would be the biggest topic of discussion. But the second possibility is that Vice Principal Gao really didn't know about it this time. Someone else conspired with Vice Principal Gao and sent someone to pretend to be Vice Principal Xiang. Because Vice Principal Xiang's words were heard by many people. And at that time, Mr. Wen Xingtian even got angry at Vice Principal Xiang because of this sentence. This incident really left a deep impression on people. Li Chenglong sighed. In other words, this is the fundamental difference between a pure teacher and a schemer. Because this sentence is really a plot node that can be used. I think Vice Principal Gao also had a deep impression of this sentence. So, if someone pretended to be Vice Principal Xiang, they didn't even need to say anything. A hint and a specious move could make Vice Principal Gao predict the person in front of him. Vice Principal Gao could even realize the truth in an instant and instinctively realize that this was a great opportunity to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. So, he shouted out Vice Principal Xiang's name and cooperated perfectly. Li Chenglong said, "These two possibilities exist and have a high probability of happening." Zhou Xiaoduo and Yi Changqing both nodded slowly. If Vice Principal Gao conspired with someone, then as long as he woke up safely, the person who conspired with him would be exposed. And that person wouldn't allow it. So, no matter how strict the Gao family's defense is, as long as the other party wants him dead, he won't be able to live. Li Chenglong said, "From this, we can infer that if Vice Principal Gao woke up successfully, it proved that he didn't know about this matter. He just cooperated for his own benefit." Yi Changqing kept nodding. The more he listened, the more serious he became. The other thing is, the Qi Seeker who advised Vice Principal Gao's family on feng shui is also an obvious target. But Zhou said it in front of so many people in the Gao family. I believe that even if Vice Principal Gao wakes up, he won't be able to find that person in the entire continent. Because in order to fool a person like Vice Principal Gao, first of all, you have to have a very deep understanding of the Qi examination art. At the same time, you have to be very famous. Secondly, they need someone to introduce them to Vice Principal Gao, and then Vice Principal Gao will take the initiative to look for them. There aren't many Qi watchers who have this kind of status in the entire continent. And this person's idea is a dead end. As long as Vice Principal Gao continues to act, his entire family will be wiped out. I'm guessing that even if this person doesn't belong to the Umno Alliance, he must be on the opposite side of the astral souls. There's no doubt about that. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Li Chenglong's inference was basically the same as his. I'm guessing that Zhu's instigation should be effective, but to what extent? It will depend on Vice Principal Gao's specific actions after he wakes up. Li Chenglong said, "So, what we need to do now is only one word, wait." However, while we are waiting, those families who participated in the operation before can still observe. After all, to send this big head layback from Shangjing to deal with Vice Principal Xiang requires a lot of strength and a very tight deployment. This line itself is an important node, Li Chenglong said. Yi Changqing smiled. The minister of Shangjing South is already secretly investigating this matter. Now, we're also waiting for the results. This matter undoubtedly involves a lot of people. If we really go up against those big families, even the chief of Shangjing South doesn't dare to brandish his butcher's knife easily. There are too many people involved. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. The roots are intertwined and the joints are intertwined. But this time, a lot of things have been exposed. We can still investigate based on this. Li Chenglong said, "For this kind of thing, the most terrible thing is to pull out a thread. As long as the thread is out, we're not afraid that they won't continue to act. Because they're afraid. And as long as they're afraid and want to extinguish the thread, they'll act. As long as they act, we'll have a chance to follow the vine to the melon and dig out the whole thread." Li Chenglong smiled. "So, it's okay for us to wait. So be it." However, the Gao family only received bad news after waiting for so long. For a week, the real bad news kept coming. Mrs. Gao was in charge of the Gao family. Half of her originally black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The so-called feng shui of the Imperial Dragon Pond was quickly dismantled and filled up under the command of Master Pang. The sun and moon stone was transported to the northernmost part of the big courtyard. It was watered with the blood of many Gao family descendants and buried deep underground. The blood was collected by the 3 sons of Vice Principal Gao who cut their wrists. It was more than 2 kilograms of blood. The original Imperial Dragon Pond was not only filled up, but also dug 20 meters deep before it was filled up. Then a large amount of fertile soil was transported to backfill it, turning it into fertile soil. They were preparing to plant sunflowers on it. In the future, this place would only be used as a flower bed. They hoped to use the slight power of the rising sun from the sunflowers to increase the yang energy of the main house. Further west, a stone tablet was built. On it was engraved the ancestral teachings of the Gao family's first-generation ancestor before he died. Blood to water the sun and moon bridge, do not refuse to serve Yanwu. Death on the battlefield should be with a smile. Death on the battlefield should be a man's blade. Future generations must remember, killing the witch thief is a hero. Their whole life is for the country and the people. Only then can they be worthy of the surname Gao. Strictly speaking, the ancestors of the Gao family did not have any literary talent to speak of. This poem was, to a large extent, pieced together with rhymes. In the eyes of a true scholar, these sentences were almost unbearable to look at. But the hidden fierceness of the poem was on the verge of bursting out. Especially the feelings of serving the country and the people. It was impossible to erase them. Erecting the ancestral teaching tablet here was also a declaration of the Gao family's determination. They hoped to use this to offset the backlash of the feng shui. But the misfortune of the Gao family did not lessen. At least on the surface, it was completely useless. First, 3 of his grandsons were killed in a nightclub out of jealousy. Later that night, 2 of his grandsons got into a car accident on their way home and both of them died. On the second day, the people who received the message to go home had already arrived near their house. Only then did they relax slightly. They planned to find a Geo restaurant to fill their stomachs. But they met their enemies who they had not seen for many years, and their entire family was killed. The next night, the 4 great-grandchildren of the Gao clan disregarded the ban and went out to gamble. They got into an argument with some people at the gambling table. Although they managed to kill more than 10 people from the other side because they were outnumbered, they were eventually chopped into minced meat. On the third day, everything was peaceful. More and more of the Gao family's descendants returned home safely. It was also because of this peaceful day that many people let down their guard. But on the 4th day, the 8th grandson of the Gao family found a fugitive when he entered the city. He wanted to catch the fugitive, but the fugitive was secretly accompanied by an expert. He was killed on the spot. On the 5th day, the bad news of the deaths became fewer and fewer. But many of the family businesses started to have problems. The capital chain was broken, people ran away with money or were attacked by rival companies, or were poached by unfriendly forces. The Fenghai Bridge that was built by a son-in-law of the Gao family suddenly collapsed. It was confirmed that it was a shoddy project, and the entire company was investigated that everyone in the Gao family had gathered at the Gao family's old mansion, but everyone's faces were gloomy, and it was rare to see anyone else. It was truly one bad news after another that kept coming. People couldn't help but feel that the heavens wanted to kill them. Even the most unruly and disobedient people were now as well behaved as quails. All the family's advisors gathered together, nervously analyzing the situation and planning countermeasures. There are too many things that seem to be coincidences. There are no traces of the enemy's plot at all. Many of the conflicts and sudden deaths were caused by the young masters of the family, who took the initiative to provoke the conflict. Before the conflict, no one had even seen them, so there was no plan. Really? What? Mrs. Gao ordered to announce the conclusion of her deduction in front of the whole family. No one went against you. From the beginning to the end, it was all your own fault. That's all. Mrs. Gao let out a long sigh. Her tone and expression were full of sorrow. Looking at the hall full of descendants in front of her, all of them were lives. They seemed to be the family's reproduction, the family's hope. It seemed that the Gao family was so prosperous. But Mrs. Gao only felt dispirited and powerless. The words that Zhou Xiaoduo said when he came in were like slaps on her face, one after another. There are so many people in the Gao family. There are so many people. What does that mean? Perhaps Zhou Xiaoduo was just sighing casually at that time. But now Mrs. Gao only felt her face burning. Yes, there were so many people. They did nothing every day. How could there not be many people? How could there not be many people who enjoyed the peace brought by the sacrifice of others every day? Could it be that there were not many people in the Xiang family? Could it be that there were not many people in the Shi family? There were so many families. Which family had fewer people? But now these families had very few people. The old were old, the young were young. It wasn't that they didn't have many people, but most of the men in these families had died in the battle at the Sun Moon Pass. Many families, starting from their ancestors, had sent their men to the Sun Moon Pass to enlist in the army. It was as usual. Generation after generation of men had spilled their hot blood on the Sun Moon Pass. They had no regrets. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.